The Best of Fritz Leiber, with a special introduction by Paul Anderson, by Fritz Leiber. Copyright 1974 by Fritz Leiber. Introduction copyright 1974 by Paul Anderson. Narrated by Larry Robinson.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Contents. Introduction. The Wizard of Nehwon by Paul Anderson, Side 1. Gonna Roll the Bones, Side 1, Tone 1. Sanity, Side 1, Tone 2. Wanted, an Enemy, Side 2, Tone 1. The Man Who Never Grew Young, Side 2, Tone 2. The Ship Sails at Midnight, Side 2, Tone 2. The Enchanted Forest, Side 3, Tone 1. Coming Attraction, Side 4, Tone 1. Poor Superman, Side 4, Tone 2. A Pail of Air, Side 5, Tone 1. The Foxholes of Mars, Side 5, Tone 2. The Big Holiday, Side 5, Tone 3. The Night He Cried, Side 6, Tone 1. The Big Trek, Side 6, Tone 2. Space-Time for Springers, Side 6, Tone 3. Try and Change the Past, Side 6, Tone 4. A Desk Full of Girls, Side 6, Tone 5. Rump Titty Titty Tum Ta Tea, Side 7, Tone 1. Little Old Miss Macbeth, Side 8, Tone 1. Mariana, Side 8, Tone 2. The Man Who Made Friends with Electricity, Side 8, Tone 3. The Good New Days, Side 8, Tone 4. America the Beautiful, Side 9, Tone 1. Afterward, Side 9. The Wizard of Nehwon. When I was first asked to write an introduction to a volume of Fritz Leiber's stories, the most important of such collections at that, my reaction was inappropriately inelegant. Huh? I still think it had a fundamental rightness. How can anybody properly comment on the work of one who was not only his senior in the profession by a good many years, but is universally acknowledged to be among its 3 or 4 all-time titans? Yet this was an honor I could not decline. It was like being in a physics department back around 1935 and invited to introduce a series of guest lectures by Einstein. A person in that position realizes the audience hasn't come to hear or read him, but he'll try to avoid boring platitudes. If he's lucky, he'll even convey a slight extra insight, which will help that audience appreciate the visitor and what he'll say a little bit more than they might otherwise have done. Maybe I'll luck out. Let's first make a few remarks about the man himself, before going on to his writing. They will be only a few. Despite the keyhole school of criticism, the facts of a creator's life are not required for an understanding of his or her work. Or if they are, then that person has to that extent failed as an artist. Fritz Leiber does employ a certain amount of autobiography in his work, perhaps more than any other maker of science fiction or fantasy. But he's far too skillful for you to need to know what the personal element is. Besides, he lets you in on some of it himself, for your pleasure, in his afterword to the present volume. And I can't claim deep knowledge of him in any event. We have been friends for a long time, guests in each other's homes, and so on. But until recently, geographical separation prevented frequent encounters, and we never happened to strike up one of his extended correspondences, which have delighted a number of people. Therefore, a mere scattering of reminiscences and data. I first met Fritz Leiber at the 1949 World Science Fiction Convention in Cincinnati. The author of such cornerstone tales as Gather Darkness and Conjure Wife seemed even more awe-inspiring in person, towering, classically handsome, altogether theatrical. The last of these qualities was not deliberate. Rather, he was conventionally clad and soft-spoken. But he couldn't help it. Personality will come through. He talked to me, a beginner with half a dozen stories in print, as graciously as he did to the biggest name writer or editor present, or the humblest fan. Here, graciously is used in an exact sense, which is best defined by an example. From time to time, we are all afflicted with bores or boors. Some of us give them the brutal brush-off. Most of us suffer them for a short while, then escape on a mumbled excuse. Fritz Leiber has repeatedly been seen to listen to such characters, respond to them, actively, sympathetically, and patiently enough that they never suspect the toleration. He cannot have an enemy in the world. Instead, there is a world full of people who all hope to be worthy of his friendship. It is etymologically wrong, but psychologically right, to define a gentleman as one who is gentle, yet very much a man. Leiber has been a championship fencer and a chess player rated expert. To see and hear him recite Chesterton's Bravura Lepanto is an unforgettable experience. And, of course, in his writing, he has stared down, or laughed down, death, horror, human absurdity, with guts worthy of a Jeffers, Kafka, or Cervantes. Born in Chicago near the end of 1910, his father a famous Shakespearean actor for whom Fritz was named, he grew up in the atmosphere of the stage, which doubtless has a great deal to do with the highly visual and dramatic quality of his work. But he took his degree in psychology, which also shows. Variously, a lay preacher, actor, college teacher of drama, and staff writer for an encyclopedia, he tried freelancing sporadically. His first published story appeared in 1939 in that lustrous and mourned magazine, Unknown. During World War II, he reached a painful decision, that the struggle against fascism was more important than the pacifist convictions which he had long held, and still does, and he accepted a job in aircraft production. Afterward, he was on the staff of Science Digest for a dozen years. During all this time, he acquired a wife and son, and between dry spells which readers regretted, wrote a lot of the best science fiction and fantasy in the business. Eventually, he moved from Chicago to Southern California and started writing full-time. Since his wife's death, everybody who knew her misses Jonquil. He has lived in San Francisco. So now, Fritz Leiber is in his 60s, an age when most artists have either retired or are sterilely repeating themselves. The years show on him a bit, but not too much, and only physically. Inside, while possessing all the wisdom of a lifetime, he's younger than the average man of 30. To give a small personal illustration, not long ago, in his rambles around his newly adopted city, he discovered a walking tour that will take you to every place where action occurs in Dashiell Hammett's The Maltese Falcon. Or, recently my wife gave an elaborate dinner to honor the memory of E.R. Edison, upon the date of Lessingham's translation into Zimiamvia. Only those who would understand what that means were invited, and they were expected to come in costume. Fritz graced the party as the oldest, most sharply humorous, and best-dressed man present. If anything, he keeps growing younger, more actively creative. His past unproductive periods seem to have been times during which, consciously or unconsciously, he was preparing himself to strike out in a different direction. The results were always surprising and consequential. Though ever aware of and sensitive to the great issues of the real world around him, he has never been a merely relevant writer. Instead, he has always been in the forefront in both themes and treatment. In these past several years, we have been witnessing a new burst of pioneering, which looks as if it will continue while he lives. That makes especially appropriate the book, both retrospective and contemporary, which you are holding, and it brings up our real subject, Fritz Leiber's achievement. I do not propose to offer you a critique. For one thing, while mildly disagreeing with a few of her judgments, I couldn't better the one by Judith Merrill. Note: in the magazine of fantasy and science fiction, for July 1969, a special issue honoring Fritz Leiber. Previously, in November 1959, Fantastic had run an all-Leiber issue. These and the awards voted him indicate the esteem in which his work is held by those who know the field. End of note. Besides, I lay no claim to being a critic, simply a working writer. To be sure, that distinction is far from absolute. Thus Merrill published excellent fiction in earlier days, while Leiber has done a certain amount of criticism. The question to consider is where the emphasis of a life, in this case Leiber's, has lain, or at least what an essayist is trying to do. I'll say little about the stories in this volume. They speak for themselves. Moreover, you have the author's own notes. Rather, I'd like to consider in a very informal fashion, and from the viewpoint of a fellow practitioner, some of those items which are not on hand. You who already know them may enjoy a revival of memories. You who don't may get a better idea of Leiber's accomplishment, and I hope will be led to read further. It's too bad that we have no tale of Fafred and the Grey Mouser here. Not only did that charming pair of rogues, the tall northern barbarian and the small city-bred trickster, launch the author's career, they are still going strong, to the joy of everybody who appreciates a rattling good fantasy adventure. But by no means are these stories conventional sword and sorcery. The world of Nehwon is made real in wondrously imaginative detail, its human aspects as true as in any conscientious job of reporting. To visit the city of Lankhmar is to learn what decadence in fact means. To roam with our vulnerable vagabonds is to experience pity and terror, as well as suspense, wry humor, and uproarious hilarity. Here Leiber, in his way, like the late J.R.R. Tolkien in his, and not vastly different, has done and is doing for the heroic fantasy what Robert Louis Stevenson did for the pirate yarn. By originality and sheer writing genius, he revived an ossified genre and started it off on a fresh path. I could likewise wish that this book held a sample or two of Leiber's horror stories. In my opinion, which Fritz modestly does not share, Lovecraft and Poe himself never dealt out comparable chills. The typical Leiber frightener gains tremendous power by its economy, its evocative contemporary setting, and its bleak brilliance of concept. Like Smoke Ghost, to name a single tale, whose phantom is in and of the corrupted air pervading a modern industrial city. And you would have enjoyed the 64-square madhouse, and/or the Moriarty Gambit, both masterly chess stories, the latter also a grand Sherlock Holmes pastiche. Well, look them up. All the omissions I have mentioned are not the fault of author or editor, but merely due to lack of space. They would have crowded out equally vivid pieces that you do find here. The novels were inevitably excluded, but any discussion of Leiber's work, or of science fantasy as a whole, must consider them. They are few in number, but each is unique, and with two exceptions of major significance in the development of present-day imaginative literature. The first exception is Tarzan and the City of Gold, only a delightful continuation of Burroughs. Come to think of it, though, a scholar of English letters would find it most interesting to trace out how Leiber managed to convey the flavor of his model while avoiding all its crudities, outdoing Burroughs in every way that counts, and throwing occasional philosophical and moral issues into the bargain. Does anybody need material for a master's thesis? Doubtless, many will argue with my assertion that the Green Millennium is not a landmark. It is, in the sense of being a fine book, highly recommended. But it carries further the world of Coming Attraction and Poor Superman, both in the present collection, and thus does not break new ground, by Leiber's standards, however inventive and often astoundingly witty it is. All the rest of us, from Heinlein on down, would rank it among our own best had we written it. Heinlein offers a natural starting point for a few words about Gather Darkness, that prototype of the interplay of ideas, which has always given vitality to science fiction. In 1940 appeared his serial, If This Goes On, wherein the United States has fallen under a totalitarian regime posing as the church of a new faith and using technological devices to work suitably impressive miracles. A year later, under his pseudonym, Anson MacDonald, he brought forth Sixth Column. There the United States has been invaded and occupied by a foreign power which allows the people freedom of religion, but of nothing else. A small underground takes advantage of secret scientific knowledge, gathered just before the collapse, so that it was never brought to bear in the war, to give the priests of a stalking horse faith similar capabilities. Heinlein stopped with those two books, but Leiber saw that the theme was still full of potential. Suppose such a church came to power, then never stepped down again, and never was overthrown for centuries. In Gather, Darkness, it has built a neo-medieval world of ignorant commoners, dominated by a hierarchy that really can invoke supernatural sanctions in the name of its god. A liberation movement finally does start. But in this environment, it calls itself witchcraft and claims to serve the devil. There are many magnificently funny details. For example, since the priesthood rides around in aircraft built to look like angels, the aircraft of the opposition are bat-winged and horned. But the story isn't simply a romp. Its account of brainwashing by chemical and electronic means is fast becoming a foul reality. Gather, Darkness was followed by a swarm of dull imitations. But surely, in due course, it partly inspired Philip Jose Farmer's seminal work, The Lovers. That's what I mean by a landmark work. I wonder how Women's Lib would react to a reissue of the fantasy novel from this period, Conjure Wife, with its assumption that all women are witches, but they don't tell their men. Probably there'd be general pleasure. It was popular enough to get 2 filmed versions, and I know several ladies in the movement who still love the original story. As often elsewhere, Leiber doubled his strength by combining dazzling imagination with unsparing realism. The principal setting is a small college community, and I have since observed for myself how vicious the infighting can get in such a place. By the way, the hero, Norman Saylor, reappears in this collection. Leiber likes to interconnect tales whenever possible. Likewise, several of Leiber's stories are part of a series incorporating the many branched timelines, whose origins were described in the short novel Destiny ×3. Ranging from a placid utopia, through a cruel dictatorship, to a freezing ruin of an Earth, and beyond, this novel is more than a fast-paced chase story. It is a vatic study of power over nature and over man, so easy to misuse, and so nearly impossible to use rightly. Similarly, Leiber wrote a number of stories in what has come to be known as the Change War cycles. This series has rather overshadowed the one mentioned above. A couple of the Change War stories are reprinted here. The heart of the cycle is in another novel, The Big Time. Few comparable tours de force exist anywhere in literature. The action takes place continuously in a single setting, a station outside the cosmos, to which half-crazed soldiers from all time and space are sent for a little rest and recreation. Beneath the flamboyancies, tension racks up notch by notch toward a breaking point climax, followed by an ironic denouement. It is fantastically good theater, literally. How I wish to see it staged. Being such a virtuoso performance, The Big Time doesn't seem to have had any followers. I admit to keeping it in mind while writing my own A Midsummer Tempest, but cannot claim that that employs the dramatic unities as the former book did. Evidently, nobody in our field can match Fritz Leiber here. He went on to a different technique, the out-and-out satirical in The Silver Eggheads. This account of an ultra-mechanized future lacks the misanthropy of a Swift, but bites just as hard. I really think its blend of sardonicism, earthy, even slapstick mirth, and underlying compassion is best likened to Aristophanes. For instance, consider what might be done with pseudo-female robots. Can you imagine, Flaxy, having it with a girl who is all velvet or plush, or who really goes all hot and cold, or who can softly sing you a full orchestra symphony while you're doing it, or maybe Ravel's Bolero, or who has slightly, not excessively, prehensile breasts, or various refreshingly electric skin areas, or who has some of the features, not overdone, of course, of a cat, or a vampire, or an octopus, or who has hair like Medusa's or Shamblo's that lives and caresses you, or who has 4 arms like Siva, or a prehensile tail 8 feet long, and at the same time is perfectly safe and can't bother or involve or infect or dominate you in any way. Consider this machinery, and when you are done laughing, consider the latest issue of Playboy. A slightly similar minor motif occurs in The Wanderer. This novel concerns the effects on a large and varied cast of characters of a mobile planet coming near Earth. All kinds of things happen, all fascinating, but I have a reason for singling out the relationship, which eventually becomes erotic, between the human Paul and the highly evolved feline-like Tigerishka. Leiber flinches no more from the fact that we are sexual beings than he does from the fact that we are limited, usually ridiculous, and ultimately mortal. This quotation will at least give you some extra words of his. After a space, he came slowly floating up out of the infinite softness of that bottomless black bed, and there were the stars again, and Tigerishka lifted up a little above him, so that very faintly, by starlight, he saw the violet of her petalled irises, and the bronzy green of her cheeks, and her mulberry lips parted, careless that she showed her whitely glinting fangs, and she recited, "Poor little ape, you're sick again tonight. Has the shrill, fretful chatter fevered you? Was it a dream lion gave you such a fright? And did the serpent fear glide from the slough? You cough, you moan. I hear your small teeth grate. What are those words you mutter as you toss? War, torture, guilt, revenge, crime, murder, hate. I'll stroke your brow, poor little ape, you're cross. Far wiser beings under far older stars have had your sickness, seen their hopes denied, sought God, fought fate, pounded against the bars, and like you, little ape, they someday died. The bough swings in the wind, the night is deep. Look at the stars, poor little ape, and sleep." Tigerishka, Paul wondered with a sleepy puzzlement. I started to write that sonnet years ago, but I could get only 3 lines. Did you? No, she said softly. You finished it by yourself. I found it lying there in the dark behind your eyes, tossed in a corner. Rest now, Paul, rest. To be thus aware of mortality, and of the ancient deeps within us while we live, is not morbid, but mature. Leiber can even laugh with them, not at them, which is an evasion, but with them. He does so in A Spectre is Haunting Texas. The satire there is more stark than in The Silver Eggheads, more reminiscent of Huxley or Heine, though with a strong dash of, shall we say, Buster Keaton. The hero, born and reared on the moon, has in its low gravity grown up excessively tall and thin. Forced to visit Earth, he must wear a skeleton-like supportive framework, which with his black garb makes him death discarnate to the inhabitants of a crazy quilt of nations formed after a nuclear war. One of his loves is equally a death figure, the other flesh itself. Needless to say, the author never puts it this crudely or obviously, and the overtones are infinite. Perhaps no other modern writers, except James Branch Cabell and Vladimir Nabokov, have gotten such fun out of the human tragicomedy, and they, for all their wit, have never had Leiber's uninhibited gusto. Let us hope for much more from this man, in whatever vein he may next select. Meanwhile, the volume in your hands gives a good overview. If you are already familiar with Fritz Leiber, you know you have a treat in store. If it will be your first encounter with him, I envy you. Paul Anderson. Gonna roll the bones. Suddenly, Joe Slattermill knew for sure he'd have to get out quick, or else blow his top and knock out with the shrapnel of his skull the props and patches holding up his decaying home that was like a house of big wooden and plaster and wallpaper cards, except for the huge fireplace and ovens and chimney across the kitchen from him. Those were stone solid enough, though. The fireplace was chin-high, at least twice that long, and filled from end to end with roaring flames. Above were the square doors of the ovens in a row. His wife baked for part of their living. Above the ovens was the wall-long mantelpiece, too high for his mother to reach, or Mr. Guts to jump any more, set with all sorts of ancestral curios, but any of them that weren't stone, or glass, or china had been so dried and darkened by decades of heat that they looked like nothing but shrunken human heads and black golf balls. At one end were clustered his wife's square gin bottles. Above the mantelpiece hung one old chromo, so high and so darkened by soot and grease that you couldn't tell whether the swirls and fat cigar shape were a whale-backed steamer plowing through a hurricane, or a spaceship plunging through a storm of light-driven dust motes. As soon as Joe curled his toes inside his boots, his mother knew what he was up to. "Going bumming," she mumbled with conviction. "Pants, pockets full of cartwheels of house money, too, to spend on sin." And she went back to munching the long shreds she stripped fumblingly with her right hand off the turkey carcass set close to the terrible heat, her left hand ready to fend off Mr. Guts, who stared at her yellow-eyed, gaunt-flanked, with long mangy tail a-twitch. In her dirty dress, streaky as the turkey's sides, Joe's mother looked like a bent brown bag, and her fingers were lumpy twigs. Joe's wife knew as soon or sooner, for she smiled thin-eyed at him over her shoulder from where she towered at the centermost oven. Before she closed its door, Joe glimpsed that she was baking 2 long, flat, narrow, fluted loaves, and 1 high, round-domed one. She was thin as death and disease in her violet wrapper. Without looking, she reached out a yard-long, skinny arm for the nearest gin bottle and downed a warm slug and smiled again. And without a word spoken, Joe knew she had said, "You're going out and gamble and get drunk and lay a floozy and come home and beat me and go to jail for it." And he had a flash of the last time he'd been in the dark, gritty cell, and she'd come by moonlight, which showed the green and yellow lumps on her narrow skull where he'd hit her, to whisper to him through the tiny window in the back and slip him a half-pint through the bars. And Joe knew for certain that this time it would be that bad and worse. But just the same, he heaved up himself and his heavy, muffled, clanking pockets and shuffled straight to the door, muttering, "Guess I'll roll the bones up the pike a stretch and back," swinging his bent, knobbly elbowed arms like paddle wheels to make a little joke about his words. When he'd stepped outside, he held the door open a hand's breadth behind him for several seconds. When he finally closed it, a feeling of deep misery struck him. Earlier years, Mr. Guts would have come streaking along to seek fights and females on the roofs and fences, but now the big Tom was content to stay home and hiss by the fire and snatch for turkey and dodge a broom, quarreling and comforting with 2 housebound women. Nothing had followed Joe to the door but his mother's chomping and her gasping breaths and the clink of the gin bottle going back on the mantel and the creaking of the floorboards under his feet. The night was upside down deep among the frosty stars. A few of them seemed to move, like the white-hot jets of spaceships. Down below, it looked as if the whole town of Iron Mine had blown or buttoned out the light and gone to sleep, leaving the streets and spaces to the equally unseen breezes and ghosts. But Joe was still in the hemisphere of the musty, dry odor of the worm-eaten carpentry behind him, and as he felt and heard the dry grass of the lawn brush his calves, it occurred to him that something deep down inside him had for years been planning things, so that he and the house and his wife and mother and Mr. Guts would all come to an end together. Why the kitchen heat hadn't touched off the tindery place ages ago was a physical miracle. Hunching his shoulders, Joe stepped out, not up the pike, but down the dirt road that led past Cypress Hollow Cemetery to Nighttown. The breezes were gentle, but unusually restless and variable tonight, like leprechaun squalls. Beyond the drunken, whitewashed cemetery fence, dim in the starlight, they rustled the scraggly trees of Cypress Hollow and made it seem they were stroking their beards of Spanish moss. Joe sensed that the ghosts were just as restless as the breezes, uncertain where and whom to haunt, or whether to take the night off, drifting together in sorrowfully lecherous companionship. While among the trees the red-green vampire lights pulsed faintly and irregularly, like sick fireflies or a plague-stricken space fleet. The feeling of deep misery stuck with Joe and deepened, and he was tempted to turn aside and curl up in any convenient tomb or around some half-toppled headboard and cheat his wife and the other two, behind him, out of a shared doom. He thought, "Gonna roll the bones, gonna roll 'em up and go to sleep." But while he was deciding, he got past the sagged-open gate and the rest of the delirious fence and Shantyville, too. At first, Nighttown seemed dead as the rest of Iron Mine, but then he noticed a faint glow, sick as the vampire lights, but more feverish, and with it a jumping music, tiny at first as a jazz for jitterbugging ants. He stepped along the springy sidewalk, wistfully remembering the days when the spring was all in his own legs, and he'd bound into a fight like a bobcat or a Martian sand spider. God, it had been years now since he had fought a real fight or felt the power. Gradually the midget music got raucous as a bunny hug for grizzly bears, and loud as a polka for elephants, while the glow became a riot of gas flares and flambeaux and corpse-blue mercury tubes and jiggling pink neon ones that all jeered at the stars where the spaceships roved. Next thing, he was facing a 3-story false front, flaring everywhere like a devil's elbow, with a pale blue topping of St. Elmo's fire. There were wide swinging doors in the center of it, spilling light above and below. Above the doorway, golden calcium light scrawled over and over again, with wild curlicues and flourishes, "The Boneyard," while a fiendish red kept printing out, "Gambling." So the new place they'd all been talking about for so long had opened at last. For the first time that night, Joe Slattermill felt a stirring of real life in him, and the faintest caress of excitement. "Gonna roll the bones," he thought. He dusted off his blue-green work clothes with big careless swipes and slapped his pockets to hear the clank. Then he threw back his shoulders and grinned his lips sneeringly and pushed through the swinging doors as if giving a foe the straight-armed heel of his palm. Inside, the boneyard seemed to cover the area of a township, and the bar looked as long as the railroad tracks. Round pools of light on the green poker tables alternated with hourglass shapes of exciting gloom, through which drink girls and change girls moved like white-legged witches. By the jazz stand in the distance, belly dancers made their white hourglass shapes. The gamblers were thick and hunched down as mushrooms, all bald from agonizing over the fall of a card or a die, or the dive of an ivory ball, while the scarlet women were like fields of poinsettia. The calls of the croupiers and the slaps of dealt cards were as softly yet faithfully staccato as the rustle and beat of the jazz drums. Every tight-locked atom of the place was controlledly jumping. Even the dust motes jiggled tensely in the cones of light. Joe's excitement climbed, and he felt sift through him like a breeze that heralds a gale, the faintest breath of a confidence which he knew could become a tornado. All thoughts of his house and wife and mother dropped out of his mind, while Mr. Guts remained only as a crazy young Tom walking stiff-legged around the rim of his consciousness. Joe's own leg muscles twitched in sympathy, and he felt them grow supplely strong. He coolly and searchingly looked the place over. his hand going out like it didn't belong to him to separate a drink from a passing, gently bobbing tray. Finally, his gaze settled on what he judged to be the #1 crap table. All the big mushrooms seemed to be there, bald as the rest, but standing tall as toadstools. Then through a gap in them, Joe saw on the other side of the table a figure still taller, but dressed in a long, dark coat with collar turned up and a dark slouch hat pulled low so that only a triangle of white face showed. A suspicion and a hope rose in Joe, and he headed straight for the gap in the big mushrooms. As he got nearer, the white-legged and shiny-topped drifters eddying out of his way, his suspicion received confirmation after confirmation, and his hope budded and swelled. Back from one end of the table was the fattest man he'd ever seen, with a long cigar and a silver vest and a gold tie clasp at least 8 inches wide that just said in thick script, Mr. Bones. Back a little from the other end was the nakedest change girl yet, and the only one he'd seen whose tray, slung from her bare shoulders and indenting her belly just below her breasts, was stacked with gold in gleaming little towers and with jet-black chips, while the dice girl, skinnier and taller and longer-armed than his wife even, didn't seem to be wearing much but a pair of long white gloves. She was all right if you went for the type that isn't much more than pale skin over bones, with breasts like china doorknobs. Beside each gambler was a high round table for his chips. The one by the gap was empty. Snapping his fingers at the nearest silver change girl, Joe traded all his greasy dollars for an equal number of pale chips and tweaked her left nipple for luck. She playfully snapped her teeth towards his fingers. Not hurrying, but not wasting any time, he advanced and carelessly dropped his modest stacks on the empty table and took his place in the gap. He noted that the second big mushroom on his right had the dice. His heart, but no other part of him, gave an extra jump. Then he steadily lifted his eyes and looked straight across the table. The coat was a shimmering, elegant pillar of black satin with jet buttons, the upturned collar of fine, dull plush, black as the darkest cellar, as was the slouch hat with down-turned brim, and a band of only a thin braid of black horsehair. The arms of the coat were long, lesser satin pillars, ending in slim, long-fingered hands that moved swiftly when they did, but held each position of rest with a statue's poise. Joe still couldn't see much of the face except a smooth lower forehead with never a bead or trickle of sweat. The eyebrows were like straight snippets of the hat's braid, and gaunt, aristocratic cheeks and narrow but somewhat flat nose. The complexion of the face wasn't as white as Joe had first judged. There was a faint touch of brown in it, like ivory that's just begun to age, or Venusian soapstone. Another glance at the hands confirmed this. Behind the man in black was a knot of just about the fleshiest and nastiest customers, male or female, Joe had ever seen. He knew from one look that each bediamonded, pomaded bully had a belly gun beneath the flap of his flowered vest and a blackjack in his hip pocket, and each snake-eyed sporting girl a stiletto in her garter and a pearl-handled, silver-plated derringer under the sequined silk in the hollow between her jutting breasts. Yet at the same time, Joe knew they were just trimmings. It was the man in black, their master, who was the deadly one, the kind of man you knew at a glance you couldn't touch and live. If without asking, you merely laid a finger on his sleeve, no matter how lightly and respectfully, an ivory hand would move faster than thought, and you'd be stabbed or shot. Or maybe just the touch would kill you, as if every black article of his clothing were charged from his ivory skin outwards with a high-voltage, high-amperage ivory electricity. Joe looked at the shadowed face again and decided he wouldn't care to try it. For it was the eyes that were the most impressive feature. All great gamblers have dark, shadowed, deep-set eyes, but this one's eyes were sunk so deep you couldn't even be sure you were getting a gleam of them. They were inscrutability incarnate. They were unfathomable. They were like black holes. But all this didn't disappoint Joe one bit, though it did terrify him considerably. On the contrary, it made him exult. His first suspicion was completely confirmed, and his hope spread into full flower. This must be one of those really big gamblers who hit iron mine only once a decade at most, come from the big city on one of the river boats that range the watery dark like luxurious comets, spouting long thick tails of sparks from their sequoia tall stacks with top foliage of curvy snipped sheet iron, or like silver space liners with dozens of jewel-flamed jets, their portholes a-twinkle like ranks of marshaled asteroids. For that matter, maybe some of those really big gamblers actually came from other planets, where the nighttime pace was hotter and the sporting life a delirium of risk and delight. Yes, this was the kind of man Joe had always yearned to pit his skill against. He felt the power begin to tingle in his rock-still fingers just a little. Joe lowered his gaze to the crap table. It was almost as wide as a man is tall, at least twice as long, unusually deep, and lined with black, not green, felt, so that it looked like a giant's coffin. There was something familiar about its shape, which he couldn't place. Its bottom, though not its sides or ends, had a twinkling iridescence, as if it had been lightly sprinkled with very tiny diamonds. As Joe lowered his gaze all the way and looked directly down, his eyes barely over the table, he got the crazy notion that it went down all the way through the world, so that the diamonds were the stars on the other side, visible despite the sunlight there, just as Joe was always able to see the stars by day up the shaft of the mine he worked in, and so that if a cleaned-out gambler, dizzy with defeat, toppled forward into it, he'd fall forever towards the bottommost bottom, be it hell or some black galaxy. Joe's thoughts swirled, and he felt the cold, hard-fingered clutch of fear at his crotch. Someone was crooning beside him, "Come on, Big Dick." Then the dice, which had meanwhile passed to the big mushroom immediately on his right, came to rest near the table's center, contradicting and wiping out Joe's vision. But instantly there was another oddity to absorb him. The ivory dice were large and unusually round-cornered with dark red spots that gleamed like real rubies, but the spots were arranged in such a way that each face looked like a miniature skull. For instance, the 7 thrown just now, by which the big mushroom to his right had lost his point, which had been 10, consisted of a 2 with the spots evenly spaced towards one side, like eyes, instead of towards opposite corners, and of a 5 with the same red eye spots, but a central red nose, and 2 spots close together below that to make teeth. The long, skinny, white-gloved arm of the dice girl snaked out like an albino cobra and scooped up the dice and whisked them on to the rim of the table right in front of Joe. He inhaled silently, picked up a single chip from his table, and started to lay it beside the dice. Then realized that wasn't the way things were done here, and put it back. He would have liked to examine the chip more closely, though. It was curiously lightweight and pale tan, about the color of cream with a shot of coffee in it, and it had embossed on its surface a symbol he could feel though not see. He didn't know what the symbol was. That would have taken more feeling. Yet its touch had been very good, setting the power tingling full blast in his shooting hand. Joe looked casually yet swiftly at the faces around the table, not missing the big gambler across from him, and said quietly, "Roll a penny," meaning, of course, 1 pale chip, or $1. There was a hiss of indignation from all the big mushrooms, and the moon face of big-bellied Mr. Bones grew purple as he started forward to summon his bouncers. The big gambler raised a black satin forearm and sculptured hand, palm down. Instantly Mr. Bones froze, and the hissing stopped faster than that of a meteor prick in self-sealing space steel. Then in a whispery, cultured voice, without the faintest hint of derision, the man in black said, "Get on him, gamblers." Here, Joe thought, was a final confirmation of his suspicion, had it been needed. The really great gamblers were always perfect gentlemen and generous to the poor. With only the tiny, respectful hint of a guffaw, one of the big mushrooms called to Joe, "You're faded. Joe picked up the ruby-featured dice. Now, ever since he had first caught 2 eggs on 1 plate, won all the marbles in Iron Mine, and juggled 6 alphabet blocks so they finally fell in a row on the rug, spelling mother. Joe Slattermill had been almost incredibly deft at precision throwing. In the mine, he could carom a rock off a wall of ore to crack a rat's skull 50 feet away in the dark, and he sometimes amused himself by tossing little fragments of rock back into the holes from which they had fallen, so that they stuck there, perfectly fitted in for at least a second. Sometimes, by fast tossing, he could fit 7 or 8 fragments into the hole from which they had fallen, like putting together a puzzle block. If he could ever have got into space, Joe would undoubtedly have been able to pilot 6 moon skimmers at once and do figure-8s through Saturn's rings blindfolded. Now the only real difference between precision tossing rocks or alphabet blocks and dice is that you have to bounce the latter off the end wall of a crap table, and that just made it a more interesting test of skill for Joe. Rattling the dice now, he felt the power in his fingers and palm as never before. He made a swift, low roll, so that the bones ended up exactly in front of the white-gloved dice girl. His natural 7 was made up, as he'd intended, of a 4 and a 3. In red spot features, they were like the 5, except that both had only 1 tooth, and the 3 no nose. Sort of baby-face skulls. He had won a penny. That is, $1. "Roll 2 cents, said Joe Slattermill. This time, for variety, he made his natural with an 11. The 6 was like the 5, except it had 3 teeth, the best-looking skull of the lot. "Roll a nickel less 1. 2 big mushrooms divided that bet with a covert smirk at each other. Now Joe rolled a 3 and an ace. His point was 4. The ace, with its single spot off-center towards a side, still somehow looked like a skull, maybe of a Lilliputian cyclops. He took a while making his point, once absent-mindedly rolling 3 successive 10s the hard way. He wanted to watch the dice girl scoop up the cubes. Each time it seemed to him that her snake-swift fingers went under the dice, while they were still flat on the felt. Finally, he decided it couldn't be an illusion. Although the dice couldn't penetrate the felt, her white-gloved fingers somehow could, dipping in a flash through the black, diamond-sparkling material as if it weren't there. Right away, the thought of a crap-table-size hole through the earth came back to Joe. This would mean that the dice were rolling and lying on a perfectly transparent flat surface, impenetrable for them, but nothing else. Or maybe it was only the dice girl's hands that could penetrate the surface, which would turn into a mere fantasy Joe's earlier vision of a cleaned-out gambler taking the big dive down that dreadful shaft, which made the deepest mine a mere pin-dent. Joe decided he had to know which was true. Unless absolutely unavoidable, he didn't want to take the chance of being troubled by vertigo at some crucial stage of the game. He made a few more meaningless throws, from time to time crooning for realism, "Come on, little Joe." Finally, he settled on his plan. When he did at last make his point, the hard way with 2 2s, he caromed the dice off the far corner so that they landed exactly in front of him. Then, after a minimum pause for his throw to be seen by the table, he shot his left hand down under the cubes, just a flicker ahead of the dice girl's strike, and snatched them up. Wow! Joe had never had a harder time in his life making his face and manner conceal what his body felt, not even when the wasp had stung him on the neck, just as he had been for the first time putting his hand under the skirt of his prudish, fickle, demanding wife-to-be. His fingers and the back of his hand were in as much agony as if he'd stuck them into a blast furnace. No wonder the dice girl wore white gloves. They must be asbestos. And a good thing he hadn't used his shooting hand, he thought as he ruefully watched the blisters rise. He remembered he'd been taught in school what 20 Mile Mine also demonstrated, that the earth was fearfully hot under its crust. The crap-table-size hole must pipe up that heat, so that any gambler taking the big dive would fry before he'd fallen a furlong and come out less than a cinder in China. As if his blistered hand weren't bad enough, the big mushrooms were all hissing at him again, and Mr. Bones had purpled once more and was opening his melon-sized mouth to shout for his bouncers. Once again a lift of the big gambler's hand saved Joe. The whispery, gentle voice called, "Tell him, Mr. Bones." The latter roared towards Joe, "No gambler may pick up the dice he or any other gambler has shot. Only my dice girl may do that. Rule of the house." Joe snapped Mr. Bones the barest nod. He said, coolly, "Rolling a dime less 2. And when that still pee-wee bet was covered, he shot Phoebe for his point, and then fooled around for quite a while, throwing anything but a 5 or a 7, until the throbbing in his left hand should fade and all his nerves feel rock solid again. There had never been the slightest alteration in the power in his right hand. He felt that strong as ever, or stronger. Midway of this interlude, the big gambler bowed slightly but respectfully towards Joe, hooding those unfathomable eye sockets, before turning around to take a long black cigarette from his prettiest and evilest-looking sporting girl. Courtesy in the smallest matters, Joe thought, another mark of the master devotee of games of chance. The big gambler sure had himself a flash crew, all right, though in idly looking them over again as he rolled, Joe noted one bummer towards the back who didn't fit in, a raggedly elegant chap with the elf-locked hair and staring eyes and TB-spotted cheeks of a poet. As he watched the smoke trickling up from under the black slouch hat, he decided that either the lights across the table had dimmed, or else the big gambler's complexion was yet a shade darker than he'd thought at first. Or it might even be, wild fantasy, that the big gambler's skin was slowly darkening tonight, like a meerschaum pipe being smoked a mile a second. That was almost funny to think of. There was enough heat in this place, all right, to darken meerschaum, as Joe knew from sad experience, but so far as he was aware, it was all under the table. None of Joe's thoughts, either familiar or admiring, about the big gambler, decreased in the slightest degree his certainty of the supreme menace of the man in black and his conviction that it would be death to touch him. And if any doubts had stirred in Joe's mind, they would have been squelched by the chilling incident which next occurred. The big gambler had just taken into his arms his prettiest, evilest sporting girl, and was running an aristocratic hand across her haunch with perfect gentility, when the poet chap, green-eyed from jealousy and love-sickness, came leaping forward like a wildcat and aimed a long, gleaming dagger at the black satin back. Joe couldn't see how the blow could miss, but without taking his genteel right hand off the sporting girl's plush rear end, the big gambler shot out his left arm like a steel spring straightening. Joe couldn't tell whether he stabbed the poet chap in the throat, or judo-chopped him there, or gave him the Martian double finger, or just touched him. But anyhow, the fellow stopped as dead as if he'd been shot by a silent elephant gun, or an invisible ray pistol, and he slammed down on the floor. A couple of darkies came running up to drag off the body, and nobody paid the least attention, such episodes apparently being taken for granted at the boneyard. It gave Joe quite a turn, and he almost shot Phoebe before he intended to. But by now the waves of pain had stopped running up his left arm, and his nerves were like metal-wrapped new guitar strings. So 3 rolls later he shot a 5, making his point, and set in to clean out the table. He rolled 9 successive naturals, 7 sevens and 2 11s, pyramiding his first wager of a single chip to a stake of over $4,000. None of the big mushrooms had dropped out yet, but some of them were beginning to look worried, and a couple were sweating. The big gambler still hadn't covered any part of Joe's bets, but he seemed to be following the play with interest from the cavernous depths of his eye sockets. Then Joe got a devilish thought. Nobody could beat him tonight, he knew, but if he held on to the dice until the table was cleaned out, he'd never get a chance to see the big gambler exercise his skill, and he was truly curious about that. Besides, he thought, he ought to return courtesy for courtesy, and have a crack at being a gentleman himself. "Pulling out $41 less a nickel," he announced. "Rolling a penny." This time, There wasn't any hissing, and Mr. Bones' moon face didn't cloud over. But Joe was conscious that the big gambler was staring at him disappointedly, or sorrowfully, or maybe just speculatively. Joe immediately crept out by throwing boxcars, rather pleased to see the two best-looking tiny skulls grinning ruby-toothed side by side, and the dice pass to the big mushroom on his left. Knew when his streak was over, he heard another big mushroom mutter with grudging admiration. The play worked rather rapidly around the table, nobody getting very hot and the stakes never more than medium-high. Shoot a fin, rolling a sawbuck, and Andrew Jackson, rolling $30. Now and then Joe covered part of a bet, winning more than he lost. He had over $7,000, real money, before the Bones got around to the big gambler. That one held the dice for a long moment on his statue's steady palm, while he looked at them reflectively, though not the hint of a furrow appeared in his almost brownish forehead, down which never a bead of sweat trickled. He murmured, "Rolling a double sawbuck." And when he had been faded, he closed his fingers, lightly rattled the cubes. The sound was like big seeds inside a small gourd only half dry, and negligently cast the dice towards the end of the table. It was a throw like none Joe had ever seen before at any crap table. The dice traveled flat through the air without turning over, struck the exact juncture of the table's end and bottom, and stopped there dead, showing a natural 7. Joe was distinctly disappointed. On one of his own throws, he was used to calculating something like launch 3 up, 5 north, 2.5 rolls in the air, hit on the 6-5-3 corner, 3/4 roll, and a 1/4 side twist right, hit end on the 1-2 edge, 1/2 reverse roll, and 3/4 side twist left, land on 5 face, roll over twice, come up 2. And that would be for just one of the dice, and a really commonplace throw without extra bounces. By comparison, the technique of the big gambler had been ridiculously, abysmally, horrifyingly simple. Joe could have duplicated it with the greatest ease, of course. It was no more than an elementary form of his old pastime of throwing fallen rocks back into their holes. But Joe had never once thought of pulling such a babyish trick at the crap table. It would make the whole thing too easy and destroy the beauty of the game. Another reason Joe had never used the trick was that he'd never dreamed he'd be able to get away with it. By all the rules he'd ever heard of, it was a most questionable throw. There was the possibility that one or the other die hadn't completely reached the end of the table, or lay a wee bit cocked against the end. Besides, he reminded himself, weren't both dice supposed to rebound off the end, if only for a fraction of an inch? However, as far as Joe's very sharp eyes could see, both dice lay perfectly flat and sprang up against the end wall. Moreover, everyone else at the table seemed to accept the throw. The dice girl had scooped up the cubes, and the big mushrooms who had faded the man in black were paying off. As far as the rebound business went, well, the boneyard appeared to put a slightly different interpretation on that rule, and Joe believed in never questioning house rules except in dire extremity. Both his mother and wife had long since taught him it was the least troublesome way. Besides, there hadn't been any of his own money riding on that roll. In a voice like wind through Cypress Hollow or on Mars, the big gambler announced, "Roll a century." It was the biggest bet yet tonight, $10,000, and the way the big gambler said it made it seem something more than that. A hush fell on the boneyard. They put the mutes on the jazz horns. The croupier's calls became more confidential. The cards fell softlier. Even the roulette balls seemed to be trying to make less noise as they rattled into their cells. The crowd around the number 1 crap table quietly thickened. The big gambler's flash boys and girls formed a double semicircle around him, ensuring him lots of elbow room. That century bet, Joe realized, was $30 more than his own entire pile. 3 or 4 of the big mushrooms had to signal each other before they'd agreed how to fade it. The big gambler shot another natural 7 with exactly the same flat, stop-dead throw. He bet another century and did it again, and again, and again. Joe was getting mighty concerned and pretty indignant, too. It seemed unjust that the big gambler should be winning such huge bets with such machine-like, utterly unromantic rolls. Why, you couldn't even call them rolls. The dice never turned over an iota, in the air or after. It was the sort of thing you'd expect from a robot, and a very dully programmed robot at that. Joe hadn't risked any of his own chips fading the big gambler, of course, but if things went on like this, he'd have to. Two of the big mushrooms had already retired sweatingly from the table, confessing defeat, and no one had taken their places. Pretty soon there'd be a bet the remaining big mushrooms couldn't entirely cover between them, and then he'd have to risk some of his own chips, or else pull out of the game himself. And he couldn't do that, not with the power surging in his right hand like chained lightning. Joe waited and waited for someone else to question one of the big gambler's shots, but no one did. He realized that despite his efforts to look imperturbable, his face was slowly reddening. With a little lift of his left hand, the big gambler stopped the dice girl as she was about to snatch at the cubes. The eyes that were like black wells directed themselves at Joe, who forced himself to look back into them steadily. He still couldn't catch the faintest gleam in them. All at once he felt the lightest touch on neck of a dreadful suspicion. With the utmost civility and amiability, the big gambler whispered, "I believe that the fine shooter across from me has doubts about the validity of my last throw, though he is too much of a gentleman to voice them. Lottie, the card test." The wraith, tall, ivory dice girl plucked a playing card from below the table, and with a venomous flash of her little white teeth, spun it low across the table through the air at Joe. He caught the whirling pasteboard and examined it briefly. It was the thinnest, stiffest, flattest, shiniest playing card Joe had ever handled. It was also the Joker, if that meant anything. He spun it back lazily into her hand, and she slid it very gently, letting it descend by its own weight down the end wall against which the two dice lay. It came to rest in the tiny hollow their rounded edges made against the black felt. She deftly moved it about without force, demonstrating that there was no space between either of the cubes and the table's end at any point. "Satisfied?" the big gambler asked. Rather against his will, Joe nodded. The big gambler bowed to him. The dice girl smirked her short, thin lips and drew herself up, flaunting her white china doorknob breasts at Joe. Casually, almost with an air of boredom, the big gambler returned to his routine of shooting a century and making a natural 7. The big mushrooms wilted fast, and one by one tottered away from the table. A particularly pink-faced toadstool was brought extra cash by a gasping runner, but it was no help. He only lost the additional centuries, while the stacks of pale and black chips beside the big gambler grew skyscraper tall. Joe got more and more furious and frightened. He watched like a hawk or spy satellite the dice nesting against the end wall, but never could spot justification for calling for another card test, or nerve himself to question the house rules at this late date. It was maddening, in fact, insanitizing, to know that if only he could get the cubes once more, he could shoot circles around that black pillar of sporting aristocracy. He damned himself a googolplex of ways for the idiotic, conceited, suicidal impulse that had led him to let go of the bones when he'd had them. To make matters worse, the big gambler had taken to gazing steadily at Joe with those eyes like coal mines. Now he made 3 rolls running without even glancing at the dice or the end wall, as far as Joe could tell. Why, he was getting as bad as Joe's wife or mother. Watching Joe. But the constant staring of those eyes that were not eyes was mostly throwing a terrific scare into him. Supernatural terror added itself to his certainty of the deadliness of the big gambler. Just who, Joe kept asking himself, had he got into a game with tonight? There was curiosity and there was dread. A dreadful curiosity as strong as his desire to get the bones and win. His hair rose, and he was all over goosebumps, though the power was still pulsing in his hand like a braked locomotive or a rocket wanting to lift from the pad. At the same time, the big gambler stayed just that. A black satin-coated, slouch-hatted elegance, suave, courtly, lethal. In fact, almost the worst thing about the spot Joe found himself in was that after admiring the big gambler's perfect sportsmanship all night, he must now be disenchanted by his machine-like throwing and try to catch him out on any technicality he could. The remorseless mowing down of the big mushrooms went on. The empty spaces outnumbered the toadstools. Soon there were only 3 left. The boneyard had grown still as Cypress Hollow or the moon. The jazz had stopped, and the gay laughter and the shuffle of feet and the squeak of goosed girls and the clink of drinks and coins. Everybody seemed to be gathered around the number 1 crap table, rank on silent rank. Joe was racked by watchfulness, sense of injustice, self-contempt, wild hopes, curiosity, and dread, especially the last 2. The complexion of the big gambler, as much as you could see of it, continued to darken. For one wild moment, Joe found himself wondering if he'd got into a game with a nigger, maybe a witchcraft-drenched voodoo man whose white makeup was wearing off. Pretty soon there came a century wager which the 2 remaining big mushrooms couldn't fade between them. Joe had to make up a sawbuck from his miserably tiny pile or get out of the game. After a moment's agonizing hesitation, he did the former, and lost his 10. The 2 big mushrooms reeled back into the hushed crowd. Pit-black eyes bored into Joe. A whisper, "Rolling your pile." Joe felt well up in him the shameful impulse to confess himself licked and run home. At least his $6,000 would make a hit with his wife and Ma. But he just couldn't bear to think of the crowd's laughter, or the thought of living with himself, knowing that he'd had a final chance, however slim, to challenge the big gambler and passed it up. He nodded. The big gambler shot. Joe leaned out over and down the table, forgetting his vertigo, as he followed the throw with eagle or space telescope eyes. Satisfied? Joe knew he ought to say yes, and slink off with head held as high as he could manage. It was the gentlemanly thing to do. But then he reminded himself that he wasn't a gentleman, but just a dirty, working stiff miner with a talent for precision hurling. He also knew that it was probably very dangerous for him to say anything but yes, surrounded as he was by enemies and strangers. But then he asked himself what right had he, a miserable, mortal, homebound failure, to worry about danger? Besides, one of the ruby-grinning dice looked just the tiniest hair out of line with the other. It was the biggest effort yet of Joe's life, but he swallowed and managed to say, "No, Lottie, the card test." The dice girl fairly snarled and reared up and back, as if she were going to spit in his eyes, and Joe had a feeling her spit was cobra venom. But the big gambler lifted a finger at her in reproof, and she skimmed the card at Joe, yet so low and viciously that it disappeared under the black felt for an instant before flying up into Joe's hand. It was hot to the touch, and singed a pale brown all over, though otherwise unimpaired. Joe gulped and spun it back high. Sneering poison daggers at him, Lottie let it glide down the end wall, and after a moment's hesitation, it slithered behind the die Joe had suspected. A bow, and then the whisper, "You have sharp eyes, sir. Undoubtedly that die failed to reach the wall. My sincerest apologies, and your dice, sir." Seeing the cube sitting on the black rim in front of him almost gave Joe apoplexy. All the feelings racking him, including his curiosity, rose to an almost unbelievable pitch of intensity, and when he'd said, "Rolling my pile," and the big gambler had replied, "You're faded," he yielded to an uncontrollable impulse and cast the 2 dice straight at the big gambler's ungleaming midnight eyes. They went right through into the big gambler's skull and bounced around inside there, rattling like big seeds in a big gourd not quite yet dry. Throwing out a hand, palm back, to either side to indicate that none of his boys or girls or anyone else must make a reprisal on Joe, The big gambler dryly gargled the 2 cubical bones, then spat them out, so that they landed in the center of the table, the one die flat, the other leaning against it. "Cocked dice, sir," he whispered as graciously as if no indignity whatever had been done him. "Roll again." Joe shook the dice reflectively, getting over the shock. After a little bit, he decided that though he could now guess the big gambler's real name, he'd still give him a run for his money. A little corner of Joe's mind wondered how a live skeleton hung together. Did the bones still have gristle and thews? Were they wired? Was it done with force fields? Or was each bone a calcium magnet clinging to the next? This tying in somehow with a generation of the deadly ivory electricity. In the great hush of the boneyard, someone cleared his throat. A scarlet woman tittered hysterically. A coin fell from the nakedest change girl's tray with a golden clink and rolled musically across the floor. "Silence!" the big gambler commanded, and in a movement almost too fast to follow, whipped a hand inside the bosom of his coat and out to the crap table's rim in front of him. A short-barreled silver revolver lay softly gleaming there. "Next creature from the humblest nigger night girl to you, Mr. Bones, who utters a sound while my worthy opponent rolls, gets a bullet in the head." Joe gave him a courtly bow back. It felt funny, and then decided to start his run with a natural 7 made up of an ace and a 6. He rolled, and this time the big gambler, judging from the movements of his skull, closely followed the course of the cubes with his eyes that weren't there. The dice landed, rolled over, and lay still. Incredulously, Joe realized that for the first time in his crap-shooting life he'd made a mistake. Or else there was a power in the big gambler's gaze greater than that in his own right hand. The 6th cube had come down okay, but the ace had taken an extra half roll and come down 6 too. "End of the game," Mr. Bones boomed sepulchrally. The big gambler raised a brown skeletal hand. "Not necessarily," he whispered. His black eye pits aimed themselves at Joe like the mouths of siege guns. "Joe Slattermill, you still have something of value to wager if you wish. Your life." At that a giggling and a hysterical tittering and a guffawing and a braying and a shrieking burst uncontrollably out of the whole boneyard. Mr. Bones summed up the sentiments when he bellowed over the rest of the racket, "Now what use or value is there in the life of a bummer like Joe Slattermill? Not 2 cents, ordinary money." The big gambler laid a hand on the revolver gleaming before him, and all the laughter died. "I have a use for it," the big gambler whispered. "Joe Slattermill, on my part, I will venture all my winnings of tonight, and throw in the world and everything in it for a side bet. You will wager your life, and on the side your soul. You to roll the dice. What's your pleasure?" Joe Slattermill quailed, but then the drama of the situation took hold of him. He thought it over and realized he certainly wasn't going to give up being stage center in a spectacle like this, to go home broke to his wife and mother and decaying house and the dispirited Mr. Guts. Maybe, he told himself encouragingly, there wasn't a power in the big gambler's gaze. Maybe Joe had just made his one and only crap-shooting error. Besides, he was more inclined to accept Mr. Bones' assessment of the value of his life than the big gambler's. "It's a bet," he said. "Lottie, give him the dice." Joe concentrated his mind as never before. The power tingled triumphantly in his hand, and he made his throw. The dice never hit the felt. They went swooping down, then up in a crazy curve, far out over the end of the table, and then came streaking back like tiny red glinting meteors towards the face of the big gambler, where they suddenly nested and hung in his black eye sockets, each with a single red gleam of an ace showing. Snake eyes. The whisper, as those red glinting dice eyes stared mockingly at him. "Joe Slattermill, you've crapped out." Using thumb and middle finger, or bone rather, of either hand, the big gambler removed the dice from his eye sockets and dropped them in Lottie's white-gloved hand. "Yes, you've crapped out, Joe Slattermill," he went on tranquilly, "and now you can shoot yourself." He touched the silver gun. "Or cut your throat." He whipped a gold-handled bowie knife out of his coat and laid it beside the revolver. "Or poison yourself." The two weapons were joined by a small black bottle with white skull and crossbones on it. "Or Miss Flossie here can kiss you to death." He drew forward beside him his prettiest, evilest-looking sporting girl. She preened herself and flounced her short violet skirt and gave Joe a provocative, hungry look, lifting her carmine upper lip to show her long white canines. "Or else," the big gambler added, nodding significantly towards the black-bottomed crap table, "you can take the big dive." Joe said evenly, "I'll take the big dive." He put his right foot on his empty chip table, his left on the black rim, fell forward, and suddenly, kicking off from the rim, launched himself in a tiger spring straight across the crap table at the big gambler's throat, solacing himself with the thought that certainly the poet chap hadn't seemed to suffer long. As he flashed across the exact center of the table, he got an instant photograph of what really lay below, but his brain had no time to develop that snapshot. For the next instant he was plowing into the big gambler. Stiffened brown palm edge caught him in the temple with a lightning-like judo chop, and the brown fingers or bones flew all apart like puff paste. Joe's left hand went through the big gambler's chest as if there were nothing there but black satin coat, while his right hand, straight-armedly clawing at the slouch-hatted skull, crunched it to pieces. Next instant Joe was sprawled on the floor with some black clothes and brown fragments. He was on his feet in a flash, and snatching at the big gambler's tall stacks. He had time for one left-handed grab. He couldn't see any gold or silver or any black chips, so he stuffed his left pants pocket with a handful of the Pail chips and ran. Then the whole population of the boneyard was on him and after him. Teeth, knives, and brass knuckles flashed. He was punched, clawed, kicked, tripped, and stamped on with spike heels. A gold-plated trumpet with a bloodshot-eyed black face behind it bopped him on the head. He got a white flash of a golden dice girl and made a grab for her, but she got away. Someone tried to mash a lighted cigar in his eye. Lottie, writhing and flailing like a white boa constrictor, almost got a simultaneous stranglehold and scissors on him. From a squat, wide-mouthed bottle, Flossie, snarling like a feline fiend, threw what smelt like acid past his face. Mr. Bones peppered shots around him from the silver revolver. He was stabbed at, gouged, rabbit-punched, scrag-mauled, slug-kneed, bitten, bear-hugged, butted, beaten, and had his toes trampled. But somehow none of the blows or grabs had much real force. It was like fighting ghosts. In the end, it turned out that the whole population of the boneyard, working together, had just a little more strength than Joe. He felt himself being lifted by a multitude of hands and pitched out through the swinging doors so that he thudded down on his rear end on the board sidewalk. Even that didn't hurt much. It was more like a kick of encouragement. He took a deep breath and felt himself over and worked his bones. He didn't seem to have suffered any serious damage. He stood up and looked around. The boneyard was dark and silent as the grave, or the planet Pluto, or all the rest of Iron Mine. As his eyes got accustomed to the starlight and occasional roving spaceship gleam, he saw a padlocked sheet-iron door where the swinging ones had been. He found he was chewing on something crusty that he'd somehow carried in his right hand all the way through the final fracas. Mighty tasty, like the bread his wife baked for best customers. At that instant his brain developed the photograph it had taken when he had glanced down as he flashed across the center of the crap table. It was a thin wall of flames moving sideways across the table, and just beyond the flames the faces of his wife, mother, and Mr. Guts, all looking very surprised. He realized that what he was chewing was a fragment of the big gambler's skull, and he remembered the shape of the 3 loaves his wife had started to bake when he left the house. And he understood the magic she'd made to let him get a little ways away and feel half a man, and then come diving home with his fingers burned. He spat out what was in his mouth and pegged the rest of the bit of giant popover skull across the street. He fished in his left pocket. Most of the pale poker chips had been mashed in the fight, but he found a whole one and explored its surface with his fingertips. The symbol embossed on it was a cross. He lifted it to his lips and took a bite. It tasted delicate but delicious. He ate it and felt his strength revive. He patted his bulging left pocket. At least he'd started out well provisioned. Then he turned and headed straight for home, but he took the long way around the world. Sanity. Come in, Phi, and make yourself comfortable. The mellow voice and the suddenly dilating doorway caught the General Secretary of the World playing with a blob of greenish gasoid, squeezing it in his fist and watching it ooze between his fingers in spatula tendrils that did not dissipate. Slowly, crookedly, he turned his head. World Manager Carsbury became aware of a gaze that was at once oafish, sly, vacuous. Abruptly, the expression was replaced by a nervous smile. The thin man straightened himself, as much as his habitually drooping shoulders would permit, hastily entered, and sat down on the extreme edge of a pneumatically form-fitting chair. He embarrassedly fumbled the blob of gasoid, looking around for a convenient disposal vent or a crevice in the upholstery. Finding none, he stuffed it hurriedly into his pocket. Then he repressed his fidgetings by clasping his hands resolutely together and sat with downcast eyes. "How are you feeling, old man?" Carsbury asked in a voice that was warm with a benign friendliness. The General Secretary did not look up. "Anything bothering you, Phi?" Carsbury continued solicitously. "Do you feel a bit unhappy or dissatisfied about your transfer now that the moment has arrived?" Still the General Secretary did not respond. Carsbury leaned forward across the dully silver, semicircular desk, and in his most winning tones urged, "Come on, old fellow, tell me all about it." The General Secretary did not lift his head, but he rolled up his strange, distant eyes until they were fixed directly on Carsbury. He shivered a little, his body seemed to contract, and his bloodless hands tightened their interlocking grip. "I know," he said in a low, effortful voice. "You think I'm insane." Carsbury sat back, forcing his brows to assume a baffled frown under the mane of silvery hair. "Oh, you needn't pretend to be puzzled," Phi continued, swiftly now that he'd broken the ice. "You know what that word means as well as I do. Better, even though we both had to do historical research to find out." "Insane," he repeated dreamily, his gaze wavering. "Significant departure from the norm. Inability to conform to basic conventions underlying all human conduct." "Nonsense," said Carsbury, rallying and putting on his warmest and most compelling smile. "I haven't the slightest idea of what you're talking about. That you're a little tired, a little strained, a little distraught, that's quite understandable, considering the burden you've been carrying. And a little rest will be just the thing to fix you up. A nice long vacation away from all this. But as for your being, why, ridiculous." "No," said Phi, his gaze pinning Carsbury. "You think I'm insane. You think all my colleagues in the World Management Service are insane. That's why you're having us replaced with those men you've been training for 10 years in your Institute of Political Leadership, ever since, with my help and connivance, you became world manager." Carsbury retreated before the finality of the statement. For the first time, his smile became a bit uncertain. He started to say something, then hesitated and looked at Phi as if half hoping he would go on. But that individual was once again staring rigidly at the floor. Carsbury leaned back, thinking. When he spoke, it was in a more natural voice, much less consciously soothing and fatherly. "Well, all right, Phi. But look here, tell me something, honestly. Won't you and the others be a lot happier when you've been relieved of all your responsibilities? Phi nodded somberly. Yes, he said, we will. But his face became strained. You see, but, Carsbury prompted. Phi swallowed hard. He seemed unable to go on. He had gradually slumped toward one side of the chair, and the pressure had caused the green gasoid to ooze from his pocket. His long fingers crept over and kneaded it fretfully. Carsbury stood up and came around the desk. His sympathetic frown, from which perplexity had ebbed, was not quite genuine. I don't see why I shouldn't tell you all about it now, Phi, he said simply. In a queer sort of way, I owe it all to you, and there isn't any point now in keeping it a secret. There isn't any danger. Yes, Phi agreed with a quick, bitter smile. You haven't been in any danger of a coup d'etat for some years now. If ever we should have revolted, there'd have been— His gaze shifted to a point in the opposite wall where a faint vertical crease indicated the presence of a doorway. Your secret police. Carsbury started. He hadn't thought Phi had known. Disturbingly, there loomed in his mind a phrase, the cunning of the insane. But only for a moment. Friendly complacency flooded back. He went behind Phi's chair and rested his hands on the sloping shoulders. You know, I've always had a special feeling toward you, Phi, he said, and not only because your whims made it a lot easier for me to become world manager. I've always felt that you were different from the others, that there were times when— He hesitated. Phi squirmed a little under the friendly hands. When I had my moments of sanity, he finished flatly. Like now, said Carsbury softly, after a nod the other could not see. I've always felt that sometimes, in a kind of twisted, unrealistic way, you understood. And that has meant a lot to me. I've been alone, Phi, dreadfully alone, for 10 whole years. No companionship anywhere. Not even among the men I've been training in the Institute of Political Leadership. For I've had to play a part with them, too, keep them in ignorance of certain facts, for fear they would try to seize power over my head before they were sufficiently prepared. No companionship anywhere, except for my hopes, and for occasional moments with you. Now that it's over, and a new regime is beginning for us both, I can tell you that, and I'm glad. There was a silence. Then, Phi did not look around, but one lean hand crept up and touched Carsbury's. Carsbury cleared his throat. Strange, he thought, that there could be even a momentary rapport like this between the sane and the insane. But it was so. He disengaged his hands, strode rapidly back to his desk, turned. I'm a throwback, Phi, he began in a new, unused, eager voice. A throwback to a time when human mentality was far sounder. Whether my case was due chiefly to heredity, or to certain unusual accidents of environment, or to both, is unimportant. The point is that a person had been born who was in a position to criticize the present state of mankind in the light of the past, to diagnose its condition and to begin its cure. For a long time I refused to face the facts. But finally my researchers, especially those in the literature of the 20th century, left me no alternative. The mentality of mankind had become aberrant. Only certain technological advances, which had resulted in making the business of living infinitely easier and simpler, and the fact that war had been ended with the creation of the present world state, were staving off the inevitable breakdown of civilization. But only staving it off, delaying it. The great masses of mankind had become what would once have been called hopelessly neurotic. Their leaders had become, you said it first, Phi, insane. Incidentally, this latter phenomenon, the drift of psychological aberrance toward leadership, has been noted in all ages. He paused. Was he mistaken, or was Phi following his words with indications of a greater mental clarity than he had ever noted before, even in the relatively non-violent World Secretary? Perhaps he had often dreamed wistfully of the possibility there was still a chance of saving Phi. Perhaps if he just explained to him clearly and calmly. In my historical studies, he continued, I soon came to the conclusion that the crucial period was that of the final amnesty, concurrent with the founding of the present world state. We are taught that at that time there were released from confinement millions of political prisoners, and millions of others. Just who were those others? To this question, our present histories gave only vague and platitudinous answers. The semantic difficulties I encountered were exceedingly obstinate, but I kept hammering away. Why, I asked myself, have such words as insanity, lunacy, madness, psychosis disappeared from our vocabulary, and the concepts behind them from our thought? Why has the subject abnormal psychology disappeared from the curricula of our schools? Of greater significance, why is our modern psychology strikingly similar to the field of abnormal psychology as taught in the 20th century, and to that field alone? Why are there no longer, as there were in the 20th century, any institutions for the confinement and care of the psychologically aberrant? Phi's head jerked up. He smiled twistedly. Because, he whispered slyly, everyone's insane now. The cunning of the insane. Again that phrase loomed warningly in Carsbury's mind, but only for a moment. He nodded. At first I refused to make that deduction, but gradually I reasoned out the why and wherefore of what had happened. It wasn't only that a highly technological civilization had subjected mankind to a wider and more swiftly tempoed range of stimulations, conflicting suggestions, mental strains, emotional wrenchings. In the literature of 20th century psychiatry, there are observations on a kind of psychosis that results from success. An unbalanced individual keeps going so long as he is fighting something, struggling toward a goal. He reaches his goal and goes to pieces. His repressed confusions come to the surface. He realizes that he doesn't know what he wants at all. His energies hitherto engaged in combating something outside himself are turned against himself. He is destroyed. Well, when war was finally outlawed, when the whole world became one unified state, when social inequality was abolished. You see what I'm driving at? Phi nodded slowly. That, he said in a curious, distant voice, is a very interesting deduction. Having reluctantly accepted my main premise, Carsbury went on, everything became clear. The cyclic 6 months fluctuations in world credit. I realized at once that Morgenstern of finance must be a manic depressive with a 6 months phase, or else a dual personality, with one aspect a spendthrift, the other a miser. It turned out to be the former. Why was the Department of Cultural Advancement stagnating? Because Manager Hobart was markedly catatonic. Why the boom in extraterrestrial research? Because McElvey was a euphoric. Phi looked at him wonderingly. But naturally, he said, spreading his lean hands, from one of which the gasoid dropped like a curl of green smoke. Carsbury glanced at him sharply. He replied, Yes, I know that you and several of the others have a certain warped awareness of the differences between your personalities, though none whatsoever of the basic aberration involved in them all. But to get on. As soon as I realized the situation, my course was marked out. As a sane man, capable of entertaining fixed, realistic purposes, and surrounded by individuals of whose inconsistencies and delusions it was easy to make use, I was in a position to attain, with time and tact, any goal at which I might aim. I was already in the managerial service. In 3 years I became world manager. Once there, my range of influence was vastly enhanced. Like the man in Archimedes' epigram, I had a place to stand from which I could move the world. I was able, in various guises and on various pretexts, to promulgate regulations, the actual purpose of which was to soothe the great neurotic masses by curtailing upsetting stimulations and introducing a more regimented and orderly program of living. I was able, by humoring my fellow executives and making the fullest use of my greater capacity for work, to keep world affairs staggering along fairly safely, at least stave off the worst. At the same time, I was able to begin my 10 years plan, the training in comparative isolation, first in small numbers, then in larger, as those instructed could in turn become instructors, of a group of prospective leaders carefully selected on the basis of their relative freedom from neurotic tendencies. But Phi began rather excitedly, starting up. But what? Carsbury inquired quickly. Nothing, muttered Phi dejectedly, sinking back. That about covers it, Carsbury concluded, his voice suddenly grown a little duller. Except for one secondary matter. I couldn't afford to let myself go ahead without a protection. Too much depended on me. There was always the risk of being wiped out by some ill-coordinated but nonetheless effective spasm of violence, momentarily uncontrollable by tact on the part of my fellow executives. So, only because I could see no alternative, I took a dangerous step. I created... His glance strayed toward the faint crease in the side wall. My secret police. There's a type of insanity known as paranoia, an exaggerated suspiciousness involving delusions of persecution. By means of the late 20th century, Rand technique of hypnotism, I inculcated a number of these unfortunate individuals with a fixed idea that their lives depended on me, and that I was threatened from all sides and must be protected at all costs. A distasteful expedient, even though it served its purpose. I shall be glad, very glad to see it discontinued. You can understand, can't you, why I had to take that step? He looked questioningly at Phi, and became aware with a shock that that individual was grinning at him vacuously and holding up the gasoid between two fingers. I cut a hole in my couch, and a lot of this stuff came out, Phi explained in a thick, naive voice. Ropes of it got all over my office. I kept tripping. His fingers patted at it, deftly, sculpturing it into the form of a hideous, transparent green head, which he proceeded to squeeze out of existence. Queer stuff, he rambled on. Rarefied liquid, gas of fixed volume, and all over my office floor, tangled up with the furniture. Carsbury leaned back and shut his eyes. His shoulders slumped. He felt suddenly a little weary, a little eager for his day of triumph to be done. He knew he shouldn't be despondent because he had failed with Phi. After all, the main victory was won. Phi was the merest of side issues. He had always known that, except for flashes, Phi was hopeless as the rest. Still, you don't need to worry about your office floor, Phi, he said with a listless kindliness. Never any more. Your successor will have to see about cleaning it up. Already, you know, to all intents and purposes, you have been replaced. That's just it. Carsbury started at Phi's explosive loudness. The World Secretary jumped up and strode toward him, pointing an excited hand. That's what I came to see you about. That's what I've been trying to tell you. I can't be replaced like that. None of the others can either. It won't work. You can't do it. With a swiftness born of long practice, Carsbury slipped behind his desk. He forced his features into that expression of calm, smiling benevolence of which he had grown unutterably weary. Now, Phi, he said brightly, soothingly. If I can't do it, of course I can't do it. But don't you think you ought to tell me why? Don't you think it would be very nice to sit down and talk it all over, and you tell me why? Phi halted and hung his head abashed. Yes, I guess it would, he said slowly, abruptly falling back into the low, effortful tones. I guess I'll have to. I guess there just isn't any other way. I had hoped, though, not to have to tell you everything. The last sentence was half question. He looked up wheedlingly at Carsbury. The latter shook his head, continuing to smile. Phi went back and sat down. Well, he finally began, gloomily kneading the gasoid. It all began when you first wanted to be world manager. You weren't the usual type, but I thought it would be kind of fun. Yes, and kind of helpful. He looked up at Carsbury. You've really done the world a lot of good in quite a lot of ways. Always remember that, he assured him. Of course, he added again, focusing the tortured gasoid. They weren't exactly the ways you thought. No? Carsbury prompted automatically. Humor him. Humor him. The worn-out refrain droned in his mind. Phi sadly shook his head. Take those regulations you promulgated to soothe people. Yes. They kind of got changed on the way. For instance, your prohibition regarding reading tapes of all exciting literature. Oh, we tried a little of the soothing stuff you suggested at first. Everyone got a great kick out of it. They laughed and laughed. But afterwards, well, as I said, it kind of got changed. In this case, to a prohibition of all unexciting literature. Carsbury's smile broadened. For a moment, the edge of his mind had toyed with a fear, but Phi's last remark had banished it. Every day I coast past several reading stands, Carsbury said gently. The fiction tapes offered for sale are always in the most chastely and simply colored containers. None of those wild and lurid pictures that one used to see everywhere. But did you ever buy one and listen to it? Or project the visual text? Phi questioned apologetically. For 10 years I've been a very busy man, Carsbury answered. Of course, I read the official reports regarding such matters, and at times glanced through sample resumes of tape fiction. Oh, sure, that sort of official stuff, agreed Phi, glancing up at the wall of tape files beyond the desk. What we did, you see, was to keep the monochrome containers, but go back to the old kind of contents. The contrast kind of tickled people. Remember, as I said before, a lot of your regulations have done good. Cut out a lot of unnecessary noise and inefficient foolishness, for one thing. That sort of official stuff. The phrase lingered unpleasantly in Carsbury's ears. There was a trace of irrepressible suspicion in his quick over-the-shoulder glance at the tiered tape files. Oh, yes, Phi went on, and that prohibition against yielding to unusual or indecent impulses, with a long listing of specific categories. It went into effect all right, but with a little rider attached, unless you really want to. That seemed absolutely necessary, you know. His fingers worked furiously with the gasoid. As for the prohibition of various stimulating beverages, well, in this locality they're still served under other names, and an interesting custom has grown up of behaving very soberly while imbibing them. Now when we come to that matter of the 8-hour working day. Almost involuntarily, Carsbury had got up and walked over to the outer wall. With a flip of his hand through an invisible U-shaped beam, he switched on the window. It was as if the outer wall had disappeared. Through its near-perfect transparency, he peered down with fierce curiosity past the sleekly gleaming facades to the terraces and parkways below. The modest throng seemed quiet and orderly enough, but then there was a scurry of confusion. A band of people, at this angle all tiny heads with arms and legs, came out from a shop far below and began to pelt another group with what looked like foodstuffs, while on a side parkway, 2 small ovoid vehicles, seamless drops of silver because their vision panels were invisible from the outside, butted each other playfully. Someone started to run. Carsbury hurriedly switched off the window and turned around. Those were just off-chance occurrences, he told himself angrily, of no real statistical significance whatever. For 10 years, mankind had steadily been trending toward sanity, despite occasional relapses. He'd seen it with his own eyes, seen the day-by-day progress, at least enough to know. He'd been a fool to let Phi's ramblings affect him. Only tired nerves had made that possible. He glanced at his timepiece. "Excuse me," he said curtly, striding past Phi's chair. "I'd like to continue this conversation, but I have to get along to the first meeting of the new central managerial staff." "Oh, but you can't!" Instantly, Phi was up and dragging at his arm. "You just can't do it, you know. It's impossible." The pleading voice rose toward a scream. Impatiently, Carsbury tried to shake loose. The seam in the side wall widened, became a doorway. Instantly, both of them stopped struggling. In the doorway stood a cadaverous giant of a man, with a stubby dark weapon in his hand. Straggly black beard shaded into gaunt cheeks. His face was a cruel blend of suspicion and fanatical devotion, the first directed along with the weapon at Phi, the second, and the somnambulistic eyes, at Carsbury. "He was threatening you?" the bearded man asked in a harsh voice, moving the weapon suggestively. For a moment an angry, vindictive light glinted in Carsbury's eyes. Then it flicked out. What could he have been thinking, he asked himself. This poor, lunatic world secretary was no one to hate. "Not at all, Hartman," he remarked calmly. "We were discussing something, and we became excited and allowed our voices to rise. Everything is quite all right." "Very well," said the bearded man doubtfully after a pause. Reluctantly, he returned his weapon to its holster, but he kept his hand on it and remained standing in the doorway. "And now," said Carsbury, disengaging himself, "I must go." He had stepped onto the corridor's slidewalk, and had coasted halfway to the elevator before he realized that Phi had followed him and was plucking timidly at his sleeve. "You can't go off like this," Phi pleaded urgently, with an apprehensive backward glance. Carsbury noted that Hartman had also followed, an ominous pylon 2 paces to the rear. "You must give me a chance to explain, to tell you why, just like you asked me." Humor him. Carsbury's mind was deadly tired of the drone, but mere weariness prompted him to dance to it a little longer. "You can talk to me in the elevator," he conceded, stepping off the slidewalk. His finger flipped through a U-beam, and a serpentine movement of light across the wall traced the elevator's obedient rise. "You see, it wasn't just that matter of prohibitory regulations," Phi launched out hurriedly. "There were lots of other things that never did work out like your official reports indicated. Departmental budgets, for instance. The report showed, I know, that appropriations for extraterrestrial research were being regularly slashed. Actually, in your 10 years of office, they increased tenfold. Of course, there was no way for you to know that. You couldn't be all over the world at once and see each separate launching of suprastratospheric rockets." The moving light became stationary. A seam dilated. Carsbury stepped into the elevator. He debated sending Hartman back. Poor babbling Phi was no menace. Still, the cunning of the insane. He decided against it, reached out and flipped the control beam at the sector which would bring them to the 100th and top floor. The door snipped softly shut. The cage became a surging darkness in which floor numerals winked softly. 21, 22, 23. And then there was the military service. You had it sharply curtailed. "Of course I did." Sheer weariness stung Carsbury into talk. "There's only one country in the world. Obviously, the only military requirement is an adequate police force, to say nothing of the risks involved in putting weapons into the hands of the present world population." "I know." Phi's answer came guiltily from the darkness. "Still, what's happened is that, unknown to you, the military service has been increased in size, and recently 4 rocket squadrons have been added." 57, 58. Humor him. "Why?" "Well, you see, we found out that Earth is being reconnoitered. Maybe from Mars, maybe hostile. Have to be prepared. We didn't tell you, well, because we were afraid it might excite you." The voice trailed off. Carsbury shut his eyes. How long, he asked himself, how long? He realized with dull surprise that in the last hour people like Phi, endured for 10 years, had become unutterably weary to him. For the moment, even the thought of the conference over which he would soon be presiding, the conference that was to usher in a sane world, failed to stir him. Reaction to success, to the end of a 10 years' tension. Do you know how many floors there are in this building? Carsbury was not immediately conscious of the new note in Phi's voice, but he reacted to it. 100, he replied promptly. Then, asked Phi, just where are we? Carsbury opened his eyes to the darkness. 127, blinked the floor numeral. 128, 129. Something cold dragged at Carsbury's stomach, pulled at his brain. He felt as if his mind were being slowly and irresistibly twisted. He thought of hidden dimensions, of unsuspected holes in space. Something remembered from elementary physics danced through his thoughts. If it were possible for an elevator to keep moving upward with uniform acceleration, no one inside an elevator could determine whether the effects they were experiencing were due to acceleration or to gravity, whether the elevator were standing motionless on some planet or shooting up at ever-increasing velocity through free space. 141, 142. Or as if you were rising through consciousness into an unsuspected realm of mentality lying above, suggested Phi in his new voice, with its hint of gentle laughter. 146, 147. It was slowing now. 149, 150. It had stopped. This was some trick. The thought was like cold water in Carsbury's face, some cunning, childish trick of Phi's, an easy thing to hocus the numerals. Carsbury groped irascibly about in the darkness, and counted the slick surface of a holster, Hartman's gaunt frame. Get ready for a surprise, Phi warned from close at his elbow. As Carsbury turned and grabbed, bright sunlight drenched him, followed by a gripping, heart-stopping spasm of vertigo. He, Hartman, and Phi, along with a few insubstantial bits of furnishings and controls, were standing in the air 50 stories above the 100-story summit of World Managerial Center. For a moment he grabbed frantically at nothing. Then he realized they were not falling, and his eyes began to trace the hint of walls and ceiling and floor, and immediately below them the ghost of a shaft. Phi nodded. That's all there is to it, he assured Carsbury casually. Just another of those charmingly odd modern notions against which you have legislated so persistently, like our incomplete staircases and roads to nowhere. The Buildings and Grounds Committee decided to extend the range of the elevator for sightseeing purposes. The shaft was made air transparent to avoid spoiling the form of the original building and to improve the view. This was achieved so satisfactorily that an electronic warning system had to be installed for the safety of passing air jets and other craft. Treating the surfaces of the cage like windows was an obvious detail. He paused and looked quizzically at Carsbury. All very simple, he observed, but don't you find a kind of symbolism in it? For 10 years now you've been spending most of your life in that building below. Every day you've used this elevator, but not once have you dreamed of these 50 extra stories. Don't you think that something of the same sort may be true of your observations of other aspects of contemporary social life? Carsbury gaped at him stupidly. Phi turned to watch the growing speck of an approaching aircraft. You might look at it, too, he remarked to Carsbury, for it's going to transport you to a far happier, more restful life. Carsbury parted his lips, wet them. But, he said unsteadily, but. Phi smiled. That's right. I didn't finish my explanation. Well, you might have gone on being world manager all your life, in the isolation of your office and your miles of taped official reports and your occasional confabs with me and the others. Except for your Institute of Political Leadership and your 10-year plan. That upset things. Of course, we were as much interested in it as we were in you. It had definite possibilities. We hoped it would work out. We would have been glad to retire from office if it had. But most fortunately, it didn't. And that sort of ended the whole experiment. He caught the downward direction of Carsbury's gaze. No, he said, I'm afraid your pupils aren't waiting for you in the conference chamber on the 100th story. I'm afraid they're still in the Institute. His voice became gently sympathetic. And I'm afraid that it's become, well, a somewhat different sort of institute. Carsbury stood very still, swaying a little. Gradually, his thoughts and his willpower were emerging from the waking nightmare that had paralyzed them. The cunning of the insane. He had neglected that trenchant warning. In the very moment of victory. No, he had forgotten Hartman. This was the very emergency for which that counterstroke had been prepared. He glanced sideways at the chief member of the secret police. The black giant, unconcerned by their strange position, was glaring fixedly at Phi, as if at some evil magician from whom any malign impossibility could be expected. Now Hartman became aware of Carsbury's gaze. He divined his thought. He drew his dark weapon from its holster, pointed it unwaveringly at Phi. His black bearded lips curled. From them came a hissing sound. Then, in a loud voice, he cried, "You're dead, Phi. I disintegrated you." Phi reached over and took the weapon from his hand. "That's another respect in which you completely miscalculated the modern temperament," he remarked to Carsbury, a shade argumentatively. "All of us have certain subjects in which we are a trifle unrealistic. That's only human nature. Hartman's was his suspiciousness, a weakness for ideas involving plots and persecutions. You gave him the worst sort of job, one that catered to and encouraged his weaknesses. In a very short time he became hopelessly unrealistic. Why, for years he's never realized that he's been carrying a dummy pistol." He passed it to Carsbury for inspection. "But," he added, "give him the proper job and he'd function well enough. Say something in creation or exploration. Fitting the man to the job is an art with infinite possibilities. That's why we had Morgenstern in finance, to keep credit fluctuating in a safe, predictable rhythm. That's why a euphoric is made manager of extraterrestrial research, to keep it booming. Why a catatonic is given cultural advancement, to keep it from tripping on its face in its haste to get ahead." He turned away. Dully, Carsbury observed that the aircraft was hovering close to the cage and sidling slowly in. "But in that case, why—" he began stupidly. "Why were you made world manager?" Phi finished easily. "Isn't that fairly obvious? Haven't I told you several times that you did a lot of good indirectly? You interested us, don't you see? In fact, you were practically unique. As you know, it's our cardinal principle to let every individual express himself as he wants to. In your case, that involved letting you become world manager. Taken all in all, it worked out very well. Everyone had a good time. A number of constructive regulations were promulgated. We learned a lot. Oh, we didn't get everything we hoped for, but one never does. Unfortunately, in the end, we were forced to discontinue the experiment." The aircraft had made contact. "You understand, of course, why that was necessary," Phi continued hurriedly as he urged Carsbury toward the opening port. "I'm sure you must. It all comes down to a question of sanity. What is sanity, now in the 20th century, any time? Adherence to a norm, conformity to certain basic conventions underlying all human conduct. In our age, departure from the norm has become the norm. Inability to conform has become the standard of conformity. That's quite clear, isn't it? And it enables you to understand, doesn't it, your own case and that of your protégés. Over a long period of years, you persisted in adhering to a norm, in conforming to certain basic conventions. You were completely unable to adapt yourself to the society around you. You could only pretend, and your protégés wouldn't have been able to do even that. Despite your many engaging personal characteristics, there was obviously only one course of action open to us." In the port, Carsbury turned. He had found his voice at last. It was hoarse, ragged. "You mean that all these years you've just been humoring me?" The port was closing. Phi did not answer the question. As the aircraft edged out, he waved farewell with the blob of green gasoid. "It'll be very pleasant where you're going," he shouted encouragingly. Comfortable quarters, adequate facilities for exercise, and a complete library of 20th century literature to while away your time. He watched Carsbury's rigid face, staring whitely from the vision port until the aircraft had diminished to a speck. Then he turned away, looked at his hands, noticed the gasoid, tossed it out the open door of the cage, studied its flight for a few moments, then flicked the downbeam. "I'm glad to see the last of that fellow," he muttered, more to himself than to Hartman, as they plummeted toward the roof. "He was beginning to have a very disturbing influence on me. In fact, I was beginning to fear for my—" His expression became suddenly vacuous. "Sanity." Wanted. An enemy. The bright stars of Mars made a glittering roof for a fantastic tableau. A being equipped with retinal vision would have seen an Earthman dressed in the familiar coat and trousers of the 20th century standing on a boulder that put him a few feet above the rusty sand. His face was bony and puritanic. His eyes gleamed wildly from deep sockets. Occasionally his long hair flopped across them. His lips worked vociferously, showing big yellow teeth, and there was a cloud of blown spittle in front of them, for he was making a speech in the English language. He so closely resembled an old-style soapbox orator that one looked around for the lamp-post, the dull-faced listeners overflowing the curb, and the strolling cop. But the puzzling globe of soft radiance surrounding Mr. Whitlow struck highlights from enamel-black shells and jointed legs, a little resembling those of an ant under a microscope. Each individual in the crowd consisted of a yard-long oval body, lacking a separate head or any sensory or other orifices in its gleaming black surface, except for a small mouth that worked like a sliding door and kept opening and closing at regular intervals. To this body were attached 8 of the jointed legs, the inner pairs showing highly manipulative end organs. These creatures were ranged in a circle around Mr. Whitlow's boulder. Facing him was one who crouched a little apart from the rest on a smaller boulder. Flanking this one were 2 whose faintly silvered shells suggested weathering and therefore age. Beyond them, black desert to a horizon defined only by the blotting out of the star-fields. Low in the heavens gleamed sky-blue Earth, now Mars' evening star, riding close to the meager crescent of Phobos. To the Martian coleopteroids, this scene presented itself in a very different fashion, since they depended on perception rather than any elaborate sensory setup. Their internal brains were directly conscious of everything within a radius of about 50 yards. For them, the blue earthshine was a diffuse photonic cloud just above the threshold of perception, similar to but distinct from the photonic clouds of the starlight and faint moonshine. They could perceive no image of Earth unless they used lenses to create such an image within their perceptive range. They were conscious of the ground beneath them as a sandy hemisphere tunneled through by various wrigglers and the centipede-like burrowers. They were conscious of each other's armored, neatly compartmented bodies and each other's thoughts. But chiefly their attention was focused on that squidgy, uninsulated, wasteful jumble of organs that thought of itself as Mr. Whitlow, an astounding moist suppet of life on dry, miserly Mars. The physiology of the coleopteroids was typical of a depleted planet economy. Their shells were double. The space between could be evacuated at night to conserve heat, and flooded by day to absorb it. Their lungs were really oxygen accumulators. They inhaled the rarefied atmosphere about 100 times for every exhalation, the double-valve mouth permitting the building up of high internal pressure. They had 100% utilization of inhaled oxygen and exhaled pure carbon dioxide freighted with other respiratory excretions. Occasional whiffs of this exceedingly bad breath made Mr. Whitlow wrinkle his flaring nostrils. Just what permitted Mr. Whitlow to go on functioning, even speechifying, in the chill oxygen dearth was by no means so obvious. It constituted as puzzling a question as the source of the soft glow that bathed him. Communication between him and his audience was purely telepathic. He was speaking vocally at the request of the coleopteroids, because, like most non-telepaths, he could best organize and clarify his thoughts while talking. His voice died out abruptly in the thin air. It sounded like a phonograph needle scratching along without amplification, and intensified the eerie ludicrousness of his violent gestures and facial contortions. "And so," Whitlow concluded wheezily, brushing the long hair from his forehead, "I come back to my original proposal. Will you attack Earth?" "And we, Mr. Whitlow," thought the chief coleopteroid, "come back to our original question, which you still have not answered. Why should we?" Mr. Whitlow made a grimace of frayed patience. "As I have told you several times, I cannot make a fuller explanation, but I assure you of my good faith. I will do my best to provide transportation for you and facilitate the thing in every way. Understand, it need only be a token invasion. After a short time, you can retire to Mars with your spoils. Surely you cannot afford to pass up this opportunity." "Mr. Whitlow," replied the chief coleopteroid with a humor as poisonously dry as his planet, "I cannot read your thoughts unless you vocalize them. They are too confused. But I can sense your biases. You are laboring under a serious misconception as to our psychology. Evidently, it is customary in your world to think of alien intelligent beings as evil monsters, whose only desire is to ravage, destroy, tyrannize, and inflict unspeakable cruelties on creatures less advanced than themselves. Nothing could be farther from the truth. We are an ancient and unemotional race. We have outgrown the passions and vanities, even the ambitions of our youth. We undertake no projects except for sound and sufficient reason." "But if that's the case, surely you can see the practical advantages of my proposal. At little or no risk to yourselves, you will acquire valuable loot." The chief coleopteroid settled back on his boulder, and his thoughts did the same. "Mr. Whitlow, let me remind you that we have never gone to war lightly. During the whole course of our history, our only intelligent enemies have been the molluscoids of the tideless seas of Venus. In the springtide of their culture, they came conquesting in their water-filled spaceships, and we fought several long and bitter wars. But eventually they attained racial maturity and a certain dispassionate wisdom, though not equivalent to our own. A perpetual truce was declared on condition that each party stick to its own planet and attempt no more forays. For ages we have abided by that truce, living in mutual isolation. So you can see, Mr. Whitlow, that we would be anything but inclined to accept such a rash and mysterious proposal as yours." "May I make a suggestion?" interjected the senior coleopteroid on the chief's right. His thoughts flicked out subtly toward Whitlow. "You seem, Earthling, to possess powers that are perhaps even in excess of our own. Your arrival on Mars without any perceptible means of transport, and your ability to endure its rigors without any obvious insulation are sufficient proofs. From what you tell us, the other inhabitants of your planet possess no such powers. Why don't you attack them by yourself, like the solitary armored poison worm? Why do you need our aid?" "My friend," said Mr. Whitlow solemnly, bending forward and fixing his gaze on the silvery-shelled elder, "I abhor war as the foulest evil, and active participation in it as the greatest crime. Nonetheless, I would sacrifice myself, as you suggest, could I attain my ends that way. Unfortunately, I cannot. It would not have the psychological effect I desire. Moreover—" He paused embarrassedly. "I might as well confess that I am not wholly master of my powers. I don't understand them. The workings of an inscrutable providence have put into my hands a device that is probably the handiwork of creatures vastly more intelligent than any in this solar system, perhaps even this cosmos. It enables me to cross space and time. It protects me from danger. It provides me with warmth and illumination. It concentrates your Martian atmosphere in a sphere around me, so that I can breathe normally. But as for using it in any larger way, I'd be mortally afraid of its getting out of control. My one small experiment was disastrous. I wouldn't dare. The senior coleopteroid shot a guarded aside to the chief. Shall I try to hypnotize his disordered mind and get this device from him? Do so. Very well, though I'm afraid the device will protect his mind as well as his body. Still, it's worth the chance. Mr. Whitlow, thought the chief abruptly, it is time we got down to cases. Every word you say makes your proposal sound more irrational and your own motives more unintelligible. If you expect us to take any serious interest, you must give us a clear answer to one question. Why do you want us to attack Earth? Whitlow twisted. But that's the one question I don't want to answer. Well, put it this way, then, continued the chief patiently. What personal advantage do you expect to gain from our attack? Whitlow drew himself up and tucked in his necktie. None. None whatsoever. I seek nothing for myself. Do you want to rule Earth? The chief persisted. No, no. I detest all tyranny. Revenge, then? Has Earth hurt you, and are you trying to hurt it back? Absolutely not. I would never stoop to such barbaric behavior. I hate no one. The desire to see anyone injured is furthest from my thoughts. Come, Mr. Whitlow. You've just begged us to attack Earth. How can you square that with your sentiments? Whitlow gnawed his lip baffledly. The chief slipped in a quick question to the senior coleopteroid. What progress? None whatsoever. His mind is extraordinarily difficult to grasp, and as I anticipated, there is a shield. Whitlow rocked uneasily on his shoulder, his eyes fixed on the star-edged horizon. I'll tell you this much, he said. It's solely because I love Earth and mankind so much that I want you to attack her. You choose a strange way of showing your affection, the chief observed. Yes, continued Whitlow, warming a bit, his eyes still lost. I want you to do it in order to end war. This gets more and more mysterious. Start war to stop it? That is a paradox which demands explanation. Take care, Mr. Whitlow, or I will fall into your error of looking on alien beings as evil and demented monsters. Whitlow lowered his gaze until it was fixed on the chief. He sighed windily. I guess I'd better tell you, he muttered. You'd have probably found out in the end, though it would have been simpler the other way. He pushed back the rebellious hair and massaged his forehead a little wearily. When he spoke again, it was in a less oratorical style. I am a pacifist. My life is dedicated to the task of preventing war. I love my fellow men, but they are steeped in error and sin. They are victims of their baser passions. Instead of marching on hand in hand, trustingly, toward the glorious fulfillment of all their dreams, they insist on engaging in constant conflict, in vile war. Perhaps there is a reason for that, suggested the chief mildly. Some inequalities that require leveling or... Please, said the pacifist reprovingly. These wars have grown increasingly more violent and terrible. I and others have sought to reason with the majority, but in vain. They persist in their delusions. I've racked my brain to find a solution. I have considered every conceivable remedy. Since I came into the possession of, the device, I have sought throughout the cosmos, and even in other time streams, for the secret of preventing war. With no success. Such intelligent races as I encountered were either engaged in war, which ruled them out, or had never known war. These were very obliging, but obviously could volunteer no helpful information, or else had outgrown war by the painful and horrible process of fighting until there was nothing more to fight about. As we have, the chief thought in an undertone. The pacifist spread his hands, palms toward the stars. So once more, I was thrown on my own resources. I studied mankind from every angle. Gradually I became convinced that its worst trait, and the one most responsible for war, was its overgrown sense of self-importance. On my planet, man is the lord of creation. All the other animals are merely one among many. No species is preeminent. The flesh-eaters have their flesh-eating rivals. Each browser or grazer competes with other types for the grass and herbage. Even the fish in the seas and the myriad parasites that swarm in bloodstreams are divided into species of roughly equal ability and competence. This makes for humility and a sense of perspective. No species is inclined to fight among itself when it realizes that, by so doing, it will merely clear the way for other species to take over. Man alone has no serious rivals. As a result, he has developed delusions of grandeur and of persecution and hate. Lacking the restraint that rivalry would provide, he fouls his planetary nest with constant civil war. I mulled this idea for some time. I thought wistfully of how different mankind's development might have been had he been compelled to share his planet with some equally intelligent species, say a mechanically minded sea-dweller. I considered how, when great natural catastrophes occur, such as fires and floods and earthquakes and plagues, men temporarily quit squabbling and work hand in hand, rich and poor, friend and enemy alike. Unfortunately, such cooperation only lasts until man once more asserts his mastery over his environment. It does not provide a constant, sobering threat. And then I had an inspiration. Mr. Whitlow's gaze swept the black-shelled forms, a jumble of satiny crescent highlights ringing the sphere of light enveloping him. Similarly, his mind swept their cryptically armored thoughts. I remembered an incident from my childhood, a radio broadcast. We make use of high-velocity vibrations to transmit sound. Had given an impishly realistic fictional report of an invasion of Earth by beings from Mars, beings of that evil and destructive nature which, as you say, we tend to attribute to alien life. Many believed the report. There were brief scares and panics. It occurred to me how, at the first breath of an actual invasion of that sort, warring peoples would forget their differences and join staunchly together to meet the invader. They would realize that the things they were fighting about were really trifling matters, phantoms of moodiness and fear. Their sense of perspective would be restored. They would see that the all-important fact was that they were men alike, facing a common enemy, and they would rise magnificently to the challenge. Ah, my friends, when that vision occurred to me, of warring mankind at one stroke united, and united forever, I stood trembling and speechless. Even on Mars, emotion choked him. Very interesting, thought the senior coleopteroid blandly. But wouldn't the method you propose be a contradiction of that higher morality to which I can perceive you subscribe? The pacifist bowed his head. My friend, you are quite right, in the large and ultimate sense, and let me assure you, the fire crept back into his hoarse voice, that when that day comes, when the question of interplanetary relations arises, I will be in the vanguard of the interspeciesists, demanding full equality for coleopteroid and man alike. But his feverish eyes peered up again through the hair that had once more fallen across his forehead. That is a matter for the future. The immediate question is, how to stop war on Earth. As I said before, your invasion need only be a token one, and of course the more bloodless the better. It would only take one taste of an outside menace, one convincing proof that he has equals and even superiors in the cosmos, to restore man's normalcy of outlook, to weld him into a mutually protective brotherhood, to establish peace forever. He threw his hands wide and his head back. His hair flipped into its proper place, but his tie popped out again. Mr. Whitlow, thought the chief with a cold, sardonic merriment, if you have any notion that we are going to invade another planet for the sake of improving the psychology of its inhabitants, disabuse yourself of it at once. Earthlings mean nothing to us. Their rise is such a recent matter that we hardly had taken note of it until you called it to our attention. Let them go on warring if they want to. Let them kill themselves off. It is no concern of ours. Whitlow blinked. Why? He started angrily. Then he caught himself. But I wasn't asking you to do it for humanitarian reasons. I pointed out that there would be loot. I very much doubt if your earthlings have anything that would tempt us. Whitlow almost backed off his boulder. He started to splutter something, but again abruptly changed his tack. There was a flicker of shrewdness in his expression. Is it possible you're holding back because you're afraid the Venusian molluscoids will attack you if you violate the perpetual truce by making a foray against another planet? By no means, thought the chief harshly, revealing for the first time a certain haughtiness and racial pride bred of dry eons of tradition. As I told you before, the molluscoids are a distinctly inferior race, mere waterlings. We have seen nothing of them for ages. For all we know, they've died out. Certainly, we wouldn't be bound by any outworn agreements with them if there were a sound and profitable reason for breaking them, and we are in no sense whatever, afraid of them. Whitlow's thoughts fumbled confusedly, his spatulate-fingered hands making unconsciously appropriate gestures. Driven back to his former argument, he faltered lamely. But surely, then, there must be some loot that would make it worth your while to invade Earth. After all, Earth is a planet rich in oxygen and water and minerals and life forms, whereas Mars has to contend with a dearth of all these things. Precisely, thought the chief, and we have developed a style of life that fits in perfectly with that dearth. By harvesting the interplanetary dust in the neighborhood of Mars, and by a judicious use of transmutation and other techniques, we are assured of a sufficient supply of all necessary raw materials. Earth's bloated abundance would be an embarrassment to us, upsetting our system. An increased oxygen supply would force us to learn a new rhythm of breathing to avoid oxygen drowning, besides making any invasion of Earth uncomfortable and dangerous. Similar hazards might attend an oversupply of other elements and compounds, and as for Earth's obnoxiously teeming life forms, none of them would be any use to us on Mars, except for the unlucky chance of one of them finding harborage in our bodies and starting an epidemic. Whitlow winced. Whether he knew it or not, his planetary vanity had been touched. But you're overlooking the most important things, he argued, the products of man's industry and ingenuity. He has changed the face of his planet much more fully than you have yours. He has covered it with roads. He does not huddle savagely in the open as you do. He has built vast cities. He has constructed all manner of vehicles. Surely among such a wealth of things you would find many to covet. Most unlikely, retorted the chief. I cannot see envisaged in your mind any that would awaken even our passing interest. We are adapted to our environment. We have no need of garments and housing and all the other artificialities which your ill-adjusted earthlings require. Our mastery of our planet is greater than yours, but we do not advertise it so obtrusively. From your picture I can see that your earthlings are given to a worship of bigness and a crude type of exhibitionism. But then there are our machines, Whitlow insisted, seething inwardly, plucking at his collar. Machines of tremendous complexity, for every purpose. Machines that would be as useful to another species as to us. Yes, I can imagine them, commented the chief cuttingly. Huge, clumsy jumbles of wheels and levers, wires and grids. In any case, ours are better. He shot a swift question to the senior. Is his anger making his mind any more vulnerable? Not yet. Whitlow made one last effort, with great difficulty holding his indignation in check. Besides all that, there's our art, cultural treasures of incalculable value, the work of a species more richly creative than your own. Books, music, paintings, sculpture. Surely, Mr. Whitlow, you are becoming ridiculous, said the chief. Art is meaningless, apart from its cultural environment. What interest could we be expected to take in the fumbling self-expression of an immature species? Moreover, none of the art forms you mention would be adapted to our style of perception, save sculpture, and in that field our efforts are incomparably superior, since we have a direct consciousness of solidity. Your mind is only a shadow mind, limited to flimsy two-dimensional patterns. Whitlow drew himself up and folded his arms across his chest. Very well, he grated out. I see I cannot persuade you. But, he shook his finger at the chief, let me tell you something. You're contemptuous of man. You call him crude and childish. You pour scorn on his industry, his science, his art. You refuse to help him in his need. You think you can afford to disregard him. All right, go ahead. That's my advice to you. Go ahead and see what happens. A vindictive light grew in his eyes. I know my fellow man. From years of study, I know him. War has made him a tyrant, an exploiter. He has enslaved the beasts of field and forest. He has enslaved his own kind, when he could, and when he couldn't, he has bound them with the subtler chains of economic necessity and the awe of prestige. He's wrong-headed, brutal, a tool of his baser impulses, and also he's clever, doggedly persistent, driven by a boundless ambition. He already has atomic power and rocket transport. In a few decades, he'll have spaceships and subatomic weapons. Go ahead and wait. Constant warfare will cause him to develop those weapons to undreamed-of heights of efficient destructiveness. Wait for that, too. Wait until he arrives on Mars in force. Wait until he makes your acquaintance and realizes what marvelous workers you'd be with your armored adaptability to all sorts of environments. Wait until he picks a quarrel with you and defeats you and enslaves you and ships you off, packed in evil-smelling hulls, to labor in Earth's mines and on her ocean bottoms, in her stratosphere and on the planetoids that man will be desirous of exploiting. Yes, go ahead and wait. Whitlow broke off, his chest heaving. For a moment he was conscious only of his vicious satisfaction at having told off these exasperating beetle creatures. Then he looked around. The coleopteroids had drawn in. The forms of the foremost were defined with a hatefully spiderish distinctness, almost invading his sphere of light. Similarly, their thoughts had drawn in, to form a menacing wall blacker than the encircling Martian night. Gone were the supercilious amusement and dispassionate withdrawal that had so irked him. Incredulously, he realized that he had somehow broken through their armor and touched them on a vulnerable spot. He caught one rapid thought from the senior to the chief. And if the rest of them are anything like this one, they'll behave just as he says. It is an added confirmation. He looked slowly around. His hair-curtained forehead bent forward, searching for a clue to the coleopteroid's sudden change in attitude. His baffled gaze ended on the chief. "We have changed our minds, Mr. Whitlow," the chief volunteered grimly. "I told you at the beginning that we never hesitate about undertaking projects when given a sound and sufficient reason. What your silly arguments about humanitarianism and loot failed to provide, your recent outburst has furnished us. It is, as you say, the Earthlings will eventually attack us, and with some hope of success, if we wait. So logically we must take preventive action, the sooner the better. We will reconnoiter Earth, and if conditions there are as you assert, we will invade her." From the depths of a confused despondency, Whitlow was in an instant catapulted to the heights of feverish joy. His fanatical face beamed. His lanky frame seemed to expand. His hair flipped back. "Marvelous," he chortled, and then rattled on excitedly. "Of course I'll do everything I can to help. I'll provide transport." "That will not be necessary," the chief interrupted flatly. "We have no more trust in your larger powers than you have yourself. We have our own spaceships, quite adequate to any undertaking. We do not make an ostentatious display of them, any more than we make a display of the other mechanical aspects of our culture. We do not use them, as your Earthlings would, to go purposely skittering about. Nevertheless, we have them stored away in the event of need." But not even this contemptuous rebuff could spoil Whitlow's exultation. His face was radiant. Half-formed tears made him blink his hectic eyes. His Adam's apple bobbed chokingly. "Ah, my friends, my good friends, if only I could express to you what this moment means to me. If I could only tell you how happy I am when I envisage the greater moment that is coming, when men will look up from their trenches and foxholes, from their bombers and fighters, from their observation posts and headquarters, from their factories and homes, to see this new menace in the skies, when all their petty differences of opinion will drop away from them like a soiled and tattered garment, when they will cut the barbed wire entanglements of an illusory hate and join together, hand in hand, true brothers at last, to meet the common foe, when in the accomplishment of a common task they will at last achieve perfect and enduring peace. He paused for breath. His glazed eyes were lovingly fixed on the blue star of Earth, now just topping the horizon. Yes, faintly came the chief's dry thought. To one of your emotional temperament, it will probably be a very satisfying and touching scene for a little while. Whitlow glanced down blankly. It was as if the chief's last thought had lightly scratched him, a feathery flick from a huge poisoned claw. He did not understand it, but he was conscious of upwelling fear. "What?" he faltered. "What do you mean?" "I mean," thought the chief, "that in our invasion of Earth it probably won't be necessary for us to use the divide-and-rule tactics that would normally be indicated in such a case. You know, joining with one faction on Earth to help defeat the other. Warring beings never care who their allies are, and then fomenting further disunities and so on. No, with our superiority in armament, we can probably do a straight clean-up job and avoid bothersome machinations. So you'll probably have that glimpse of Earthlings united that you set so much store by." Whitlow stared at him with a face white with dawning horror. He licked his lips. "What did you mean by 'for a little while'?" he whispered huskily. "What did you mean by glimpse?" "Surely that should be obvious to you, Mr. Whitlow," replied the chief with offensive good humor. "You don't for 1 minute suppose we'd make some footling little invasion and after overawing the Earthlings retire? That would be the one way to absolutely assure their eventual counter-invasion of Mars. Indeed, it would probably hasten it, and they'd come as already hostile destroyers intent on wiping out a menace. No, Mr. Whitlow, when we invade Earth, it will be to protect ourselves from a potential future danger. Our purpose will be total and complete extermination, accomplished as swiftly and efficiently as possible. Our present military superiority makes our success certain." Whitlow goggled at the chief blankly, like a dirty and somewhat yellowed plaster statue of himself. He opened his mouth and shut it without saying anything. "You never believed, did you, Mr. Whitlow," continued the chief kindly, "that we'd do anything for your sake, or for anyone's, except us coleopteroids?" Whitlow stared at the horrible, black, 8-legged eggs crowding ever closer, living embodiments of the poisonous blackness of their planet. All he could think to mumble was, But I thought you said it was a misconception to think of alien beings as evil monsters intent only on ravaging and destroying." "Perhaps I did, Mr. Whitlow. Perhaps I did," was the chief's only reply. In that instant, Mr. Whitlow realized what an alien being really was. As in a suffocating nightmare, he watched the coleopteroids edge closer. He heard the chief's contemptuously unguarded aside to the senior, "Haven't you got hold of his mind yet?" And the senior's, "No," and the chief's swift order to the others. Black eggs invaded his light sphere, cruel armored claws opening to grab. Those were Mr. Whitlow's last impressions of Mars. Instants later, for the device provided him with instantaneous transportation across any spatial expanse, Mr. Whitlow found himself inside a bubble that miraculously maintained normal atmospheric pressure deep under the tideless Venusian seas. The reverse of a fish in a tank, he peered out at the gently waving luminescent vegetation and the huge, mud-girt buildings it half-masked. Gleaming ships and tentacled creatures darted about. The chief molluscoid regarded the trespasser on his private gardens with a haughty disfavor that even surprise could not shake. "What are you?" he thought coldly. I've come to inform you of a threatened breach in an age-long truce." 5 eyes on longish stalks regarded him with a coldness equal to that of the repeated thought, "But what are you?" A sudden surge of woeful honesty compelled Mr. Whitlow to reply, I suppose you'd call me a warmonger." The man who never grew young. Mayotte is becoming restless. Often toward evening, she trudges to where the black earth meets the yellow sand, and stands looking across the desert until the winds start. But I sit with my back to the reed screen and watch the Nile. It isn't just that she's growing young. She is wearying of the fields. She leaves their tilling to me, and lavishes her attentions on the flock. Every day she takes the sheep and goats farther to pasture. I've seen it coming for a long time. For generations the fields have been growing scantier and less diligently irrigated. There seems to be more rain. The houses have become simpler, mere walled tents, and every year some family gathers its flocks and wanders off west. Why should I cling so tenaciously to these poor relics of civilization? I, who have seen King Cheop's men take down the Great Pyramid block by block and return it to the hills. I often wonder why I never grow young. It is still as much a mystery to me as to the brown farmers who kneel in awe when I walk past. I envy those who grow young. I yearn for the sloughing of wisdom and responsibility, the plunge into a period of love-making and breathless excitement, the carefree years before the end. But I remain a bearded man of 30-odd, wearing the goatskin as I once wore the doublet or the toga, always on the brink of that plunge, yet never making it. It seems to me that I have always been this way. Why, I cannot even remember my own disinterment, and everyone remembers that. Mayotte is subtle. She does not ask for what she wants, but when she comes home at evening, she sits far back from the fire and murmurs disturbing fragments of song, and rubs her eyelids with green pigment to make herself desirable to me, and tries in every way to infect me with her restlessness. She tempts me from the hot work at midday and points out how hardy our sheep and goat are becoming. There are no young men among us any more. All of them start for the desert with the approach of youth or before. Even toothless, scrawny patriarchs uncurl from their grave holes, and hardly pausing to refresh themselves with the food and drink dug up with them, collect their flocks and wives and hobble off into the west. I remember the first disinterment I witnessed. It was in a country of smoke and machines and constant news. But what I am about to relate occurred in a backwater where there were still small farms and narrow roads and simple ways. There were 2 old women named Flora and Helen. It could not have been more than a few years since their own disinterments, but those I cannot remember. I think I was some sort of nephew, but I cannot be sure. They began to visit an old grave in the cemetery, a half-mile outside town. I remember the little bouquets of flowers they would bring back with them. Their prim, placid faces became troubled. I could see that grief was entering their lives. The years passed. Their visits to the cemetery became more frequent. Accompanying them once, I noted that the worn inscription on the headstone was growing clearer and sharper, just as was happening to their own features. John, loving husband of Flora. Often Flora would sob through half the night, and Helen went about with a set look on her face. Relatives came and spoke comforting words, but these seemed only to intensify their grief. Finally the headstone grew brand new, and the grass became tender green shoots, which disappeared into the raw brown earth. As if these were the signs their obscure instincts had been awaiting, Flora and Helen mastered their grief, and visited the minister and the mortician and the doctor, and made certain arrangements. On a cold autumn day, when the brown curled leaves were whirling up into the trees, the procession set out. The empty hearse, the dark, silent automobiles. At the cemetery we found a couple of men with shovels turning away unobtrusively from the newly opened grave. Then, while Flora and Helen wept bitterly and the minister spoke solemn words, a long, narrow box was lifted from the grave and carried to the hearse. At home the lid of the box was unscrewed and slid back, and we saw John, a waxen old man with a long life before him. Next day, in obedience to what seemed an age-old ritual, they took him from the box, and the mortician undressed him and drew a pungent liquid from his veins and injected the red blood. Then they took him and laid him in bed. After a few hours of stony-eyed waiting, the blood began to work. He stirred, and his first breath rattled in his throat. Flora sat down on the bed and strained him to her in a fearful embrace. But he was very sick and in need of rest, so the doctor waved her from the room. I remember the look on her face as she closed the door. I should have been happy, too, but I seem to recall that I felt there was something unwholesome about the whole episode. Perhaps our first experiences of the great crises of life always affect us in some such fashion. I love Mayotte. The hundreds I have loved before her in my wandering down the world do not take away from the sincerity of my affection. I did not enter her life, or theirs, as lovers ordinarily do, from the grave or in the passion of some terrible quarrel. I am always the drifter. Mayotte knows there is something strange about me, but she does not let that interfere with her efforts to make me do the things she wants. I love Mayotte, and eventually I will accede to her desire. But first I will linger a while by the Nile and the mighty pageantry conjured up by its passage. My first memories are always the most difficult, and I struggle the hardest to interpret them. I have the feeling that if I could get back a little beyond them, a terrifying understanding would come to me. But I never seem able to make the necessary effort. They begin without antecedent, in cloud and turmoil, darkness and fear. I am a citizen of a great country far away, beardless and wearing ugly, confining clothing, but no different in age and appearance from today. The country is 100 times bigger than Egypt, yet it is only one of many. All the peoples of the world are known to each other, and the world is round, not flat, and it floats in an endless immensity dotted with islands of suns, not confined under a star-speckled bowl. Machines are everywhere, and news goes round the world like a shout, and desires are many. There are undreamed-of abundance, unrivaled opportunities. Yet men are not happy. They live in fear. The fear, if I recall rightly, is of a war that will engulf and perhaps destroy us all. It overhangs us like the dark. The weapons they have ready for that war are terrible. Great engines that sail, pilotless, not through the water but the air, halfway around the world to destroy some enemy city. Others that dart up beyond the air itself, to come in attacking from the stars. Poisoned clouds, deadly motes of luminous dust. But worst of all are the weapons that are only rumored. For months that seem eternities, we wait on the brink of that war. We know that the mistakes have been made, the irrevocable steps taken, the last chances lost. We only await the event. It would seem that there must have been some special reason for the extremity of our hopelessness and horror, as if there had been previous worldwide wars, and we had struggled back from each desperately promising ourselves that it would be the last. But of any such I can remember nothing. I and the world might well have been created under the shadow of that catastrophe, in a universal disinterment. The months wear on. Then, miraculously, unbelievably, the war begins to recede. The tension relaxes. The clouds lift. There is great activity, conferences, and plans. Hopes for lasting peace ride high. This does not last. In sudden holocaust, there arises an oppressor named Hitler. Odd how that name should come back to me after these millennia. His armies fan out across the globe. But their success is short-lived. They are driven back, and Hitler trails off into oblivion. In the end, he is an obscure agitator almost forgotten. Another peace, then, but neither does it last. Another war, less fierce than the preceding, and it too trails off into a quieter era, and so on. I sometimes think I must hold on to this, that time once flowed in the opposite direction, and that in revulsion from the ultimate war, it turned back upon itself and began to retrace its former course. That our present lives are only a return and an unwinding, a great retreat. In that case, time may turn again. We may have another chance to scale the barrier. But no. The thought has vanished in the rippling Nile. Another family is leaving the valley today. All morning they have toiled up the sandy gorge, and now returning perhaps for a last glimpse to the verge of the yellow cliffs, they are outlined against the morning sky, upright specks for men, flat specks for animals. Mayotte watches beside me, but she makes no comment. She is sure of me. The cliff is bare again. Soon they will have forgotten the Nile and its disturbing ghosts of memories. All our life is a forgetting and a closing in. As the child is absorbed by its mother, so great thoughts are swallowed up in the mind of genius. At first they are everywhere. They environ us like the air. Then there is a narrowing in. Not all men know them. Then there comes one great man, and he takes them to himself, and they are a secret. There only remains the disturbing conviction that something worthy has vanished. I have seen Shakespeare unwrite the great plays. I have watched Socrates unthink the great thoughts. I have heard Jesus unsay the great words. There is an inscription in stone, and it seems eternal. Coming back centuries later, I find it the same, only a little less worn, and I think that it, at least, may endure. But some day a scribe comes and laboriously fills in the grooves until there is only blank stone. Then only he knows what was written there, and as he grows young, that knowledge dies forever. It is the same in all we do. Our houses grow new, and we dismantle them and stow the materials inconspicuously away in mine and quarry, forest and field. Our clothes grow new, and we put them off, and we grow new and forget and blindly seek a mother. All the people are gone now. Only I and Mayotte linger. I had not realized it would come so soon. Now that we are near the end, nature seems to hurry. I suppose that there are other stragglers here and there along the Nile, but I like to think that we are the last to see the vanishing fields, the last to look upon the river with some knowledge of what it once symbolized, before oblivion closes in. Ours is a world in which lost causes conquer. After the second war of which I spoke, there was a long period of peace in my native country across the sea. There were among us at that time a primitive people called Indians, neglected and imposed upon and forced to live apart in unwanted areas. We gave no thought to these people. We would have laughed at anyone who told us they had power to hurt us. But from somewhere a spark of rebellion appeared among them. They formed bands, armed themselves with bows and inferior guns, took the warpath against us. We fought them in little unimportant wars that were never quite conclusive. They persisted, always returning to the fight, laying ambushes for our men and wagons, harrying us continually, eventually making sizable inroads. Yet we still considered them of such trifling importance that we found time to engage in a civil war among ourselves. The issue of this war was said. A dusky portion of our citizenry were enslaved and made to toil for us in house and field. The Indians grew formidable. Step by step they drove us back across the wide Midwestern rivers and plains, through the wooded mountains to eastward. On the eastern coast we held for a while, chiefly by leaguing with a transoceanic island nation, to whom we surrendered our independence. There was an enheartening occurrence. The enslaved Negroes were gathered together and crowded in ships and taken to the southern shores of this continent, and there liberated or given into the hands of warlike tribes who eventually released them. But the pressure of the Indians, sporadically aided by foreign allies, increased. City by city, town by town, settlement by settlement, we pulled up our stakes and took ship ourselves across the sea. Toward the end, the Indians became strangely pacific, so that the last boatload seemed to flee not so much in physical fear as in supernatural terror of the green, silent forests that had swallowed up their homes. To the south, the Aztecs took up their glass knives and flint-edged swords and drove out I think they were called Spaniards. In another century, the whole western continent was forgotten, save for dim, haunting recollections. Growing tyranny and ignorance, a constant contraction of frontiers, rebellions of the downtrodden, who in turn became oppressors, these constituted the next epoch of history. Once I thought the tide had turned. A strong and orderly people, the Romans, arose and put most of the diminished world under their sway. But this stability proved transitory. Once again the governed rose against the governors. The Romans were driven back, from England, from Egypt, from Gaul, from Asia, from Greece. Rising from barren fields came Carthage, to contest successfully Rome's preeminence. The Romans took refuge in Rome, became unimportant, dwindled, were lost in a maze of migrations. Their energizing thoughts flamed up for one glorious century in Athens, then ceased to carry weight. After that, the decline continued at a steady pace. Never again was I deceived into thinking the trend had changed, except this one last time. Because she was stony and sun-drenched and dry, full of temples and tombs, given to custom and calm, I thought Egypt would endure. The passage of almost changeless centuries encouraged me in this belief. I thought that if we had not reached the turning point, we had at least come to rest. But the rains have come. The temples and tombs fill the scars and the cliffs, and the custom and calm have given way to the restless urges of the nomad. If there is a turning point, it will not come until man is one with the beasts, and Egypt must vanish like the rest. Tomorrow, Mayotte and I set out. Our flock is gathered. Our tent is rolled. Mayotte is afire with youth. She is very loving. It will be strange in the desert. All too soon, we will exchange our last and sweetest kiss, and she will prattle to me childishly, and I will look after her until we find her mother. Or perhaps some day I will abandon her in the desert, and her mother will find her, and I will go on. The ship sails at midnight. This is the story of a beautiful woman, and of a monster. It is also the story of 4 silly, selfish, culture-bound inhabitants of the planet Earth. S, who was something of an artist. Jean, who studied atoms and fought the world and himself. Louis, who philosophized. And Larry, that's my name, who tried to write books. It was an eerie, stifling August when we met Helen. The date is fixed in my mind because our little city had just had its Midwestern sluggishness ruffled by a series of those scares that either give rise to oddity items in the newspapers or else are caused by them. It's sometimes hard to tell which. People had seen flying discs and heard noises in the sky. Someone from the college geology department tried unsuccessfully to track down a meteorite. A farmer this side of the old coal pits got all excited about something big and shapeless that disturbed his poultry and frightened his wife, and for a couple of days men tracked around fruitlessly with shotguns. Just another of those rural monster scares. Even the townfolk hadn't been left out. For their imaginative enrichment, they had a hypnotism burglar, an apparently mild enough chap who blinked soft lights in people's faces and droned some siren song outside their houses at night. For a week, high school girls squealed twice as loud after dark. Men squared their shoulders adventurously at strangers, and women peered uneasily out of their bedroom windows after turning out the lights. Louis and S and I had picked up Jean at the college library and wanted a bite to eat before we turned in. Although by now they had almost petered out, we were talking about our local scares. A chilly hint of the supernatural makes good conversational fare in a month too hot for any real thinking. We slouched into the one decent, open, all-night restaurant our dismal burg possesses. It wouldn't have that if it weren't for the wild college folk, and found that Benny had a new waitress. She was really very beautiful, much too exotically beautiful for Benny's. Masses of pale gold ringlets piled high on her head, an aristocratic bone structure. From S's greedy look, I could tell she was instantly thinking sculpture, and a pair of the dreamiest, calmest eyes in the world. She came over to our table and silently waited for our orders. Probably because her beauty flustered us, we put on an elaborate version of our act of intellectuals precisely and patiently explaining their desires to a pig-headed member of the proletariat. She listened, nodded, and presently returned with our orders. Louis had asked for just a cup of black coffee. She brought him a half cantaloupe also. He sat looking at it for a moment. Then he chuckled incredulously. "You know, I actually wanted that," he said. "But I didn't know I wanted it. You must have read my subconscious mind." "What's that?" she asked in a low, lovely voice with intonations rather like Benny's. Digging into his cantaloupe, Louis sketched an explanation suitable for fifth-graders. She disregarded the explanation. "What do you use it for?" she asked. Louis, who was something of a wit, said, "I don't use it. It uses me." "That's the way it should be," she commented. None of us knew the answer to that one, so since I was the gang specialist in dealing with the lower orders, I remarked brilliantly, "What's your name?" "Helen," she told me. "How long have you been here?" "Couple days," she said, starting back toward the counter. "Where did you come from?" She spread her hands. "Oh, places." Whereupon Jean, whose humor inclines toward the fantastic, asked, "Did you arrive in a flying disc?" She glanced back at him and said, "Wise guy." But all the same, she hung around our table, filling sugar basins and whatnot. We made our conversation especially erudite, each of us merrily spinning his favorite web of half-understood intellectual jargon and half-baked private opinion. We were conscious of her presence, all right. Just as we were leaving, the thing happened. At the doorway, something made us all look back. Helen was behind the counter. She was looking at us. Her eyes weren't dreamy at all, but focused, intent, radiant. She was smiling. My elbow was touching S's naked arm. We were rather crowded in the doorway, and I felt her shiver. Then she gave a tiny jerk, and I sensed that Jean, who was holding her other arm, they were more or less sweethearts, had tightened his grip on it. For perhaps 3 seconds it stayed just like that, the four of us looking at the one of her. Then Helen shyly dropped her gaze and began to mop the counter with a rag. We were all very quiet going home. Next night we went back to Benny's again, rather earlier. Helen was still there, and quite as beautiful as we remembered her. We exchanged with her a few more of those brief, teasing remarks. Her voice no longer sounded so much like Benny's, and staged some more intellectual pyrotechnics for her benefit. Just before we left, S went up to her at the counter and talked to her privately for perhaps a minute, at the end of which Helen nodded. "Ask her to pose for you?" I asked S when we got outside. She nodded. "That girl has the most magnificent figure in the world," she proclaimed fervently. "Or out of it," Jean confirmed grudgingly. "And an incredibly exciting skull," S finished. It was characteristic of us that S should have been the one to really break the ice with Helen. Like most intellectuals, we were rather timid, always setting up barriers against other people. We clung to adolescence and the college, although all of us but Jean had been graduated from it. Instead of getting out into the real world, we lived by sponging off our parents and doing academic odd jobs for the professors. S had a few private students. Here in our home city we had status, you see. We were looked upon as being frightfully clever and sophisticated, the local bohemian set. The Lord knows we were anything but that. Whereas out in the real world, we'd have been greenhorns. We were scared of the world, you see. Scared that it would find out that all our vaunted abilities and projects didn't amount to much, and that as for solid achievements, there just hadn't been any. S was only a mediocre artist. She was afraid to learn from the great, especially the living great, for fear her own affected little individuality would be engulfed. Lewis was no philosopher. He merely cultivated a series of intellectual enthusiasms, living in a state of feverish private and fruitless excitement over the thoughts of other men. My own defense against reality consisted of knowingness and a cynical attitude. I had a remarkable pack-rat accumulation of information. I had a line on everything, and also always knew why it wasn't worth bothering with. As for Jean, he was the best of us, and also the worst. A bit younger, he still applied himself to his studies, and showed promise in nuclear physics and math. But something, perhaps his small size and puritanical farm background, had made him moody and contrary, and given him an inclination toward physical violence that threatened someday to get him into real trouble. As it was, he'd had his license taken away for reckless driving, and several times we'd had to intervene, once unsuccessfully, to keep him from getting beaten up in bars. We talked a great deal about our work. Actually, we spent much more time reading magazines and detective stories, lazing around, getting drunk, and conducting our endless intellectual palavers. If we had one real virtue, it was our loyalty to each other, though it wouldn't take a cynic to point out that we desperately needed each other for an audience. Still, there was some genuine feeling there. In short, like many people on a planet where mind is wakening and has barely become aware of the eon-old fetters and blindfolds oppressing it, and has had just the faintest glimpse of its tremendous possible future destiny, we were badly cowed, frightened, frustrated, self-centered, slothful, vain, pretentious. Considering how set we were getting in those attitudes, it is all the more amazing that Helen had the tremendous effect on us that she did. For within a month of meeting her, our attitude toward the whole world had sweetened. We had become genuinely interested in people instead of being frightened of them, and we were beginning to do real creative work, an astonishing achievement for an unknown little waitress. It wasn't that she took us in hand, or set us an example, or anything like that. Quite the opposite. I don't think that Helen was responsible for a half-dozen positive statements, and only one really impulsive act during the whole time we knew her. Rather, she was like a great book's discussion leader, who never voices an opinion of his own, but only leads other people to voice theirs, playing the part of an intellectual midwife. Lewis and Jean and I would drop over to S's, say, and find Helen getting dressed behind the screen or taking a cup of tea after a session of posing. We'd start a discussion, and for a while Helen would listen dreamily, just another shadow in the high old shadowy room. But then those startling little questions of hers would begin to come, each one opening a new vista of thought. By the time the discussion was finished, which might be at the Blue Moon Bar, or under the campus maples, or watching the water ripple in the old coal pits, we'd have got somewhere. Instead of ending in weary shoulder-shrugging, or cynical grousing at the world, or getting drunk out of sheer frustration, we'd finish up with a plan, some facts to check, something to write, or shape, or try. And then people. How would we ever have got close to people without Helen? Without Helen, old Gus would have stayed an ancient and bleary-eyed dishwasher at Benny's. But with Helen, Gus became for us what he really was, a figure of romance who had sailed the 7 seas, who had hunted for gold on the Orinoco with 20 female Indians for porters, because the males were too lazy and proud to hire out to do anything, and who had marched at the head of his Amazon band carrying a newborn baby of one of the women in his generous arms, because the women assured him that a man-child was the only burden a man might carry without dishonor. Even Gene was softened in his attitudes. I remember once when 2 handsome truck drivers tried to pick up Helen at the Blue Moon. Instantly Gene's jaw muscles bulged and his eyes went blank, and he began to wag his right shoulder, and I got ready for a scene. But Helen said a word here and there, threw in a soft laugh, and began to ask the truck drivers her questions. In 10 minutes we were all at ease, and the 4 of us found out things we'd never dreamed about, dark highways and diesels and their proud dark-souled pilots, so like Gene in their temperaments. But it was on us as individuals that Helen's influence showed up the biggest. S's sculptures acquired an altogether new scope. She dropped her pet mannerisms without a tear, and began to take into her work whatever was sound and good. She rapidly developed a style that was classical, and yet had in it something that was wholly of the future. S is getting recognition now, and her work is still good, but there was a magic about her Hellenic period, which she can't recapture. The magic still lives in the pieces she did at that time, particularly in a nude of Helen that has all the serenity and purpose of the best ancient Egyptian work, and something much more. As we watched that piece take form, as we watched the clay grow into Helen under S's hands, we dimly sensed that in some indescribable way, Helen was growing into S at the same time, and S into Helen. It was such a beautiful, subtle relationship that even Gene couldn't be jealous. At the same time, Lewis gave over his fickle, philosophical flirtations and found the field of inquiry for which he'd always been looking, a blend of semantics and introspective psychology, designed to chart the chaotic inner world of human experience. Although his present intellectual tactics lacked the brilliance they had when Helen was nudging his mind, he still keeps doggedly at the project, which promises to add a whole new range of words to the vocabulary of psychology and perhaps of the English language. Gene wasn't ripe for creative work, but from being a merely promising student, he became a brilliant and very industrious one, rather to the surprise of his professors. Even with the cloud that now overhung his life and darkens his reputation, he has managed to find worthwhile employment on one of the big nuclear projects. As for myself, I really began to write. Enough said. We sometimes used to speculate as to the secret of Helen's effect on us, though we didn't by any means give her all the credit in those days. We had some sort of theory that Helen was a completely natural person, a noble savage, from the kitchen, a bridge to the world of proletarian reality. S once said that Helen couldn't have had a Freudian childhood, whatever she meant by that. Lewis spoke of Helen's unthinking social courage, and Gene of the catalytic effect of beauty. Oddly, in these discussions, we never referred to that strange electric experience we'd all had when we first met Helen, that tearing moment when we'd looked back from the doorway. We were always strangely reticent there, and none of us ever voiced the conviction that I'm sure all of us had at times, that our social and psychoanalytic theories weren't worth a hoot when it came to explaining Helen, that she possessed powers of feeling and mind, mostly concealed, that set her utterly apart from every other inhabitant of the planet Earth, that she was like a being from another, far saner and lovelier world. That conviction isn't unusual, come to think of it. It's the one every man has about the girl he loves. Which brings me to my own secret explanation of Helen's effect on me, though not on the others. It was simply this. I loved Helen, and I knew Helen loved me, and that was quite enough. It happened scarcely a month after we'd met. We were staging a little party at S's. Since I was the one with the car, I was assigned to pick up Helen at Benny's when she got through. On the short drive, I passed a house that held unpleasant memories for me. A girl had lived there whom I'd been crazy about, and who had turned me down. No, let's be honest, I turned her down, though I very much wanted her, because of some tragic cowardice, the memory of which always sears me like a hot iron. Helen must have guessed something from my expression, for she said softly, "What's the matter, Larry?" And then, when I ignored the question, "Something about a girl." She was so sympathetic about it that I broke down and told her the whole story, sitting in the parked and lightless car in front of S's. I let myself go and lived through the whole thing again, with all its biting shame. When I was finished, I looked up from the steering wheel. The streetlight made a pale aureole around Helen's head, and a paler one where the white Angora sweater covered her shoulders. The upper part of her face was in darkness, but a bit of light touched her full lips and narrow, almost fennec or fox-like chin. "You poor kid," she said softly, and the next moment we were kissing each other, and a feeling of utter relief and courage and power was budding deep inside me. A bit later, she said to me something that even at the time I realized was very wise. "Let's keep this between you and me, Larry," she said. "Let's not mention it to the others. Let's not even hint." She paused, and then added, a trifle unhappily, "I'm afraid they wouldn't appreciate it. Sometimes I hope, but not quite yet." I knew what she meant. That Jean and Louis and even S were only human, that is, irrational, in their jealousies, and that the knowledge that Helen was my girl would have put a damper on the exciting but almost childlike relationship of the five of us, as the fact of S's and Jean's love would never have done. S was a rather cold, awkward girl, and Louis and I seldom grudged poor, angry Jean her affection. So when Helen and I dashed in and found the others berating Benny for making Helen work overtime, we agreed that he was an unshaven and heartless louse. And in a little while the party was going strong, and we were laughing and talking unconstrainedly. No one could possibly have guessed that a new and very lovely factor had been added to the situation. After that evening, everything was different for me. I had a girl. Helen was, why not say the trite things? They're true. My goddess, my worshipper, my slave, my ruler, my inspiration, my comfort, my refuge. Oh, I could write books about what she meant to me. I guess all my life I will be writing books about that. I could write pages describing just one of the beautiful moments we had together. I could drown myself in the bitter ghosts of sensations. Rush of sunlight through her hair, click of her heels on a brick sidewalk, light of her presence brightening a mean room, chase of unearthly expressions across her sleeping face. Yet it was on my mind that Helen's love had the greatest effect. It unfettered my thoughts, gave them passage into a far vaster cosmos. One minute I'd be beside Helen, our hands touching lightly in the dark, a shaft of moonlight from the dusty window silvering her hair. The next, my mind would be a billion miles up, hovering like an iridescent insect over the million bright worlds of existence. Or I'd be surmounting walls inside my mind, craggy, dire ramparts that have been there since the days of the caveman. Or the universe would become a miraculous web, with time the spider. I couldn't see all of it. No creature could see a trillionth of it in all eternity, but I would have a sense of it all. Sometimes the icy beauty of those moments would become too great, and I'd feel a sudden chill of terror. Then the scene around me would become a nightmare, and I'd half expect Helen's eyes to show a cat-like gleam and slit, or her hair to become rustlingly alive, or her arms to writhe bonelessly, or her splendid skin to slough away, revealing some black and ant-like form of dread. Then the moment would pass, and everything would be sheer loveliness again, richer for the fleeting terror. My mind is hobbled once more now, but I still know the taste of the inward freedom that Helen's love brought. You might think from this that Helen and I had a lot of times alone together. We hadn't. We couldn't have, with the gang. But we had enough. Helen was clever at arranging things. They never suspected us. Lord knows there were times I yearned to let the gang in on our secret, but then I would remember Helen's warning and see the truth of it. Let's face it, we're all of us a pretty vain and possessive people. As individuals, we cry for attention. We jockey for admiration. We swim or sink, according to whether we feel we're being worshipped or merely liked. We demand too much of the person we love. We want them to be a never-failing prop to our ego. And then if we're lonely and happen to see someone else loved, the greedy child wakes, the savage stirs, the frustrated Puritan clenches his teeth. We seethe, we resent, we hate. No, I saw that I couldn't tell the others about Helen and myself. Not Louis, not even S. And as for Gene, I'm afraid that with his narrow-minded upbringing, he'd have been deeply shocked by what he'd have deduced about our relationship. We were supposed, to be wild young people, bohemians. Actually, we were quite straight-laced, Gene especially, the rest of us almost as much. I knew how I would have felt if Helen had happened to become Louis's or Gene's girl. That says it. To tell the truth, I felt a great deal of admiration for the gang because they could do alone what I was only doing with Helen's love. They were enlarging their minds, becoming creative, working and playing hard, and doing it without my reward. Frankly, I don't know how I could have managed it myself without Helen's love. My admiration for Louis, S. and Gene was touched with a kind of awe, and we really were getting places. We had created a new mind spot on the world, a sprouting place for thought that wasn't vain or self-conscious, but concerned wholly with its work and its delights. The gang was forming itself into a kind of lens for viewing the world, outside and in. Any group of people can make themselves into that sort of lens, if they really want to, but somehow they seldom get started. They don't have the right inspiration. We had Helen. Always, but mostly in unspoken thoughts, we'd come back to the mystery of how she had managed it. She was mysterious, all right. We had known her some 6 months now, and we were as much in the dark about her background as when we first met her. She wouldn't tell anything even to me. She'd come from places. She was a drifter. She liked people. She told us all sorts of fascinating incidents, but whether she'd been mixed up in them herself or just heard them at Benny's, she could have made a Trappist jabber, was uncertain. We sometimes tried to get her to talk about her past, but she dodged our questions easily, and we didn't like to press them. You don't cross-examine beauty. You don't demand that a great book's discussion leader state his convictions. You don't probe a goddess about her past. Yet this vagueness about Helen's past caused us a certain uneasiness. She had drifted to us. She might drift away. If we hadn't been so involved in our thought sprouting, we'd have been worried. And if I hadn't been so happy and everything so smoothly perfect, I'd have done more than occasionally ask Helen to marry me and hear her answer, "Not now, Larry." Yes, she was mysterious, and she had her eccentricities. For one thing, she insisted on working at Benny's, although she could have had a dozen better jobs. Benny's was her window on the main street of life, she said. For another, she'd go off on long hikes in the country, even in the snowiest weather. I met her coming back from one and was worried, tried to be angry, but she only smiled. Yet when spring came round again and burgeoned into summer, she would never go swimming with us in our favorite coal pit. The coal pits are a place where they once strip-mined for the stuff when it came to the surface. Long ago, the huge holes were left to fill with water and their edges to grow green with grass and trees. They're swell for swimming. But Helen would never go to our favorite, which was one of the biggest and yet the least visited, and this year the water was unusually high. We changed to suit her, of course, but because the one she didn't like happened to be near the farmhouse of last August's rural monster scare, Lewis joshed her. "Maybe a monster haunts the pool," he said. "Maybe it's a being come from another world on a flying disc." He happened to say that on a lazy afternoon when we'd been swimming at the new coal pit and were drying on the edge, having cigarettes. Lewis's remark started us speculating about creatures from another world coming secretly to visit Earth, their problems, especially how they'd disguise themselves. "Maybe they'd watch from a distance," Jean said. "Television, supersensitive microphones." "Or clairvoyance, clairaudience," S chimed, being rather keen on parapsychology. "But to really mingle with people," Helen murmured. She was stretched on her back in white bra and trunks, looking deep into the ranks of marching clouds. Her olive skin tanned to an odd hue that went bewitchingly with her hair. With a sudden and frightening poignancy, I was aware of the cat-like perfection of her slim body. "The creature might have some sort of elaborate plastic disguise," Jean began doubtfully. "It might have a human form to begin with," I ventured. "You know, the idea that Earth folk are decayed interstellar colonists." "It might take possession of some person here," Lewis cut in, "insinuate its mind or even itself into the human being." "Or it might grow itself a new body," Helen murmured sleepily. That was one of the half-dozen positive statements she ever made. Then we got to talking about the motives of such an alien being. Whether it would try to destroy men, or look on us as cattle, or study us, or amuse itself with us, or what-not. Here Helen joined in again, distant-eyed but smiling. "I know you've all laughed at the comic book idea of some Martian monster lusting after beautiful white women, but has it ever occurred to you that a creature from outside might simply and honestly fall in love with you?" That was another of Helen's rare positive statements. The idea was engaging, and we tried to get Helen to expand it, but she wouldn't. In fact, she was rather silent the rest of that day. As the summer began to mount toward its crests of heat and growth, the mystery of Helen began to possess us more often. That, and a certain anxiety about her. There was a feeling in the air, the sort of uneasiness that cats and dogs get when they are about to lose their owner. Without exactly knowing it, without a definite word being said, we were afraid we might lose Helen. Partly it was Helen's own behavior. For once she showed a kind of restlessness, or rather preoccupation. At Benny's, she no longer took such an interest in people. She seemed to be trying to solve some difficult personal problem, nerve herself to make some big decision. Once she looked at us and said, "You know, I like you kids terribly." Said it the way a person says it when he knows he may have to lose what he likes. And then there was the business of the stranger. Helen had been talking quite a bit with a strange man, not at Benny's, but walking in the streets, which was unusual. We didn't know who the stranger was. We hadn't actually seen him face to face, just heard about him from Benny and glimpsed him once or twice. Yet he worried us. Understand, our happiness went on, yet faintly veiling it was this new and ominous mist. Then, one night, the mist took definite shape. It happened on an occasion of celebration. After a few days during which we'd sensed they'd been quarreling, S and Jean had suddenly announced that they were getting married. On an immediate impulse, we'd all gone to the Blue Moon. We were having the third round of drinks, and kidding S because she didn't seem very enthusiastic, almost a bit grumpy, when he came in. Even before he looked our way, before he drifted up to our table, we knew that this was the stranger. He was a rather slender man, fair-haired like Helen. Otherwise he didn't look like her, yet there was a sense of kinship. Perhaps it lay in his poise, his wholly casual manner. As he came up, I could feel myself and the others getting tense, like dogs at the approach of the unknown. The stranger stopped by our table and stood looking at Helen as if he knew her. The four of us realized more than ever that we wanted Helen to be ours alone, and especially mine, that we hated to think of her having close ties with anyone else. What got especially under my skin was the suggestion that there was some kinship between the stranger and Helen, that behind his proud, remote-eyed face, he was talking to her with his mind. Jean apparently took the stranger for one of those unpleasant fellows who strut around bars looking for trouble, and proceeded to act as if he were one of those same fellows himself. He screwed his delicate features into a cheap frown, and stood up as tall as he could, which wasn't much. Such tough guy behavior, always a symptom of frustration and doubts of masculinity, had been foreign to Jean for some months. I felt a pulse of sadness, and almost winced when Jean opened the side of his mouth and began, "Now, look here, Joe." But Helen laid her hand on his arm. She looked calmly at the stranger for a few more moments, and then she said, "I won't talk to you that way. You must speak English." If the stranger was surprised, he didn't show it. He smiled and said softly, with a faint foreign accent, "The ship sails at midnight, Helen." I got a queer feeling, for our city is 200 miles from anything you'd call navigable waters. For a moment I felt what you might call supernatural fear. The bar so tawdry and dim, the line of hunched, neurotic shoulders, the plump dice girl at one end and the tiny, writhing television screen at the other. And against that background, Helen and the stranger, light-haired, olive-skinned, with proud feline features, facing each other like duelists, on guard, opposed, yet sharing some secret knowledge. Like two aristocrats come to a dive to settle a quarrel. Like that and something more. As I say, it frightened me. "Are you coming, Helen?" the stranger asked. And now I was really frightened. It was as if I'd realized for the first time just how terribly much Helen meant to all of us, and to me especially. Not just the loss of her, but the loss of things in me that only she could call into being. I could see the same fear in the faces of the others, a lost look in Jean's eyes behind the fake gangster frown, Lewis's fingers relaxing from his glass and his chunky head turning toward the stranger, slowly, with empty gaze, like the turret guns of a battleship. Starting to stub out her cigarette and then hesitating, her eyes on Helen, although in S's case I felt there was another emotion besides fear. "Coming?" Helen echoed, like someone in a dream. The stranger waited. Helen's reply had twisted the tension tighter. Now S did stub out her cigarette with awkward haste, then quickly drew back her hand. I felt suddenly that this had been bound to happen, that Helen must have had her life, her real life, before we had known her, and that the stranger was part of it, that she had come to us mysteriously, and now would leave us as mysteriously. Yes, I felt all of that, although in view of what had happened between Helen and me, I knew I shouldn't have. "Have you considered everything?" the stranger asked finally. "Yes," Helen replied. "You know that after tonight, there'll be no going back," he continued as softly as ever. "You know that you'll be marooned here forever, that you'll have to spend the rest of your life among—" He looked around at us as if searching for a word. "Among barbarians." Again Helen laid her hand on Jean's arm, although her glance never left the stranger's face. "What is the attraction, Helen?" the stranger went on. "Have you really tried to analyze it? I know it might be fun for a month, or a year, or even 5 years, a kind of game, a renewal of youth. But when it's over, and you're tired of the game, when you realize that you're alone, completely alone, and that there's no going back, ever. Have you thought of that?" "Yes, I have thought of all that," Helen said as quietly as the stranger, but with a tremendous finality. "I won't try to explain it to you, because with all your wisdom and cleverness, I don't think you'd quite understand. And I know I'm breaking promises, and more than promises, but I'm not going back. I'm here with my friends, my true and equal friends, and I'm not going back. And then it came, and I could tell it came to all of us. A great big lift, like a surge of silent music or a glow of invisible light. Helen had at last declared herself. After the faint equivocations and reservations of the spring and summer, she had put herself squarely on our side. We each of us knew that what she had said she meant wholly and forever. She was ours more completely than ever before, our quasi-goddess, our inspiration, our key to a widening future, the one who always understood, who could open doors in our imaginations and feelings that would otherwise have remained forever shut. She was our Helen now, ours, and, as my mind persisted in adding exultingly, especially mine. And we were the gang again, happy, poised, wise as heaven and clever as hell, out to celebrate, having fun with whatever came along. The whole scene had changed. The frightening aura around the stranger had vanished completely. He was just another of those hundreds of odd people whom we met when we were with Helen. He acted almost as if he were conscious of it. He smiled and said quickly, "Very well. I had a feeling you'd decide this way." He started to move off. Then, "Oh, by the way, Helen." "Yes?" "The others wanted me to say goodbye to you for them." "Tell them the same, and the best of luck." The stranger nodded and again started to turn away, when Helen added, "And you?" The stranger looked back. "I'll be seeing you once more before midnight," he said lightly, and almost the next moment, it seemed, was out the door. We all chuckled. I don't know why. Partly from relief, I suppose, and partly, God help us, in triumph over the stranger. One thing I'm sure of. 3, and maybe even 4 of us, felt for a moment happier and more secure in our relationship to Helen than we ever had before. It was the peak. We were together. The stranger had been vanquished, and all the queer unspoken threats he had brought with him. Helen had declared herself. The future stood open before us, full of creation and achievement, with Helen ready to lead us into it. For a moment everything was perfect. We were mankind, vibrantly alive, triumphantly progressing. It was, as I say, perfect. And only human beings know how to wreck perfection. Only human beings are so vain, so greedy, each wanting everything for himself alone. It was Jean who did it. Jean who couldn't stand so much happiness and had to destroy it. From what self-fear, what puritanical self-torment, what death-wish, I don't know. It was Jean, but it might have been any of us. His face was flushed. He was smiling, grinning, rather, and what I now realized was an oafish and overbearing complacency. He put his hand on Helen's arm in a way none of us had ever touched Helen before, and said, "That was great, dear." It wasn't so much what he said as the naked possessiveness of the gesture. It was surely that gesture of ownership that made S explode, that started her talking in a voice terribly bitter, but so low it was some moments before the rest of us realized what she was getting at. When we did, we were thunderstruck. She was accusing Helen of having stolen Jean's love. It's hard to make anyone understand the shock we felt, as if someone had accused a goddess of abominations. S lit another cigarette with shaking fingers and finished up. "I don't want your pity, Helen. I don't want Jean married off to me for the sake of appearances like some half-discarded mistress. I like you, Helen, but not enough to let you take Jean away from me and then toss him back, or half-toss him back. No, I draw the line at that." And she stopped, as if her emotions had choked her. As I said, the rest of us were thunderstruck. But not Jean. His face got redder still. He slugged down the rest of his drink and looked around at us, obviously getting ready to explode in turn. Helen had listened to us with a half-smile and an unhappy half-frown, shaking her head from time to time. Now she shot Jean a warning, imploring glance, but he disregarded it. No, Helen, he said. S is right. I'm glad she spoke. It was a mistake for us ever to hide our feelings. It would have been a 10 times worse mistake if I'd kept that crazy promise I made you to marry S. You go too much by pity, Helen, and pity's no use in managing an affair like this. I don't want to hurt S, but she'd better know right now that it's another marriage we're announcing tonight. I sat there speechless. I just couldn't realize that that drunken, red-faced popinjay was claiming that Helen was his girl, his wife-to-be. S didn't look at him. "You cheap little beast," she whispered. Jean went white at that, but he kept on smiling. "S may not forgive me for this," he said harshly, "but I don't think it's me she's jealous of. What gets under her skin is not so much losing me to Helen as losing Helen to me." Then I could find words, but Louis was ahead of me. He put his hand firmly on Jean's shoulder. "You're drunk, Jean," he said, "and you're talking like a drunken fool. Helen's my girl." They started up, both of them, Louis's hand still on Jean's shoulder. Then, instead of hitting each other, they looked at me, because I had risen too. "But," I began and faltered. Without my saying it, they knew. Louis's hand dropped away from Jean. All of us looked at Helen, a cold, terribly hurt, horribly disgusted look. Helen blushed and looked down. Only much later did I realize it was related to the look she'd given the four of us that first night at Benny's. "But I fell in love with all of you," she said softly. Then we did speak, or rather Jean spoke for us. I hate to admit it, but at the time I felt a hot throb of pleasure at all the unforgivable things he called Helen. I wanted to see the lash laid on, the stones thud. Finally he called her some names that were a little worse. Then Helen did the only impulsive thing I ever knew her to do. She slapped Jean's face. Once. Hard. There are only two courses a person can take when he's been rebuked by a goddess, even a fallen goddess. He can grovel and beg forgiveness, or he can turn apostate and devil-worshipper. Jean did the latter. He walked out of the blue moon, blundering like a blind drunk. That broke up the party, and Gus and the other bartender, who'd been about to interfere, returned relievedly to their jobs. Louis went off to the bar. S followed him. I went to the far end myself, under the writhing television screen, and ordered a double scotch. Beyond the dozen intervening pairs of shoulders, I could see that S was trying to act shameless. She was whispering things to Louis. At the same time, and even more awkwardly, she was flirting with one of the other men. Every once in a while she would laugh shrilly, mirthlessly. Helen didn't move. She just sat at the table, looking down, the half-smile fixed on her lips. Once Gus approached her, but she shook her head. I ordered another double scotch. Suddenly my mind began to work furiously on 3 levels. On the first, I was loathing Helen. I was seeing that all she had done for us, all the mind spot, all the house of creativity we'd raised together, had been based on a lie. Helen was unutterably cheap, common. Mostly on that level I was grieving for the terrible wrong I felt she'd done me. The second level was entirely different. There an icy spider had entered my mind from realms undreamt. There sheer supernatural terror reigned. For there I was adding up all the little hints of strangeness we'd had about Helen. The stranger's words had touched it off, and now 1,000 details began to drop into place. The coincidence of her arrival with the flying disc, rural monster, and hypnotism scare. Her interest in people, like that of a student from a far land. The impression she gave of possessing concealed powers. Her pains never to say anything definite, as if she were on guard against imparting some forbidden knowledge. Her long hikes into the country. Her aversion for the big and yet seldom visited coal pit. Big and deep enough to float a liner or hide a submarine. Above all, that impression of unearthliness she'd at times given us all, even when we were not under her spell. And now this matter of a ship sailing at midnight from the Great Plains. What sort of ship? On that level, my mind shrank from facing the obvious result of its labor. It was too frighteningly incredible, too far from the world of the blue moon and bennies and cheap little waitresses. The third level was far mistier, but it was there. At least I tell myself it was there. On this third level, I was beginning to see Helen in a better light, and the rest of us in a worse. I was beginning to see the lovelessness behind our idea of love, and the faithfulness to the best in us behind Helen's faithlessness. I was beginning to see how hateful, how like spoiled children we'd been acting. Of course, maybe there wasn't any third level in my mind at all. Maybe that only came afterwards. Maybe I'm just trying to flatter myself that I was a little more discerning, a little bigger than the others. Yet I like to think that I turned away from the bar and took a couple of steps toward Helen, that it was only those second-level fears that slowed me, so I'd only taken those 2 faltering steps, if I took them, before Jean walked in. I remember the clock said 11:30. Jean's face was dead white and knobby with tension. His hand was in his pocket. He never looked at anyone but Helen. They might have been alone. He wavered, or trembled. Then a terrible spasm of energy stiffened him. He started toward the table. Helen got up and walked toward him, her arms outstretched. In her half-smile were all the compassion and fatalism and love I can imagine there being in the universe. Jean pulled a gun out of his pocket and shot Helen 6 times, 4 times in the body, twice in the head. She hung for a moment, then pitched forward into the blue smoke. It puffed away from her to either side, and we saw her lying on her face, one of her outstretched hands touching Jean's shoe. Then, before a woman could scream, before Gus and the other chap could jump the bar, the outside door of the Blue Moon opened and the stranger came in. After that, none of us could have moved or spoken. We cringed from his eyes like guilty dogs. It wasn't that he looked anger at us, or hate, or even contempt. That would have been much easier to bear. No, even as the stranger passed Jean, pistol dangling from 2 fingers, looking down in dumb horror, edging his toe back by terrified inches from Helen's dead hand. Even as the stranger sent Jean a glance, it was the glance a man might give a bull that has gored a child, a pet ape that has torn up his mistress in some inscrutable and pettish animal rage. And as, without a word, the stranger picked Helen up in his arms and carried her silently through the thinning blue smoke into the street, his face bore that same look of tragic regret, of serene acceptance. That's almost all there is to my story. Jean was arrested, of course, but it's not easy to convict a man of murder of a woman without real identity. For Helen's body was never found. Neither was the stranger. Eventually Jean was released and, as I've said, is making a life for himself despite the cloud over his reputation. We see him now and then and try to console him, tell him it might as easily have been S, or Louis, or I, that we were all blind, selfish fools together. And we've each of us got back to our work. The sculptures, the word studies, the novels, the nuclear notions are not nearly as brilliant as when Helen was with us. But we keep turning them out. We tell ourselves Helen would like that. And our minds all work now at the third level, but only by fits and starts, fighting the jungle blindness and selfishness that are closing in again. Still, at our best, we understand Helen and what Helen was trying to do, what she was trying to bring the world, even if the world wasn't ready for it. We glimpse that strange passion that made her sacrifice all the stars for 4 miserable blind worms. But mostly we grieve for Helen, together and alone. We know there won't be another Helen for 100,000 years, if then. We know that she's gone a lot farther than the dozens or thousands of light years her body's been taken for burial, We look at S's statue of Helen. We read one or two of my poems to her. We remember. Our minds come half alive and are tortured by the thought of what they might have become if we'd kept Helen. We picture her again, sitting in the shadows of S's studio, or sunning herself on the grassy banks after a swim, or smiling at us at Benny's. And we grieve. For we know you get only one chance at someone like Helen. We know that because half an hour after the stranger carried Helen's body from the blue moon, a great meteor went flaming and roaring across the countryside. Some say up from the countryside and out toward the stars. And the next day it was discovered that the waters of the coal pit Helen wouldn't swim in had been splashed, as if by the downward blow of a giant's fist, across the fields for 1,000 yards. The Enchanted Forest. The darkness was fusty as formal Haoshin-Ah leaves, acrid as a Regalian brush fire, and it still shook faintly, like one of the dancing houses of the wild ones. It was filled with a petulant, low humming, so like that of a wounded earth wasp. Machinery whirred limpingly, briefly. An oval door opened in the darkness. Soft green light filtered in, and the unique scent, aromatic in this case, yet with a grassy sourness of a new planet. The green was imparted to the light by the thorny boughs or creepers crisscrossing the doorway. To eyes dreary from deep subspace, the oval of interlaced, wrist-thick tendrils was a throat-lumping sight. A human hand moved delicately from the darkness toward the green barrier. The finger-long, translucent thorns quivered, curved back ever so slowly, then struck, a hair-breadth short, for the hand had stopped. The hand did not withdraw, but lingered just in range, caressing danger. A sharp, gay laugh etched itself against the woundedly humming dark. "Have to dust those devilish little green daggers to get out of the wreck," Elvin thought. Lucky they were here, though. The thorn forest's cushioning effect may have been the straw that saved the spaceboat's back, or at least mine. Then Elvin stiffened. The humming behind him shaped itself into faint English speech, altered by centuries of slurring, but still essentially the same. "You fly fast, Elvin." "Faster than any of your hunters," Elvin agreed softly without looking around, and added, "FTL, meaning faster than light." "You fly far, Elvin. Tens of light years," the wounded voice continued. "Scores," Elvin corrected. "Yet I speak to you, Elvin. But you don't know where I am. I came on a blind reach through deep subspace, and your FTL radio can take no fix. You are shouting at infinity, Fedris." "And fly you ever so fast and far, Elvin," the wounded voice persisted, "you must finally go to ground, and then we will search you out." Again Elvin laughed gaily. His eyes were still on the green doorway. "You will search me out? Where will you search me out, Fedris? On which side of the 1,000,000 planets of the SOS? On which of the 100,000,000 planets not of the SOS?" The wounded voice grew weaker. "Your home planet is dead, Elvin. Of all the wild ones, only you slipped through our cordon." This time Elvin did not comment vocally. He felt at his throat, and carefully took from a gleaming locket there a tiny white sphere, no bigger than a lady beetle. Holding it treasuringly in his cupped palm, he studied it with a brooding mockery. Then, still handling it as if it were an awesome object, he replaced it in the locket. The wounded voice had sunk to a ghostly whisper. "You are alone, Elvin, alone with the mystery and terror of the universe. The unknown will find you, Elvin, even before we do. Time and space and fate will all conspire against you. Chance itself will—" The spectral FTL radio voice died as the residual power in the wrecked machinery exhausted itself utterly. Silence filled the broken gut of the spaceboat. silence that was gaily shattered when Elvin laughed a last time. Fedrus the psychologist! Fedrus the fool! Did Fedrus think to sap his nerve with witch-doctor threats and the power of suggestion? As if a man or woman of the wild ones could ever be brought to believe in the supernatural. Not that there wasn't an unearthliness loose in the universe, Elvin reminded himself somberly, an unearthly beauty born of danger and ultimate self-expression. But only the wild ones knew that unearthliness. It could never be known to the poor tame hordes of the Sows, who would always revere safety and timidity as most members of the human Sows, or society, have revered them, and hate all lovers of beauty and danger, just as they had hated the wild ones and so destroyed them. All save one. One, had Fedrus said. Elvin smiled cryptically, touched the locket at his neck, and leaped lightly to his feet. A short time later, he had what he needed from the wreck. "And now, Fedrus," he murmured, "I have a work of creation to perform." He smiled. "Or should I say recreation?" He directed at the green doorway the blunt muzzle of a dust gun. There was no sound or flash, but the green boughs shook, blackened, the thorns vanishing, and turned to a drifting powder fine and dark as the ashes carpeting Earth's moon. Elvin sprang to the doorway, and for a moment he was poised there, yellow-haired, cool-lipped, laughing-eyed, handsome as a young god, or adolescent devil, in his black tunic embroidered with platinum. Then he leaned out and directed the dust gun's ultrasonic beam downward until he had cleared a patch of ground in the thorn forest. When this moment's work was over, he dropped lightly down, the fine dust puffing up to his knees at the impact. Elvin snapped off his dust gun, flirted sweat from his face, laughed at his growing exasperation, and looked around at the thorn forest. It had not changed an iota in the miles he'd made. Just the glassy thorns and the lance-shaped leaves and the boughs rising from the bare reddish earth. Not another planet to be seen. Nor had he caught the tiniest glimpse of moving life, large or small, save the thorns themselves, which noticed him whenever he came too close. As an experiment, he had let a baby one prick him, and it had stung abominably. Such an environment! What did it suggest, anyhow? Cultivation? Or a plant that permeated its environs with poison, as Earth's redwood its woody body? He grinned at the chill that flashed along his spine. And if there were no animal life, what the devil were the thorns for? A ridiculous forest, in its simplicity suggesting the enchanted forests of ancient earthly fairy tales. That idea should please witch-doctor Fedrus. If only he had some notion of the general location of the planet he was on, he might be able to make better guesses about its other life forms. Life spores did drift about in space, so that solar systems and even star regions tended to have biological similarities. But he'd come too fast and too curiously, too fast even to see stars, in the wild one's fastest and most curious boat, to know where he was. Or for Fedrus to know where he was, he reminded himself. Or for any deep space approach warning system, if there were one on this planet, to have spotted his arrival. For that matter, he hadn't foreseen his arrival himself. There had been just the dip-up from subspace, the sinister black confetti of the meteorite swarm, the collision, the wrecked spaceboat's desperate fall, clutching at the nearest planet. He should be able to judge his location when night came and he could see the stars. That is, if night ever came on this planet, or if that high fog ever dispersed. He consulted his compass. The needle of the primitive but useful instrument held true. At least this planet had magnetic poles, and it probably had night and day to support vegetable life and such a balmy temperature. Once he got out of this forest, he'd be able to plan. Just give him cities, one city. He tucked the compass in his tunic, patting the locket at his neck in a strangely affectionate, almost reverent way. He looked at the laced boughs ahead. Yes, It was exactly like those fairy forests that cost fairy book knights so much hack work with their two-handed swords. Easier with a dust gun, and he had scores of miles of cleared path in his store of ultrasonic refills. He glanced back at the slightly curving tunnel he'd made. Through the slaty ashes on its floor, wicked green shoots were already rising. He snapped on the duster. The boughs were so thick at its edge that the clearing took Elvin by surprise. One moment he was watching a tangled green mat blacken under the duster's invisible beam. The next, he had stepped out, not into fairyland, but into the sort of place where fairy tales were first told. The clearing was about a half-mile in diameter. Round it the thorn forest made a circle. A little stream bubbled out of the poisonous greenery 100 paces to his right and crossed the clearing through a shallow valley. Beyond the stream rose a small hill. On the hillside was a ragged cluster of gray buildings. From one of them rose a pencil of smoke. Outside were a couple of carts and some primitive agricultural implements. Save for the space occupied by the buildings, the valley was under intensive cultivation. The hill was planted at regular intervals with small trees bearing clusters of red and yellow fruit. Elsewhere were rows of bushy plants and fields of grain rippling in the breeze. All vegetation, however, seemed to stop about a yard from the thorn forest. There was a mournful lowing. Around the hillside came a half-dozen cattle. A man in a plain tunic was leisurely driving them toward the buildings. A tiny animal, perhaps a cat, came out of the building with the smoke and walked with the cattle, rubbing against their legs. A young woman came to the door after the cat and stood watching with folded arms. Elvin drank in the atmosphere of peace and rich earth, feeling like a man in an ancient room. Such idyllic scenes as this must have been Earth's in olden times. He felt his taut muscles relaxing. A second young woman stepped out of a copse of trees just ahead and stood facing him, wide-eyed. She was dressed in a greenish tunic of softened, spun, and woven vegetable fibers. Elvin sensed in her a certain charm, half sophisticated, half primitive. She was like one of the girls of the Wild Ones in a rustic play-suit, but her face was that of an awestruck child. He walked toward her through the rustling grain. She dropped to her knees. You, she murmured with difficulty, then more swiftly in perfect English speech. Do not harm me, Lord. Accept my reverence. I will not harm you if you answer my questions well, Elvin replied, accepting the advantage and status he seemed to have been given. What place is this? It is the place, she replied simply. Yes, but what place? It is the place, she repeated quakingly. There are no others. Then where did I come from? He asked. Her eyes widened a little with terror. I do not know. She was red-haired and really quite beautiful. Elvin frowned. What planet is this? She looked at him doubtfully. What is a planet? Perhaps there were going to be language difficulties after all, Elvin thought. What sun? He asked. What is sun? He pointed upward impatiently. Doesn't that stuff ever go away? You mean, she faltered fearfully, does the sky ever go away? The sky is always the same. Sometimes it brightens. Now comes night. How far to the end of the thorn forest? I do not understand. Then her gaze slipped beyond him, to the ragged doorway made by his duster. Her look of awe was intensified, became touched with horror. You have conquered the poison needles, she whispered. Then she abased herself until her loose red hair touched the russet shoots of the grain. Do not hurt me, all-powerful one, she gasped. I cannot promise that, Elvin told her curtly. What is your name? Sephora, she whispered. Very well, Sephora. Lead me to your people. She sprang up and fled like a doe back to the farm buildings. When Elvin reached the roof, from which the smoke rose, taking the leisurely pace befitting his dignity as god or overlord, or whatever the girl had taken him for, the welcoming committee had already formed. 2 young men bent their knees to him, and the young woman he had seen standing at the doorway held out to him a platter of orange and purple fruit. The conqueror of the poisoned needles sampled this refreshment, then waved it aside with a curt nod of approval, although he found it delicious. When he entered the rude farmhouse, he was met by a blushing Sephora, who carried cloths in a steaming bowl. She timidly indicated his boots. He showed her the trick of the fastening, and in a few moments he was sprawled on a couch of hides stuffed with aromatic leaves, while she reverently washed his feet. She was about 20, he discovered, talking to her idly, not worrying about important information for the moment. Her life was one of farm work and rustic play. One of the young men, Alfors, had recently become her mate. Outside, the gray sky was swiftly darkening. The other young man, whom Elvin had first seen driving the cattle and who answered to the name of Cors, now brought armfuls of knotty wood, which he fed to the meager fire so that it crackled up in rich yellows and reds. While Tulia, Cors' girl, busied herself nearby with work that involved mouth-watering odors. The atmosphere was homey, though somewhat stiff. After all, Elvin reminded himself, one doesn't have a god to dinner every night. But after a meal of meat stew, fresh-baked bread, fruit conserves, and a thin wine, he smiled his approval, and the atmosphere quickly became more celebratory, in fact quite gay. Alfors took a harp strung with gut and sang simple praises of nature, while later Sephora and Tulia danced. Cors kept the fire roaring, and Elvin's wine-cup full, though once he disappeared for some time, evidently to care for the animals. Elvin brightened. These rustic folk faintly resembled his own wild ones. They seemed to have a touch of that reckless, ecstatic spirit so hated by the tame folk of the Sos. Though after a while the resemblance grew too painfully strong, and with an imperious gesture he moderated their gaiety. Meanwhile, by observation and question, he was swiftly learning, though what he learned was astonishing rather than helpful. These 4 young people were the sole inhabitants of their community. They knew nothing of any culture other than their own. They had never seen the sun or the stars. Evidently, this was a planet whose axes of rotation and of revolution around its sun were the same, so that the climate was always unvarying at each latitude, the present locality being under a cloud belt. Later he might check this, he told himself, by determining if the days and nights were always of equal length. Strangest of all, the 2 couples had never been beyond the clearing. The thorn forest, which they conceived of as extending to infinity, was a barrier beyond their power to break. Fires, they told him, sizzled out against it. It swiftly dulled their sharpest axes, and they had a healthy awe of its diabolically sentient thorns. All this suggested an obvious line of questioning. "Where are your parents?" Elvin asked Cors. "Parents?" Cors' brow wrinkled. "You mean the shining ones?" Tulia broke in. She looked sad. "They are gone." "Shining ones?" Elvin quizzed. "People like yourselves?" "Oh, no. Beings of metal, with wheels for feet, and long, clever arms that bent anywhere." "I have always wished I were made of lovely, bright metal," Sephora commented wistfully, "with wheels instead of ugly feet, and a sweet voice that never changed, and a mind that knew everything and never lost its temper." Tulia continued. "They told us when they went why they must go, so that we could live by our own powers alone, as all beings should. But we loved them, and have always been sorry." There was no getting away from it, Elvin decided after making some casual use of his special mind-searching powers to test the veracity of their answers. These 4 people had actually been reared by robots of some sort. But why? A dozen fantastic, unprovable possibilities occurred to him. He remembered what Phaedrus had said about the mystery of the universe, and smiled wryly. Then it was his turn to answer questions, hesitant and awe-stricken ones. He replied simply, "I am a black angel from above. When God created his universe, he decided it would be a pretty dull place if there weren't a few souls in it, willing to take all risks and dare all dangers. So, here and there among his infinite flocks of tame angels, sparingly, he introduced a wild strain, so that there would always be a few souls who would kick up their heels and jump any fences. Yes, and break the fences down, too, exposing the tame flocks to night with its unknown beauties and dangers." He smiled around impishly, the firelight making odd highlights on his lips and cheeks. "Just as I have broken down your thorn fence." It had been pitch black outside for some time. The wine jar was almost empty. Elvin yawned. Immediately preparations were made for his rest. The cat got up from the hearth and came and rubbed Elvin's legs. The first pale glow of dawn aroused Elvin, and he slipped out of bed so quietly that he wakened no one, not even the cat. For a moment he hesitated in the gray room, heavy with the smell of embers and the lees of wine. It occurred to him that it would be rather pleasant to live out his life here as a sylvan god adored by nymphs and rustics. But then his hand touched his throat, and he shook his head. This was no place for him to accomplish his mission. For one thing, there weren't enough people. He needed cities. With a last look at his blanket-huddled hostesses and hosts, Sephora's hair had just begun to turn ruddy in the increasing light. He went out. As he had expected, the thorn forest had long ago repaired the break he had made near the stream. He turned in the opposite direction and skirted the hill until he reached the green wall beyond. There, consulting his compass, he set his course away from the wrecked spaceboat. Then he began to dust. By early afternoon, judging from the changing intensity of the light, he had made a dozen miles and was thinking that perhaps he should have stayed at the wreck long enough to try to patch up a levitator. If only he could get up 100 feet to see what, if anything, was going to happen to this ridiculous forest. For it still fronted him unchangingly, like some wizard growth from a book of fairy tales. The glassy thorns still curved back and struck whenever he swayed too close, and behind him the green shoots still pushed up through the slaty powder. He thought, what a transition, from ultra-photonic flight in a spaceboat to this worm's crawl. Enough to bore a wild one to desperation, to make him think twice of the simple delights of a life spent as a sylvan god. But then he unfastened the locket at his throat and took out the tiny white sphere. His smile became an inspired one as he gazed at it gleaming on his palm. Only one of the wild ones had escaped from their beleaguered planet, Phaedrus had said. What did Phaedrus know? He knew that before Elvin reached his spaceboat, he had escaped in disguise through the tremendous cordons of the Sows. That in the course of that escape, he had twice been searched so thoroughly that it would have been a miracle if he could have concealed more than this one tiny tablet. But this one tiny tablet was enough. In it were all the wild ones. Early humans had often been fascinated by the idea of an invisible man. Yet it hadn't occurred to them that the invisible man has always existed, that each one of us begins as an invisible man, the single cell from which each human grows. Here in this white tablet were the genetic elements of all the wild ones, the chromosomes and genes of each individual. Here were fire-eyed Blana, swashbuckling Nar, soft-laughing Fortan, they and a billion others. The identical twins of each last person destroyed with the planet of the wild ones, waiting only encasement in suitable denucleated growth cells and nurture in some suitable mother, all rolling about prettily in Elvin's palm. So much for the physical inheritance. And as for the social inheritance, there was Elven. Then it could all begin again. Once more the wild ones could dream their cosmos-storming dreams and face their beautiful dangers. Once more they could seek to create, if they chose, those giant atoms, seeds of new universes, because of which the Sows had destroyed them. Back in the Dawn Age, physicists had envisioned the single giant atom from which the whole universe had grown, and now it was time to see if more such atoms could be created from energy drawn from subspace. And who were Phaedrus and Elven and the Sows to say whether or not the new universes might, or should, destroy the old? What matter how the tame herds feared those beautiful submicroscopic eggs of creation? It must all begin again, Elven resolved. Yet it was as much the feel of the thorn shoots rising under his feet as his mighty resolve that drove him on. An hour later his duster disintegrated a tangle of boughs that had only sky behind it. He stepped into a clearing a half-mile in diameter. Just ahead a bubbling stream went through a little valley, where russet grain rippled. Beyond the valley was a small orchard-covered hill. On its hither side, low gray buildings clustered raggedly. From one rose a thread of smoke. A man came around the hill, driving cattle. Elven's second thought was that something must have gone wrong with his compass. Some force must have been deflecting it steadily to draw him back in a circle. His first thought, which he had repressed quickly, had been that here was the mystery Phaedrus had promised him, something supernatural from the ancient fairy book world. And as if time, too, had been drawn back in a circle, he repressed this notion even more quickly. He saw Sephora standing by the familiar copse of trees just ahead. Elven called her name and hurried toward her, a little surprised at his pleasure in seeing her again. She saw him, brought up her hand, and swiftly tossed something to him. He started to catch it against his chest, thinking it a gleaming fruit. He jerked aside, barely in time. It was a gleaming and wickedly heavy-bladed knife. "Sephora!" he shouted. The red-haired nymph turned and fled like a doe, screaming, "Alphors! Cors! Tullia!" Elven raced after her. It was just beyond the first outbuilding that he ran into the ambush, which seemed to have been organized impromptu in an ancient carpenter's shop. Alphors and Cors came roaring at him from the barn, the one swinging a heavy mallet, the other a long saw, while from the kitchen door nearby Tullia rushed with a cleaver. Elven caught her wrist, and the two of them reeled with the force of her swing. Reluctantly then, hating his action and only obeying necessity, he snatched out his duster for a snapshot at the nearest of the others. Cors staggered, lifted his hand to his eyes, and brushed away dust. Now Alphors was the closest. Elven could see the inch-long teeth on the twanging, singing saw blade. Then its gleaming lower length dissolved along with Alphors' hand, while its upper half went screeching past his head. Cors came on, screaming in pain, swinging the mallet blindly. Elven sent him sprawling with a full-intensity shot that made his chest a small volcano of dust, swung round and cut down Alphors, ducked just in time as the cleaver, transferred to Tullia's other hand, swiped at his neck. They went down together in a heap, the duster at Tullia's throat. Brushing the fine gray ashes frantically from his face, Elven looked up to see Sephora racing toward him. Her flaming red hair and livid face were preceded by the three gleaming tines of a pitchfork. "Sephora!" he cried, and tried to get up, but Alphors had fallen across his legs. "Sephora!" he cried again imploringly, but she didn't seem to hear him, and her face looked only hate. So he snapped on the duster, and tines and face and hair went up in a gray cloud. Her headless body pitched across him with a curious little vault as the blunted pitchfork buried its end in the ground. She hit and rolled over twice. Then everything was very still, until a cow lowed restlessly. Elven dragged himself from under what remained of Alphors and stood up shakily. He coughed a little, then with a somewhat horrified distaste raced out of the settling gray cloud. As soon as he was in clean air, he emptied his lungs several times, shuddered a bit, smiled ruefully at the four motionless forms on which the dust was settling, and set himself to figure things out. Evidently some magnetic force had deflected his compass needle, causing him to travel in a circle. Perhaps one of the magnetic poles of this planet was in the immediate locality. Of course, this was no ordinary polar climate or day-night cycle. Still, there was no reason why a planet's axes of magnetism and rotation mightn't be far removed from each other. The behavior of his last evening's hosts and hostesses was a knottier problem. It seemed incredible that his mere disappearance, even granting they thought him a god, had offended them so that they had become murderous. Ancient Earth peoples had killed gods and god symbols, of course. Yet that had been a matter of deliberate ritual, not sudden blood frenzy. For a moment he found himself wondering if Fedrus had somehow poisoned their minds against him, if Fedrus possessed some FTL agency that had rendered the whole universe allergic to Elven. But that, he knew, was the merest morbid fancy, a kind of soured humor. Perhaps his charming rustics had been subject to some kind of cyclic insanity. He shrugged, then resolutely went into the house and prepared himself a meal. By the time it was ready, the sky had darkened. He built a big fire and put in some time constructing out of materials in his pack a small gyro compass. He worked with an absent-minded mastery, as one whittles a toy for a child. He noticed the cat watching him from the doorway, but it fled whenever he called to it, and it refused to be lured by the food he set on the hearth. He looked up at the wine jars dangling from the rafters, but did not reach them down. After a while, he disposed himself on the couch Kors and Tulia had occupied the night before. The room grew dim as the fire died down. He succeeded in keeping his thoughts away from what lay outside, except that once or twice his mind pictured the odd little vault Sephora's body had made in pitching over him. In the doorway, the cat's eyes gleamed. When he woke, it was full day. He quickly got his things together, adding a little fruit to his pack. The cat shot aside as he went out the door. He did not look at the scene of yesterday's battle. He could hear flies buzzing there. He went over to the hill where he had entered the thorn forest last morning. The thorn trees, with their ridiculous fairy book persistence, had long ago repaired the opening he'd made. There was no sign of it. He turned on the tiny motor of the gyro compass, leveled his gun at the green wall, and started dusting. It was as monotonous a work as ever, but he went about it with a new and almost unsmiling grimness. At regular intervals he consulted the gyro compass and sighted back carefully along the arrow-straight, shoot-green corridor that narrowed with more than perspective. Odd, the speed with which those thorns grew. In his mind he rehearsed his long-range course of action. He could count, he must hope, on a generation's freedom from Fedrus and the forces of the Sows. In that time he must find a large culture, preferably urban, or one with a large number of the right sort of domestic animals, and make himself absolute master of it, probably by establishing a new religion. Then the proper facilities for breeding must be arranged. Next, the seeds of the wild ones, pelleted in the locket at his throat, must be separated, as many as there were facilities for, and placed in their living or non-living mothers. Probably living. And probably not human. That might present too many sociological difficulties. It amused him to think of the wild ones reborn from sheep or goats, or perhaps some wholly alien rooter or browser, and his mind conjured up a diverting picture of himself leading his strange flocks over hilly pastures, piping like ancient Pan, until he realized that his mind had pictured Sephora and Tulia dancing along beside him, and he snapped off the mental picture with a frown. Then would come the mattering of the rearing and education of the wild ones. His hypothetical community of underlings would take care of the former. The latter must all proceed from his own brain, supplemented by the library of educational micro-tapes in the wrecked spaceboat. Robots of some sort would be an absolute necessity. He remembered the conversation of the night before last. which had indicated that there were or had been robots on this planet, and lost himself in tenuous speculation, though not forgetting his gyrocompass observations. So the day wore on for Elvin, walking hour after hour behind a dust gun into a dust cloud, until he was almost hypnotized in spite of his self-watchfulness, and a host of disquieting memories fitfully thronged his mind. The darkness of subspace, the cat's eyes at the doorway, the feel of its fur against his ankle, dust billowing from Tullia's throat, the little vault Sephora's body had given in pitching over him, almost as if it rode an invisible wave in the air, an imaginary vision of the blasted planet of the Wild Ones, its dark side aglow with radioactives visible even in deep space, the wasp-like humming in the wrecked spaceboat. Fedrus's ghostly whisper, "The unknown will find you, Elvin." The break in the thorn forest took him by surprise. He stepped into a clearing 1/2 mile in diameter. Just ahead, a stream bubbled through a little valley rippling with russet grain. Beyond was a small orchard-covered hill, against whose side low gray buildings clustered raggedly. From one rose a ribbon of smoke. He hardly felt the thorns sting him as he backed into them, though the stimulus they provided was enough to send him forward again a few steps. But such trifles had no effect on the furious working of his mind. He must, he told himself, be up against a force that distorted a gyrocompass as much as a magnet, that even distorted the visual lines of space. Or else he really was in a fairy book world, where no matter how hard you tried to escape through an enchanted forest, you were always led back at evening to... He fancied he could see a black cloud of flies hovering near the low gray buildings. And then he heard a rustling in the copse of trees just ahead, and heard a horribly familiar voice call excitedly, "Tullia, come quickly!" He began to shake. Then his hair-triggered muscles, obeying some random stimulus, hurled him forward aimlessly, jerked him to a stop as suddenly. Thigh-deep in the grain, he stared around wildly. Then his gaze fixed on a movement in the twilit grain. 2 trails of movement, shaking the grain but showing nothing more. 2 trails of movement, working their way from the copse to him. And then suddenly Sephora and Tullia were upon him, springing from their concealment like mischievous children, their eyes gleaming, their mouths smiling with a wicked delight. Tullia's throat, that he had yesterday seen billow into dust, bulged with laughter. Sephora's red hair, that he had watched puff into a gray cloud, rippled in the breeze. He tried to run back into the forest, but they cut him off and caught him with gales of laughter. At the touch of their hands all strength went out of him, and it seemed to him that his bones were turning to an icy mush as they dragged him along, stumblingly through the grain. "We won't hurt you," Tullia assured him between peals of wicked laughter. "Oh, Tullia, but he's shy. Something's made him unhappy, Sephora. He needs loving, Tullia." And Elvin felt Sephora's cold arms go round his neck, and her wet lips press his. Gasping, he tried to push away, and the lips bubbled more laughter. He closed his eyes tight and began to sob. When next he opened them, he was standing near the gray buildings, and someone had put wreaths of flowers around his neck and smeared fruit on his chin, and Alphors and Cors had come, and all 4 of them were dancing around him wildly in the twilight, hand in hand, laughing, laughing. Then Elvin laughed too, louder and louder, and their gleaming eyes encouraged him, and he began to spin round and round inside their spinning circle, and they grimaced their joy at his comradeship. And then he raised his dust gun and snapped it on and kept on spinning until the circle of other laughters was only an expanding dust ring. Then, still laughing, he ran over the hill, a cat scampering in swift rushes at his side, until he came to a thorny wall. After his hands and face were puffing with stings, he remembered to lift something he'd been holding in his hand and touch a button on it. Then he marched into a dust cloud, singing. All night he marched and sang, pausing only to reload the gun with a gleeful automatism, or to take from his pack another flash globe of cold light, which revealed the small world of green thorns and dust motes around him. Mostly he sang an old Centaurian lied that went, "We'll fall through the stars, my Deborah. We'll fall through the skeins of light. We'll fall out of the galaxy, and I'll kiss you again in the night." Only sometimes he sang Sephora instead of Deborah, and kill instead of kiss. At times it seemed to him that he was followed by prancing goats and sheep and strange monsters that were really his brothers and sisters. And at other times there danced along beside him two nymphs, one red-haired. They sang with him in high, sweet voices, and smiled at him wickedly. Toward morning he grew tired, and unstrapped the pack from his back and threw it away. And later he ripped something from his throat and threw that away too. As the sky paled through the boughs, the nymphs and beasts vanished, and he remembered that he was someone dangerous and important, and that something quite impossible had truly happened to him. But that if he could really manage to think things through. The thorn forest ended. He stepped into a clearing a half-mile in diameter. Just ahead a stream gurgled through a small valley. Beyond was an orchard-covered hill. Russet grain rippled in the valley. On the hillside low gray buildings clustered raggedly. From one rose a thin streamer of smoke. And toward him, striding lithely through the grain, came Sephora. Elvin screamed horribly and pointed the dust gun, but the range was too great. Only a ribbon of grain, stretching halfway to her, went up in dust. She turned and raced toward the buildings. He followed her, gun still pointed, and snapped on at full power, running furiously along the dust path, taking wild leaps through the gray clouds. The dust path drew closer and closer to Sephora until it almost lapped her heels. She darted between two buildings. Then something tightened like a snake around Elvin's knees, and as he pitched forward, something else tightened around his upper body, jerking his elbows against his sides. The dust gun flew from his hand as he smashed against the ground. Then he was lying on his back, gasping, and through the thinning dust cloud, Alfors and Cors were looking down at him as they wound their lassos tighter and tighter around him, trussing him up. He heard Alfors say, "Are you all right, Sephora?" And a voice reply, "Yes, let me see him." And then Sephora's face appeared through the dust cloud and looked down into his with cold curiosity, and her red hair touched his cheek, and Elvin closed his eyes and screamed many times. It was all very simple, and there was, of course, absolutely nothing of the supernatural. The director of human research assured Fedras, taking a sip of mellow Magellanic wine from the cup at his elbow. Elvin merely walked in a straight line. Fedras frowned. He was a small man with a worried look that the most thoroughgoing psychoanalysis had been unable to eradicate. "Of course the galaxy is tremendously grateful to you for capturing Elvin. We never dreamed he'd got as far as the Magellanics. Can't say what horrors we may have escaped." "I deserve no credit," the director told him. "It was all sheer accident, and the matter of Elvin's nerve cracking. Of course, you had prepared the ground there by hinting to him that the supernatural might take a hand." "That was the merest empty threat, born of desperation," Fedras interrupted, reddening a bit. "Still, it prepared the ground. And then Elvin had the devilish misfortune of landing right in the middle of our project on Magellanic 47. And that, I admit, might be enough to startle anyone." The director grinned. Fedras looked up. "Just what is your project? All I know is that it's rather hush-hush." The director settled back in his easy chair. "The scientific understanding of human behavior has always presented extraordinary difficulties. Ever since the Dawn Age, men have wanted to analyze their social problems in the same way they analyze the problems of physics and chemistry. They've wanted to know exactly what causes produce exactly what results. But one great obstacle has always licked them." Fedras nodded. "Lack of controls." "Exactly," the director agreed. With rats, say, it would be easy. You could have 2 or 100 families of rats, each family with identical heredity, each in an identical environment. Then you can vary one factor in one family and watch the results. And when you get results, you can trust them, because the other family is your control, showing what happens when you don't vary the factor. Fedris looked at him wonderingly. Do you mean to say? The director nodded. On Magellanic 47, we're carrying on that same sort of work, not with rats, but with human beings. The cages are half-mile clearings with identical weather, terrain, plants, animals, everything identical down to the tiniest detail. The bars of the cages are the thorn trees, which our botanists developed specially for the purpose. The inmates of the cages, the human experimental animals, are identical twins, though centuplets would be closer to the right word. Identical upbringings are assured for each group by the use of robot nurses and mentors, set to perform always the same unvarying routine. These robots are removed when the members of the group are sufficiently mature for our purposes. All our observations are, of course, completely secret, and also intermittent, which had the unfortunate result of letting Elvin do some serious damage before he was caught. Do you see the setup now? In the thorn forest in which Elvin was wrecked, there were approximately 100 identical clearings, set at identical intervals. Each clearing looked exactly like the other, and each contained 1 Sephora, 1 Tulia, 1 Alfors, and 1 Cors. Elvin thought he was going in a circle, but actually he was going in a straight line. Each evening it was a different clearing he came to. Each night he met a new Sephora. Each group he encountered was identical except for one factor, the factor we were varying, and that had the effect of making it a bit more grisly for him. You see, in those groups we happened to be running an experiment to determine the causes of human behavior patterns toward strangers. We'd made slight variations in their environment and robot education, with the result that the first group he met was submissive toward strangers. The second was violently hostile. The third as violently friendly. The fourth highly suspicious. Too bad he didn't meet the fourth group first, though of course they'd have been unable to manage him except that he was half mad with supernatural terror. The director finished his wine and smiled at Fedris. So you see, it all was the sheerest accident. No one was more surprised than I when, in taking a routine observation, I found that my animals had this gibbering and trussed-up intruder, and you could have knocked me over with a molecule when I found out it was Elvin. Fedris whistled his wonder. I can sympathize with the poor devil, he said, and I can understand, too, why your project is hush-hush. The director nodded. Yes, experimenting with human beings is a rather hard notion for most people to take. Still, it's better than running all mankind as one big experiment without controls. And we're extremely kind to our animals. As soon as our experiment with each is finished, it's our policy to graduate them, with suitable re-education, into the sows. Still, said Fedris doubtfully, you think it's a bit like some of the ideas of the wild ones? A bit, Fedris admitted. Sometimes I think so, too, the director admitted with a smile, and poured his guest more wine. While deep in the thorn forest on Magellanic 47, green shoots and tendrils closed round a locket, containing a white tablet, encapsulating all the wild ones, save Elvin, in a green and tiny tomb. Coming attraction. The coupe with the fishhooks welded to the fender shouldered up over the curb like the nose of a nightmare. The girl in its path stood frozen, her face probably stiff with fright under her mask. For once my reflexes weren't shy. I took a fast step toward her, grabbed her elbow, yanked her back. Her black shirt swirled out. The big coupe shot by, its turbine humming. I glimpsed 3 faces. Something ripped. I felt the hot exhaust on my ankles as the big coupe swerved back into the street. A thick cloud like a black flower blossomed from its jouncing rear end, while from the fishhooks flew a black shimmering rag. "Did they get you?" I asked the girl. She had twisted around to look where the side of her skirt was torn away. She was wearing nylon tights. "The hooks didn't touch me," she said shakily. "I guess I'm lucky." I heard voices around us. "Those kids! What do they think up next? They're a menace. They ought to be arrested." Sirens screamed at a rising pitch as 2 motor police, their rocket-assist jets full on, came whizzing toward us after the coupe. But the black flower had become an inky fog obscuring the whole street. The motor police switched from rocket-assists to rocket brakes and swerved to a stop near the smoke cloud. "Are you English?" the girl asked me. "You have an English accent." Her voice came shudderingly from behind the sleek black satin mask. I fancied her teeth must be chattering. Eyes that were perhaps blue searched my face from behind the black gauze covering the eye-holes of the mask. I told her she'd guessed right. She stood close to me. "Will you come to my place tonight?" she asked rapidly. "I can't thank you now, and there's something else you can help me about." My arm, still lightly circling her waist, felt her body trembling. I was answering the plea in that, as much as in her voice, when I said, "Certainly." She gave me an address south of Inferno, an apartment number and a time. She asked me my name, and I told her. "Hey, you!" I turned obediently to the policeman's shout. He shooed away the small, clucking crowd of masked women and barefaced men. Coughing from the smoke that the black coupe had thrown out, he asked for my papers. I handed him the essential ones. He looked at them and then at me. "British barter? How long will you be in New York?" Suppressing the urge to say, "For as short a time as possible," I told him I'd be here for a week or so. "May need you as a witness," he explained. "Those kids can't use smoke on us. When they do that, we pull them in." He seemed to think the smoke was the bad thing. "They tried to kill the lady," I pointed out. He shook his head wisely. "They always pretend they're going to, but actually they just want to snag skirts. I've picked up rippers with as many as 50 skirt snags tacked up in their rooms. Of course, sometimes they come a little too close." I explained that if I hadn't yanked her out of the way, she'd have been hit by more than hooks. But he interrupted. "If she'd thought it was a real murder attempt, she'd have stayed here." I looked around. It was true. She was gone. She was fearfully frightened, I told him. "Who wouldn't be? Those kids would have scared old Stalin himself." "I mean frightened of more than kids. They didn't look like kids." "What did they look like?" I tried without much success to describe the 3 faces. A vague impression of viciousness and effeminacy doesn't mean much. "Well, I could be wrong," he said finally. "Do you know the girl? Where she lives?" "No," I half lied. The other policeman hung up his radiophone and ambled toward us, kicking at the tendrils of dissipating smoke. The black cloud no longer hid the dingy facades with their 5-year-old radiation flashburns, and I could begin to make out the distant stump of the Empire State Building, thrusting up out of Inferno like a mangled finger. "They haven't been picked up so far," the approaching policeman grumbled. "Left smoke for 5 blocks, from what Ryan says." The first policeman shook his head. "That's bad," he observed solemnly. I was feeling a bit uneasy and ashamed. An Englishman shouldn't lie, at least not on impulse. "They sound like nasty customers," the first policeman continued in the same grim tone. "We'll need witnesses. Looks as if you may have to stay in New York longer than you expect." I got the point. I said, I forgot to show you all my papers, and handed him a few others, making sure there was a $5 bill in among them. When he handed them back, a bit later, his voice was no longer ominous. My feelings of guilt vanished. To cement our relationship, I chatted with the two of them about their job. "I suppose the masks give you some trouble," I observed. "Over in England, we've been reading about your new crop of masked female bandits." "Those things get exaggerated," the first policeman assured me. "It's the men masking as women that really mix us up. But, brother, when we nab them, we jump on them with both feet. And you get so you can spot women almost as well as if they had naked faces," the second policeman volunteered. "You know, hands and all that." "Especially all that," the first agreed with a chuckle. "Say, is it true that some girls don't mask over in England?" "A number of them have picked up the fashion," I told him. "Only a few, though, the ones who always adopt the latest style, however extreme." "They're usually masked in the British newscasts." "I imagine it's arranged that way out of deference to American taste," I confessed. "Actually, not very many do mask." The second policeman considered that. "Girls going down the street bare from the neck up." It was not clear whether he viewed the prospect with relish or moral distaste. Likely both. "A few members keep trying to persuade Parliament to enact a law forbidding all masking," I continued, talking perhaps a bit too much. The second policeman shook his head. "What an idea! You know, masks are a pretty good thing, brother. Couple of years more, and I'm going to make my wife wear hers around the house." The first policeman shrugged. "If women were to stop wearing masks, in 6 weeks you wouldn't know the difference. You get used to anything if enough people do or don't do it." I agreed rather regretfully and left them. I turned north on Broadway, old 10th Avenue, I believe, and walked rapidly until I was beyond Inferno. Passing such an area of undecontaminated radioactivity always makes a person queasy. I thank God there weren't any such in England as yet. The street was almost empty, though I was accosted by a couple of beggars with faces tunneled by H-bomb scars. Whether real or of make-up putty, I couldn't tell. A fat woman held out a baby with webbed fingers and toes. I told myself it would have been deformed anyway, and that she was only capitalizing on our fear of bomb-induced mutations. Still, I gave her a 7.5-cent piece. Her mask made me feel I was paying tribute to an African fetish. "May all your children be blessed with 1 head and 2 eyes, sir." "Thanks," I said, shuddering, and hurried past her. "There's only trash behind the mask, so turn your head. Stick to your task. Stay away from the girls." This last was the end of an anti-sex song being sung by some religionists half a block from the circle and cross insignia of a femalist temple. They reminded me only faintly of our small tribe of British monastics. Above their heads was a jumble of billboards advertising pre-digested foods, wrestling instruction, radio handies, and the like. I stared at the hysterical slogans with disagreeable fascination. Since the female face and form have been banned on American signs, the very letters of the advertiser's alphabet have begun to crawl with sex. The fat-bellied, big-breasted capital B, the lascivious double O. However, I reminded myself, it is chiefly the mask that so strangely accents sex in America. A British anthropologist has pointed out that while it took more than 5,000 years to shift the chief point of sexual interest from the hips to the breasts, the next transition to the face has taken less than 50 years. Comparing the American style with Muslim tradition is not valid. Muslim women are compelled to wear veils, the purpose of which is to make a husband's property private, while American women have only the compulsion of fashion and use masks to create mystery. Theory aside, the actual origins of the trend are to be found in the anti-radiation clothing of World War III. which led to masked wrestling, now a fantastically popular sport, and that in turn led to the current female fashion. Only a wild style at first, masks quickly became as necessary as brassieres and lipsticks had been earlier in the century. I finally realized that I was not speculating about masks in general, but about what lay behind one in particular. That's the devil of the things. You're never sure whether a girl is heightening loveliness or hiding ugliness. I pictured a cool, pretty face in which fear showed only in widened eyes. Then I remembered her blonde hair, rich against the blackness of the satin mask. She told me to come at the 22nd hour, 10 p.m. I climbed to my apartment near the British consulate. The elevator shaft had been shoved out of plumb by an old blast, a nuisance in these tall New York buildings. Before it occurred to me that I would be going out again, I automatically tore a tab from the film strip under my shirt. I developed it just to be sure. It showed that the total radiation I'd taken that day was still within the safety limit. I'm not phobic about it, as so many people are these days, but there's no point in taking chances. I flopped down on the daybed and stared at the silent speaker and the dark screen of the video set. As always, they made me think, somewhat bitterly, of the two great nations of the world. Mutilated by each other, yet still strong, they were crippled giants poisoning the planet with their respective dreams of an impossible equality and an impossible success. I fretfully switched on the speaker. By luck, the newscaster was talking excitedly of the prospect of a bumper wheat crop, sown by planes across a dust bowl moistened by seeded rains. I listened carefully to the rest of the program. It was remarkably clear of Russian telejamming, but there was no further news of interest to me. And, of course, no mention of the moon, though everyone knows that America and Russia are racing to develop their primary bases into fortresses capable of mutual assault and the launching of alphabet bombs toward Earth. I myself knew perfectly well that the British electronic equipment I was helping trade for America wheat was destined for use in spaceships. I switched off the newscast. It was growing dark, and once again I pictured a tender, frightened face behind a mask. I hadn't had a date since England. It's exceedingly difficult to become acquainted with a girl in America, where as little as a smile, often, can set one of them yelping for the police, to say nothing of the increasingly puritanical morality and the roving gangs that keep most women indoors after dark. And naturally the masks, which are definitely not, as the Soviets claim, a last invention of capitalist degeneracy, but a sign of great psychological insecurity. The Russians have no masks, but they have their own signs of stress. I went to the window and patiently watched the darkness gather. I was getting very restless. After a while, a ghostly violet cloud appeared to the south. My hair rose. Then I laughed. I had momentarily fancied it a radiation from the crater of the Hell bomb, though I should instantly have known it was only the radio-induced glow in the sky over the amusement and residential area south of Inferno. Promptly at 22 hours, I stood before the door of my unknown girlfriend's apartment. The electronic "Say Who Please" said just that. I answered clearly, "Whiston Turner," wondering if she'd given my name to the mechanism. She evidently had, for the door opened. I walked into a small, empty living room, my heart pounding a bit. The room was expensively furnished with the latest pneumatic hassocks and sprawlers. There were some midgy books on the table. The one I picked up was the standard hard-boiled detective story in which two female murderers go gunning for each other. The television was on. A masked girl in green was crooning a love song. Her right hand held something that blurred off into the foreground. I saw the set had a handy, which we haven't in England as yet, and curiously thrust my hand into the handy orifice beside the screen. Contrary to my expectations, it was not like slipping into a pulsing rubber glove, but rather as if the girl on the screen actually held my hand. A door opened behind me. I jerked out my hand with as guilty a reaction as if I'd been caught peering through a keyhole. She stood in the bedroom doorway. I think she was trembling. She was wearing a gray fur coat, white speckled, and a gray velvet evening mask with shirred gray lace around the eyes and mouth. Her fingernails twinkled like silver. It hadn't occurred to me that she'd expect us to go out. "I should have told you," she said softly. Her mask veered nervously toward the books and the screen in the room's dark corners. "But I can't possibly talk to you here." I said doubtfully, "There's a place near the consulate." "I know where we can be together and talk," she said rapidly, "if you don't mind." As we entered the elevator, I said, "I'm afraid I dismissed the cab." But the cab driver hadn't gone for some reason of his own. He jumped out and smirkingly held the front door open for us. I told him we preferred to sit in back. He sulkily opened the rear door, slammed it after us, jumped in front, and slammed the door behind him. My companion leaned forward. "Heaven," she said. The driver switched on the turbine and televisor. "Why did you ask if I were a British subject?" I said, to start the conversation. She leaned away from me, tilting her mask close to the window. "See the moon?" she said in a quick, dreamy voice. "But why, really?" I pressed, conscious of an irritation that had nothing to do with her. "It's edging up into the purple of the sky." "And what's your name?" "The purple makes it look yellower." Just then I became aware of the source of my irritation. It lay in the square of writhing light in the front of the cab beside the driver. I don't object to ordinary wrestling matches, though they bore me, but I simply detest watching a man wrestle a woman. The fact that the bouts are generally on the level, with a man greatly outclassed in weight and reach, and the masked females young and personable, only makes them seem worse to me. "Please turn off the screen," I requested the driver. He shook his head without looking around. Man," he said. "They've been grooming that babe for weeks for this bout with little Zirk." Infuriated, I reached forward, but my companion caught my arm. "Please," she whispered frightenedly, shaking her head. I settled back, frustrated. She was closer to me now, but silent, and for a few moments I watched the heaves and contortions of the powerful masked girl and her wiry masked opponent on the screen. His frantic scrambling at her reminded me of a male spider. I jerked around, facing my companion. "Why did those three men want to kill you?" I asked sharply. The eye-holes of her mask faced the screen. "Because they're jealous of me," she whispered. "Why are they jealous?" She still didn't look at me. "Because of him." "Who?" She didn't answer. I put my arm around her shoulders. "Are you afraid to tell me?" I asked. "What is the matter?" She still didn't look my way. She smelled nice. "See here," I said laughingly, changing my tactics. "You really should tell me something about yourself. I don't even know what you look like." I half playfully lifted my hand to the band of her neck. She gave it an astonishingly swift slap. I pulled it away in sudden pain. There were 4 tiny indentations on the back. From one of them a tiny bead of blood welled out as I watched. I looked at her fingernails and saw they were actually delicate and pointed metal caps. "I'm dreadfully sorry," I heard her say, "but you frightened me. I thought for a moment you were going to—" At last she turned to me. Her coat had fallen open. Her evening dress was Cretan revival, a bodice of lace beneath and supporting the breasts without covering them. "Don't be angry," she said, putting her arms around my neck. "You were wonderful this afternoon." The soft gray velvet of her mask, molding itself to her cheek, pressed mine. Through the mask's lace, the wet, warm tip of her tongue touched my chin. "I'm not angry," I said, "just puzzled and anxious to help." The cab stopped. To either side were black windows bordered by spears of broken glass. The sickly purple light showed a few ragged figures slowly moving toward us. The driver muttered, "It's the turbine, man. We're grounded." He sat there, hunched and motionless. "Wish it had happened somewhere else." My companion whispered, $5 is the usual amount. She looked out so shudderingly at the congregating figures that I suppressed my indignation and did as she suggested. The driver took the bill without a word. As he started up, he put his hand out the window, and I heard a few coins clink on the pavement. My companion came back into my arms, but her mask faced the television screen, where the tall girl had just pinned the convulsively kicking little Zirk. "I'm so frightened," she breathed. Heaven turned out to be an equally ruinous neighborhood, but it had a club with an awning and a huge doorman, uniformed like a spaceman, but in gaudy colors. In my sensuous days, I rather liked it all. We stepped out of the cab just as a drunken old woman came down the sidewalk, her mask awry. A couple ahead of us turned their heads from the half-revealed face, as if from an ugly body at the beach. As we followed them in, I heard the doorman say, "Get along, Grandma, and cover yourself." Inside, everything was dimness and blue glows. She had said we could talk here, but I didn't see how. Besides the inevitable chorus of sneezes and coughs, they say America is 50% allergic these days. There was a band going full blast in the latest robot style, in which an electronic composing machine selects an arbitrary sequence of tones, into which the musicians weave their raucous little individualities. Most of the people were in booths. The band was behind the bar. On a small platform beside them, a girl was dancing, stripped to her mask. The little cluster of men at the shadowy far end of the bar weren't looking at her. We inspected the menu in gold script on the wall and pushed the buttons for breast of chicken, fried shrimps, and 2 scotches. Moments later, the serving bell tinkled. I opened the gleaming panel and took out our drinks. The cluster of men at the bar filed off toward the door, but first they stared around the room. My companion had just thrown back her coat. Their look lingered on our booth. I noticed that there were 3 of them. The band chased off the dancing girl with growls. I handed my companion a straw, and we sipped our drinks. "You wanted me to help you about something," I said. "Incidentally, I think you're lovely." She nodded quick thanks, looked around, leaned forward. "Would it be hard for me to get to England?" "No," I replied, a bit taken aback, "provided you have an American passport." "Are they difficult to get?" "Rather," I said, surprised at her lack of information. "Your country doesn't like its nationals to travel, though it isn't quite as stringent as Russia." "Could the British consulate help me get a passport?" "It's hardly their—" "Could you?" I realized we were being inspected. A man and 2 girls had paused opposite our table. The girls were tall and wolfish-looking, with spangled masks. The man stood jauntily between them like a fox on its hind legs. My companion didn't glance at them, but she sat back. I noticed that one of the girls had a big yellow bruise on her forearm. After a moment, they walked to a booth in the deep shadows. "Know them?" I asked. She didn't reply. I finished my drink. "I'm not sure you'd like England," I said. "The austerity is altogether different from your American brand of misery." She leaned forward again. "But I must get away," she whispered. "Why?" I was getting impatient. "Because I'm so frightened." There were chimes. I opened the panel and handed her the fried shrimps. The sauce on my breast of chicken was a delicious steaming compound of almonds, soy, and ginger. But something must have been wrong with the radionic oven that had thawed and heated it, for at the first bite I crunched a kernel of ice in the meat. These delicate mechanisms need constant repair, and there aren't enough mechanics. I put down my fork. "What are you really scared of?" I asked her. For once, her mask didn't waver away from my face. As I waited, I could feel the fears gathering without her naming them, tiny dark shapes swarming through the curved night outside, converging on the radioactive pest spot of New York, dipping into the margins of the purple. I felt a sudden rush of sympathy, a desire to protect the girl opposite me. The warm feeling added itself to the infatuation engendered in the cab. "Everything," she said finally. I nodded and touched her hand. "I'm afraid of the moon," she began, her voice going dreamy and brittle as it had in the cab. "You can't look at it and not think of guided bombs." "It's the same moon over England," I reminded her. "But it's not England's moon anymore. It's ours and Russia's. You're not responsible." "Oh, and then," she said with a tilt of her mask, "I'm afraid of the cars and the gangs and the loneliness and Inferno. I'm afraid of the lust that undresses your face, and—" her voice hushed. "I'm afraid of the wrestlers." "Yes?" I prompted softly after a moment. Her mask came forward. "Do you know something about the wrestlers?" she asked rapidly. "The ones that wrestle women, I mean. They often lose, you know, and then they have to have a girl to take their frustration out on, a girl who's soft and weak and terribly frightened. They need that to keep them men. Other men don't want them to have a girl. Other men want them just to fight women and be heroes. But they must have a girl. It's horrible for her." I squeezed her fingers tighter, as if courage could be transmitted, granting I had any. "I think I can get you to England," I said. Shadows crawled onto the table and stayed there. I looked up at the three men who had been at the end of the bar. They were the men I had seen in the big coupe. They wore black sweaters and close-fitting black trousers. Their faces were as expressionless as dopers. Two of them stood about me. The other loomed over the girl. "Drift off, man," I was told. I heard the other inform the girl. "We'll wrestle a fall, sister. What shall it be? Judo? Slapsy? Or kill who can?" I stood up. There are times when an Englishman simply must be maltreated. But just then the fox-like man came gliding in like the star of a ballet. The reaction of the other three startled me. They were acutely embarrassed. He smiled at them thinly. "You won't win my favor by tricks like this," he said. "Don't get the wrong idea, Zirk," one of them pleaded. "I will if it's right," he said. "She told me what you tried to do this afternoon. That won't endear you to me either. Drift." They backed off awkwardly. "Let's get out of here," one of them said loudly as they turned. "I know a place where they fight naked with knives." Little Zirk laughed musically and slipped into the seat beside my companion. She shrank from him just a little. I pushed my feet back, leaned forward. "Who's your friend, baby?" he asked, not looking at her. She passed the question to me with a little gesture. I told him. "British," he observed. "She's been asking you about getting out of the country? About passports?" He smiled pleasantly. "She likes to start running away, don't you, baby?" His small hand began to stroke her wrist. The fingers bent a little, the tendons ridged, as if he were about to grab and twist. "Look here," I said sharply. "I have to be grateful to you for ordering off those bullies, but—" "Think nothing of it," he told me. "They're no harm except when they're behind steering wheels. A well-trained 14-year-old girl could cripple any one of them. Why, even Theta here, if she went in for that sort of thing." He turned to her, shifting his hand from her wrist to her hair. He stroked it, letting the strands slip slowly through his fingers. "You know I lost tonight, baby, don't you?" he said softly. I stood up. "Come along," I said to her. "Let's leave." She just sat there. I couldn't even tell if she was trembling. I tried to read a message in her eyes through the mask. "I'll take you away," I said to her. "I can do it. I really will." He smiled at me. "She'd like to go with you," he said. "Wouldn't you, baby?" "Will you or won't you?" I said to her. She still just sat there. He slowly knotted his fingers in her hair. "Listen, you little vermin," I snapped at him. "Take your hands off her." He came up from the seat like a snake. I'm no fighter. I just know that the more scared I am, the harder and straighter I hit. This time I was lucky. But as he crumpled back, I felt a slap and 4 stabs of pain in my cheek. I clapped my hand to it. I could feel the 4 gashes made by her dagger finger caps and the warm blood oozing out from them. She didn't look at me. She was bending over little Zirk and cuddling her mask to his cheek and crooning, "There, there, don't feel bad. You'll be able to hurt me afterward." There were sounds around us, but they didn't come close. I leaned forward and ripped the mask from her face. I really don't know why I should have expected her face to be anything else. It was very pale, of course, and there weren't any cosmetics. I suppose there's no point in wearing any under a mask. The eyebrows were untidy and the lips chapped. But as for the general expression, as for the feelings crawling and wriggling across it, have you ever lifted a rock from damp soil? Have you ever watched the slimy white grubs? I looked down at her, she up at me. "Yes, you're so frightened, aren't you?" I said sarcastically. "You dread this little nightly drama, don't you? You're scared to death." And I walked right out into the purple night, still holding my hand to my bleeding cheek. No one stopped me, not even the girl wrestlers. I wished I could tear a tab from under my shirt and test it then and there, and find I'd taken too much radiation, and so be able to ask to cross the Hudson and go down New Jersey, past the lingering radiance of the Narrows bomb, and so on to Sandy Hook to wait for the rusty ship that would take me back over the seas to England. Poor Superman, the first angry rays of the sun, which, startlingly enough, still rose in the east at 24-hour intervals, pierced the lacy tops of Atlantic combers and touched thousands of sleeping Americans with unconscious fear because of their unpleasant similarity to the rays from World War III's atomic bombs. They turned to blood the witch circle of rusty steel skeletons around Inferno in Manhattan. Without comment, they pointed a cosmic finger at the tarnished brass plaque commemorating the martyrdom of the 3 physicists after the dropping of the hell bomb. They tenderly touched the rosy skin and strawberry bruises on the naked shoulders of a girl sleeping off a drunk on the furry and radiantly heated floor of a nearby roof garden. They struck green magic from the glassy blot that was old Washington. 12 hours before, they had revealed things as eerily beautiful and more ravaged in Asia and Russia. They pinked the white walls of the colonial dwelling of Morton Opperly, near the Institute for Advanced Studies. Upstairs, they slanted impartially across the pharaoh-like and open-eyed face of the elderly physicist and the ugly, sleep-surly one of the young Willard Farquhar in the next room. And in nearby New Washington, they made of the spire of the Thinkers Foundation a blue and optimistic glory that outshone White House Junior. It was America approaching the end of the 20th century. America of jukebox burlesque in your local radiation hospital. America of the mask fad for women and mystic Christianity. America of the off-the-bosom dress and the new blue laws. America of the endless war and the loyalty detector. America of Marvelous Maisie and the monthly rocket to Mars. America of the thinkers and, a few remembered, the Institute. Knock on titanium. What do you do for blackouts? Please, lover, don't think when I'm around. America, as combat-shocked and crippled as the rest of the bomb-shattered planet. Not one impudent photon of the sunlight penetrated the triple-paned, polarizing windows of George Helmuth's bedroom in the Thinkers Foundation. Yet the clock in his brain awakened him to the minute, or almost. Switching off the educational Sandman in the midst of the phrase, "applying tensor calculus to the nucleus," he took a deep, even breath and cast his mind to the limits of the world and his knowledge. It was a somewhat shadowy vision, but, he noted with impartial approval, definitely less shadowy than yesterday morning. Employing a rapid mental scanning technique, he next cleared his memory chains of false associations, including those acquired while asleep. These chores completed, he held his finger on a bedside button, which rotated the polarizing window panes until the room slowly filled with a muted daylight. Then, still flat on his back, he turned his head until he could look at the remarkably beautiful blonde girl asleep beside him. Remembering last night, he felt a pang of exasperation, which he instantly quelled by taking his mind to a higher and dispassionate level from which he could look down on the girl and even himself as quaint, clumsy animals. Still, he grumbled silently, "Caddy might have had enough consideration to clear out before he awoke." He wondered if he shouldn't have used his hypnotic control on the girl to smooth their relationship last night, and for a moment the word that would send her into deep trance trembled on the tip of his tongue. But no, that special power of his over her was reserved for far more important purposes. Pumping dynamic tension into his 20-year-old muscles and confidence into his 60-year-old mind, the 40-year-old thinker rose from bed. No covers had to be thrown off. Nuclear central heating made them unnecessary. He stepped into his clothing, the severe tunic, tights, and sockasins of the modern businessman. Next he glanced at the message tape beside his phone, washing down with ginger ale a Vita Amino enzyme tablet, and walked to the window. There, gazing along the rows of newly planted mutant oaks lining Decontamination Avenue, his smooth face broke into a smile. It had come to him, the next big move in the intricate game making up his life and mankind's. Come to him during sleep, as so many of his best decisions did, because he regularly employed the time-saving technique of somno-thought, which could function at the same time as somno-learning. He set his who, where robot for rocket physicist and genius class. While it worked, he dictated to his steno robot the following brief message. Dear fellow scientist, a project is contemplated that will have a crucial bearing on man's future in deep space. Ample non-military government funds are available. There was a time when professional men scoffed at the thinkers. Then there was a time when the thinkers, perforce, neglected the professional men. Now both times are past. May they never return. I would like to consult you this afternoon, 3 o'clock sharp. Thinkers Foundation 1. George Helmuth. Meanwhile, the who, where had tossed out a dozen cards. He glanced through them, hesitated at the name Willard Farquhar, looked at the sleeping girl, then quickly tossed them all into the Addresso robot and plugged in the steno robot. The buzz light blinked green, and he switched the phone to audio. "The President is waiting to see Maisie, sir," a clear feminine voice announced. "He has the General Staff with him." "Martian peace to him," George Helmuth said. "Tell him I'll be down in a few minutes." Huge as a primitive nuclear reactor, the great electronic brain loomed above the knot of hush-voiced men. It almost filled a 2-story room in the Thinkers Foundation. Its front was an orderly expanse of controls, indicators, telltales, and terminals, the upper ones reached by a chair on a boom. Although, as far as anyone knew, it could sense only the information and questions fed into it on a tape, the human visitors could not resist the impulse to talk in whispers and glance uneasily at the great cryptic cube. After all, it had lately taken to moving some of its own controls, the permissible ones, and could doubtless improvise a hearing apparatus if it wanted to. For this was the thinking machine, beside which the Marks and Eniacs and Maniacs and Medittas and Minervas and Mimers were less than morons. This was the machine with 1,000,000 times as many synapses as the human brain, the machine that remembered by cutting delicate notches in the rims of molecules, instead of kindergarten paper punching or the Coney Island shimmying of columns of mercury. This was the machine that had given instructions on building the last 3/4 of itself. This was the goal, perhaps, toward which fallible human reasoning and biased human judgment and feeble human ambition had evolved. This was the machine that really thought. 1,000,000 plus. This was the machine that the timid cyberneticists and stuffy professional scientists had said could not be built. Yet this was the machine that the thinkers, with characteristic Yankee push, had built, and nicknamed, with characteristic Yankee irreverence and girl fondness, Maisie. Gazing up at it, the President of the United States felt a chord plucked within him that hadn't been sounded for decades, the dark and shivery organ chord of his Baptist childhood. Here, in a strange sense, although his reason rejected it, he felt he stood face to face with the living God, infinitely stern, with the sternness of reality, yet infinitely just. No tiniest error or willful misstep could ever escape the scrutiny of this vast mentality. He shivered. The grizzled general, there was also one who was gray, was thinking that this was a very odd link in the chain of command. Some shadowy and usually well-controlled memories from World War II faintly stirred his ire. Here he was giving orders to a being immeasurably more intelligent than himself, and always orders of the "tell me how to kill that man" rather than the "kill that man" sort. The distinction bothered him obscurely. It relieved him to know that Maisie had built-in controls which made her always the servant of humanity, or of humanity's right-minded leaders. Even the thinkers weren't certain which. The gray general was thinking uneasily, and like the President, at a more turbid level, of the resemblance between papal infallibility and the dictates of the machine. Suddenly, his bony wrists began to tremble. He asked himself, was this the second coming? Mightn't an incarnation be in metal rather than flesh? The austere Secretary of State was remembering what he'd taken such pains to make everyone forget. His youthful flirtation at Lake's success with Buddhism. Sitting before his guru, his teacher, feeling the Occidental's awe at the wisdom of the East, or its pretense, he'd felt a little like this. The burly Secretary of Space, who had come up through United Rockets, was thanking his stars that at any rate the professional scientists weren't responsible for this job. Like the grizzled general, he'd always felt suspicious of men who kept telling you how to do things, rather than doing them themselves. In World War III, he'd had his fill of the professional physicists, with their eternal taint of a misty sort of radicalism and free thinking. The thinkers were better, more disciplined, more human. They'd called their brain machine Maisie, which helped take the curse off her, somewhat. The President's secretary, a paunchy veteran of party caucuses, was also glad that it was the thinkers who had created the machine, though he trembled at the power that it gave them over the administration. Still, you could do business with the thinkers, and nobody, not even the thinkers, could do business, that sort of business, with Maisie. Before that great square face, with its thousands of tiny metal features only George Helmuth seemed at ease, busily entering on the tape the complex questions of the day that the high officials had handed him, logistics for the endless war in Pakistan, optimum size for next year's sugar corn crop, current thought trends in average Soviet minds. Profound questions, yet many of them phrased with surprising simplicity. For figures, technical jargon, and layman's language were alike to Maisie. There was no need to translate into mathematical shorthand, as with the lesser brain machines. The click of the taper went on, until the Secretary of State had twice nervously fired a cigarette with his ultrasonic lighter and twice quickly put it away. No one spoke. George looked up at the Secretary of Space. Section 5, Question 4. Whom would that come from? The burly man frowned. That would be the physics boys, Opperly's group. Is anything wrong? George did not answer. A bit later he quit taping and began to adjust controls, going up on the boom chair to reach some of them. Eventually he came down and touched a few more, then stood waiting. From the great cube came a profound, steady purring. Involuntarily the 6 officials backed off a bit. Somehow it was impossible for a man to get used to the sound of Maisie starting to think. George turned, smiling. "And now, gentlemen, while we wait for Maisie to cerebrate, there should be just enough time for us to watch the takeoff of the Mars rocket." He switched on a giant television screen. The others made a quarter turn, and there before them glowed the rich ochres and blues of a New Mexico sunrise, and in the middle distance a silvery spindle. Like the generals, the Secretary of Space suppressed a scowl. Here was something that ought to be spang in the center of his official territory, and the thinkers had locked him completely out of it. That rocket there, just an ordinary Earth satellite vehicle commandeered from the Army, but equipped by the thinkers with Maisie-designed nuclear motors capable of the Mars journey and more. The first spaceship, and the Secretary of Space was not in on it. Still, he told himself, Maisie had decreed it that way. And when he remembered what the thinkers had done for him in rescuing him from breakdown with their mental science, in rescuing the whole administration from collapse, he realized he had to be satisfied. And that was without taking into consideration the amazing additional mental discoveries that the thinkers were bringing down from Mars. "Lord," the President said to George, as if voicing the Secretary's feeling, "I wish you people could bring a couple of those wise little devils back with you this trip. Be a good thing for the country." George looked at him a bit coldly. "It's quite unthinkable," he said. "The telepathic abilities of the Martians make them extremely sensitive. The conflicts of ordinary Earth minds would impinge on them psychotically, even fatally. As you know, the thinkers were able to contact them only because of our degree of learned mental poise and errorless memory chains. So for the present it must be our task alone to glean from the Martians their astounding mental skills. Of course, someday in the future, when we have discovered how to armor the minds of the Martians—" "Sure, I know," the President said hastily. "Shouldn't have mentioned it, George." Conversation ceased. They waited with growing tension for the great violet flames to bloom from the base of the silvery shaft. Meanwhile, the question tape, like a New Year's streamer tossed out a high window into the night, sped on its dark way along spinning rollers. Curling with an intricate aimlessness curiously like that of such a streamer, it tantalized the silvery fingers of 1,000 relays, saucily evaded the glances of 10,000 electric eyes, impishly darted down a narrow black alleyway of memory banks, and reaching the center of the cube, suddenly emerged into a small room, where a suave fat man in shorts sat drinking beer. He flipped the tape over to him with practiced finger, eyeing it as a stockbroker might have studied a ticker tape. He read the first question, closed his eyes, and frowned for 5 seconds. Then, with the staccato self-confidence of a hack writer, he began to tape out the answer. For many minutes the only sounds were the rustle of the paper ribbon and the click of the taper, except for the seconds the fat man took to close his eyes or to drink beer. Once, too, he lifted a phone, asked a concise question, waited half a minute, listened to an answer, then went back to the grind. Until he came to Section 5, Question 4. That time he did his thinking with his eyes open. The question was, does Maisie stand for Maelzel? He sat for a while, slowly scratching his thigh. His loose, persuasive lips tightened without closing into the shape of a snarl. Suddenly he began to tape again. Maisie does not stand for Maelzel. Maisie stands for amazing, humorously given the form of a girl's name. Section 6, Answer 1. The midterm election viewcasts should be spaced as follows. But his lips didn't lose the shape of a snarl. 500 miles above the ionosphere, the Mars rocket cut off its fuel and slumped gratefully into an orbit that would carry it effortlessly around the world at that altitude. The pilot unstrapped himself and stretched, but he didn't look out the viewport at the dried mud disk that was Earth, cloaked in its haze of blue sky. He knew he had 2 maddening months ahead of him in which to do little more than that. Instead, he unstrapped Sappho. Used to free fall from 2 previous experiences, and loving it, the fluffy little cat was soon bounding about the cabin in curves and gyrations that would have made her the envy of all back alley and parlor felines on the planet below. A miracle cat in the dream world of free fall. For a long time she played with a string that the man would toss out lazily. Sometimes she caught the string on the fly. Sometimes she swam for it frantically. After a while the man grew bored with the game. He unlocked a drawer and began to study the details of the wisdom he could discover on Mars this trip. Priceless spiritual insights that would be balm to a war-battered mankind. The cat carefully selected a spot 3 feet off the floor, curled up on the air, and went to sleep. George Helmuth snipped the emerging answer tape into sections and handed each to the appropriate man. Most of them carefully tucked theirs away with little more than a glance, but the Secretary of Space puzzled over this. "Who the devil would Maelzel be?" he asked. A remote look came into the eyes of the Secretary of Space. "Edgar Allan Poe," he said frowningly, with eyes half closed. The grizzled general snapped his fingers. "Sure, Maelzel's chess player. Read it when I was a kid. About an automaton that played chess. Poe proved it had a man inside it." The Secretary of Space frowned. "Now what's the point in a fool question like that?" "You said it came from Opperly's group?" George asked sharply. The Secretary of Space nodded. The others looked at the 2 men puzzledly. "Who would that be?" George pressed. "The group, I mean." The Secretary of Space shrugged. "Oh, the usual little bunch over at the Institute. Hindeman, Gregory, Opperly, himself. Oh, yes, and young Farquhar." "Sounds like Opperly's getting senile," George commented coldly. "I'd investigate." The Secretary of Space nodded. He suddenly looked tough. "I will, right away." Sunlight striking through French windows spotlighted a ballet of dust motes untroubled by air conditioning. Morton Opperly's living room was well kept, but worn and quite behind the times. Instead of reading tapes, there were books. Instead of steno-robots, pen and ink. While in place of a 4x6 TV screen, a Picasso hung on the wall. Only Opperly knew that the painting was still faintly radioactive, that it had been riskily so when he'd smuggled it out of his bomb-singed apartment in New York City. The 2 physicists fronted each other across a coffee table. The face of the elder was cadaverous, large-eyed and tender, fined down by a long life of abstract thought. That of the younger was forceful, sensuous, bulky as his body, and exceptionally ugly. He looked rather like a bear. Opperly was saying, "So when he asked who was responsible for the Maelzel question, I said I didn't remember." He smiled. "They still allow me my absent-mindedness, since it nourishes their contempt. Almost my sole remaining privilege." The smile faded. "Why do you keep on teasing the zoo animals, Willard?" he asked without rancor. "I've maintained many times that we shouldn't truckle to them by yielding to their demand that we ask mazy questions. You and the rest have overruled me. But then to use those questions to convey veiled insults isn't reasonable. Apparently the Secretary of Space was bothered enough about this last one to pay me a copter call within 20 minutes of this morning's meeting at the Foundation. Why do you do it, Willard?" The features of the other convulsed unpleasantly. "Because the thinkers are charlatans who must be exposed," he rapped out. "We know their Maisie is no more than a tea-leaf reading fake. We've traced their Mars rockets and found they go nowhere. We know their Martian mental science is bunk." "But we've already exposed the thinkers very thoroughly," Opperly interposed quietly. "You know the good it did." Farquhar hunched his Japanese wrestler's shoulders. "That it's got to be done until it takes." Opperly studied the bowl of lilies of the valley by the coffee pot. "I think you just want to tease the animals for some personal reason of which you probably aren't aware." Farquhar scowled. "We're the ones in the cages." Opperly continued his inspection of the flowers' bells. "All the more reason not to poke sticks through the bars at the lions and tigers strolling outside. No, Willard, I'm not counseling appeasement, but consider the age in which we live. It wants magicians. His voice grew especially tranquil. A scientist tells people the truth. When times are good, that is, when the truth offers no threat, people don't mind. But when times are very, very bad, a shadow darkened his eyes. Well, we all know what happened to... And he mentioned 3 names that had been household words in the middle of the century. They were the names on the brass plaque dedicated to the 3 martyred physicists. He went on. A magician, on the other hand, tells people what they wish were true, that perpetual motion works, that cancer can be cured by colored lights, that a psychosis is no worse than a head cold, that they'll live forever. In good times, magicians are laughed at. They're a luxury of the spoiled wealthy few. But in bad times, people sell their souls for magic cures and buy perpetual motion machines to power their war rockets. Farquhar clenched his fist. All the more reason to keep chipping away at the thinkers. Are we supposed to beg off from a job because it's difficult and dangerous? Arperly shook his head. We're to keep clear of the infection of violence. In my day, Willard, I was one of the frightened men. Later, I was one of the angry men, and then one of the minds of despair. Now I'm convinced that all my posturings were futile. Exactly, Farquhar agreed harshly. You postured. You didn't act. If you men who discovered atomic energy had only formed a secret league, if you'd only had the foresight and the guts to use your tremendous bargaining position to demand the power to shape mankind's future. By the time you were born, Willard, Arperly interrupted dreamily, Hitler was merely a name in the history books. We scientists weren't the stuff out of which cloak and dagger men are made. Can you imagine Oppenheimer wearing a mask? Or Einstein sneaking into the old White House with a bomb in his briefcase? He smiled. Besides, that's not the way power is seized. New ideas aren't useful to the man bargaining for power. His weapons are established facts or lies. Just the same, it would have been a good thing if you'd had a little violence in you. No, Arperly said. I've got violence in me, Farquhar announced, shoving himself to his feet. Arperly looked up from the flowers. I think you have, he agreed. But what are we to do? Farquhar demanded. Surrender the world to charlatans without a struggle? Arperly mused for a while. I don't know what the world needs now. Everyone knows Newton as the great scientist. Few remember that he spent half his life muddling with alchemy, looking for the philosopher's stone. That was the pebble by the seashore he really wanted to find. Now you are justifying the thinkers. No, I leave that to history. And history consists of the actions of men, Farquhar concluded. I intend to act. The thinkers are vulnerable, their power fantastically precarious. What's it based on? A few lucky guesses, faith healing, some science hocus-pocus on the level of those jukebox burlesque acts between the strips. Dubious mental comfort given to a few nerve-torn neurotics in the inner cabinet and their wives. The fact that the thinkers' clever stage managing won the president a doubtful election. The erroneous belief that the Soviets pulled out of Iraq and Iran because of the thinkers' mind bomb threat. A brain machine that's just a cover for Jan Tregarin's guesswork. Oh yes, and that hogwash of Martian wisdom, all of it mere bluff. A few pushes at the right times and points are all that are needed, and the thinkers know it. I'll bet they're terrified already, and will be more so when they find that we're gunning for them. Eventually they'll be making overtures to us, turning to us for help. You wait and see. I'm thinking again of Hitler, Arperly interposed quietly. On his first half-dozen big steps he had nothing but bluff. His generals were against him. They knew they were in a cardboard fort. Yet he won every battle until the last. Moreover, he pressed on, cutting Farquhar short, the power of the thinkers isn't based on what they've got, but on what the world hasn't got. Peace, honor, a good conscience. The front door knocker clanked. Farquhar answered it. A skinny old man with a radiation scar twisting across his temple handed him a tiny cylinder. Radiogram for you, Willard. He grinned across the hall at Opperly. "When are you going to get a phone put in, Mr. Opperly?" The physicist waved to him. "Next year, perhaps, Mr. Barry." The old man snorted with good-humored incredulity and trudged off. "What did I tell you about the thinkers making overtures?" Farquhar chortled suddenly. "It's come sooner than I expected. Look at this." He held out the radiogram, but the older man didn't take it. Instead, he asked, "Who's it from? Tregarren?" "No, from Helmuth. There's a lot of sugar corn about man's future in deep space, but the real reason is clear. They know that they're going to have to produce an actual nuclear rocket pretty soon, and for that they'll need our help." "An invitation?" Farquhar nodded. "For this afternoon." He noticed Opperly's anxious though distant frown. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Are you bothered about my going? Are you thinking it might be a trap? That after the Maelzel question they may figure I'm better rubbed out?" The older man shook his head. "I'm not afraid for your life, Willard. That's yours to risk as you choose. No, I'm worried about other things they might do to you." "What do you mean?" Farquhar asked. Opperly looked at him with a gentle appraisal. "You're a strong and vital man, Willard, with a strong man's prides and desires." His voice trailed off for a bit. Then, "Excuse me, Willard, but wasn't there a girl once, a Miss Arcady?" Farquhar's ungainly figure froze. He nodded curtly, face averted. "And didn't she go off with a thinker?" "If girls find me ugly, that's their business," Farquhar said harshly, still not looking at Opperly. "What's that got to do with this invitation?" Opperly didn't answer the question. His eyes got more distant. Finally he said, "In my day, we had it a lot easier. A scientist was an academician, cushioned by tradition." Willard snorted. Science had already entered the era of the police inspectors, with laboratory directors and political appointees stifling enterprise. "Perhaps," Opperly agreed. "Still, the scientist lived the safe, restricted, highly respectable life of a university man. He wasn't exposed to the temptations of the world." Farquhar turned on him. "Are you implying that the thinkers will somehow be able to buy me off?" "Not exactly." "You think I'll be persuaded to change my aims?" Farquhar demanded angrily. Opperly shrugged his helplessness. "No, I don't think you'll change your aims." Clouds encroaching from the west blotted the parallelogram of sunlight between the two men. As the slideway whisked him gently along the corridor toward his apartment, George Helmuth was thinking of his spaceship. For a moment, the silver-winged vision crowded everything else out of his mind. Just think, a spaceship with sails. He smiled a bit, marveling at the paradox. Direct atomic power, direct utilization of the force of the flying neutrons. No more ridiculous business of using a reactor to drive a steam engine or boil off something for a jet exhaust. Processes that were as primitive and wasteful as burning gunpowder to keep yourself warm. Chemical jets would carry his spaceship above the atmosphere. Then would come the thrilling order, "Set sail for Mars." The vast umbrella would unfold and open out around the stern, its rear or earthward side a gleaming expanse of radioactive ribbon perhaps only an atom thick, and backed with a material that would reflect neutrons. Atoms in the ribbon would split, blasting neutrons astern at fantastic velocities. Reaction would send the spaceship hurtling forward. In airless space, the expanse of sails would naturally not retard the ship. More radioactive ribbon, manufactured as needed in the ship itself, would feed out onto the sail as that already there became exhausted. A spaceship with direct nuclear drive, and he, a thinker, had conceived it completely except for the technical details. Having strengthened his mind by hard years of somno learning, mind casting, memory straightening, and sensory training, he had assured himself of the executive power to control the technicians and direct their specialized abilities. Together they would build the true Mars rocket. But that would only be a beginning. They would build the true mind bomb. They would build the true selective microbe slayer. They would discover the true laws of ESP and the inner life. They would even. His imagination hesitated a moment, then strode boldly forward. Build the true Maisie. And then the thinkers would be on even terms with the scientists. Rather, they'd be far ahead. No more deception. He was so exalted by this thought that he almost let the slideway carry him past his door. He stepped inside and called, "Caddy?" He waited for a moment, then walked through the apartment, but she wasn't there. Confound the girl, he couldn't help thinking. This morning, when she should have made herself scarce, she'd sprawled about, sleeping. Now, when he felt like seeing her, when her presence would have added a pleasant final touch to his glowing mood, she chose to be absent. He really should use his hypnotic control on her, he decided, and again there sprang into his mind the word, a pet form of her name, that would send her into obedient trance. No, he told himself again, that was to be reserved for some moment of crisis or desperate danger, when he would need someone to strike suddenly and unquestioningly for himself and mankind. Caddy was merely a willful and rather silly girl, incapable at present of understanding the tremendous tensions under which he operated. When he had time for it, he would train her up to be a fitting companion without hypnosis. Yet the fact of her absence had a subtly disquieting effect. It shook his perfect self-confidence just a fraction. He asked himself if he'd been wise in summoning the rocket physicists without consulting Tregarren. But this mood, too, he conquered quickly. Tregarren wasn't his boss, but just the thinker's most clever salesman, an expert in the mumbo-jumbo so necessary for social control in this chaotic era. He himself, George Helmuth, was the real leader in theoretics and overall strategy, the mind behind Maisie. He stretched himself on the bed, almost instantly achieved maximum relaxation, turned on the Somno learner, and began the 2-hour rest he knew would be desirable before the big conference. Jan Tregarren had supplemented his shorts with pink coveralls, but he was still drinking beer. He emptied his glass and lifted it a lazy inch. The beautiful girl beside him refilled it without a word and went on stroking his forehead. "Caddy," he said reflectively, without looking at her, "there's a little job I want you to do. You're the only one with a proper background. The point is, it will take you away from George for some time." "I'd welcome it," she said with decision. "I'm getting pretty sick of watching his push-ups and all his other mind and muscle stunts, and that damn Somno learner of his keeps me awake." Tregarren smiled. "I'm afraid thinkers make pretty sad sweethearts." "Not all of them," she told him, returning his smile tenderly. He chuckled. "It's about one of those rocket physicists in the list you brought me, a fellow named Willard Farquhar." Caddy didn't say anything, but she stopped stroking his forehead. "What's the matter?" he asked. "You knew him once, didn't you?" "Yes," she replied, and then added with surprising feeling, "the big, ugly ape." "Well, he's an ape whose services we happen to need. I want you to be our contact girl with him." She took her hands away from his forehead. "Look, Jan," she said, "I wouldn't like this job." "I thought he was very sweet on you once." "Yes, as he never grew tired of trying to demonstrate to me. The clumsy, overgrown, bumbling baby. The man's disgusting, Jan. His approach to a woman is a child wanting candy, and enraged because Mama won't produce it on the instant. I don't mind George. He's just a pipsqueak, and it amuses me to see how he frustrates himself. But Willard is a bit frightening," Tregarren finished for her. "No." "Of course you're not afraid," Tregarren purred. "You're our beautiful, clever Caddy, who can do anything she wants with any man, and without whose— Look, Jan, this is different," she began agitatedly. "And without whose services we'd have got exactly nowhere. Clever, subtle Caddy, whose most charming attainment, in the ever-appreciative eyes of Papa Jan, is her ability to handle every man in the neatest way imaginable and without a trace of real feeling. Kitty Caddy, who—" "Very well," she said with a sigh. "I'll do it." Of course you will, Jan said, drawing her hands back to his forehead. And you'll begin right away by getting into your nicest sugar-and-cream war clothes. You and I are going to be the welcoming committee when that ape arrives this afternoon. But what about George? He'll want to see Willard. That'll be taken care of, Jan assured her. And what about the other dozen rocket physicists George asked to come? Don't worry about them. The president looked inquiringly at his secretary across his littered desk in his home study at White House Junior. So Opperly didn't have any idea how that odd question about Maisie turned up in Section 5. His secretary settled his paunch and shook his head. Or claimed not to. Perhaps he's just the absent-minded prof, perhaps something else. The old feud of the physicists against the thinkers may be getting hot again. There'll be further investigation. The president nodded. He obviously had something uncomfortable on his mind. He said uneasily, "Do you think there's any possibility of it being true?" "What?" asked the secretary guardedly. "That peculiar hint about Maisie." The secretary said nothing. "Mind you, I don't think there is," the president went on hurriedly, his face assuming a sorrowful scowl. "I owe a lot to the thinkers, both as a private person and as a public figure. Lord, a man has to lean on something these days. But just supposing it were true," he hesitated, as before uttering blasphemy, "that there was a man inside Maisie. What could we do?" The secretary said stolidly, "The thinkers won our last election. They chased the commies out of Iran. We brought them into the inner cabinet. We've showered them with public funds." He paused. "We couldn't do a damn thing." The president nodded with equal conviction and, not very happily, summed up. "So if anyone should go up against the thinkers, and I'm afraid I wouldn't want to see that happen, whatever's true, he would have to be a scientist." Willard Farquhar felt his weight change the steps under his feet into an escalator. He cursed under his breath, but let them carry him, a defiant hulk, up to the tall and mystic blue portals, which silently parted when he was 5 meters away. The escalator changed to a slideway and carried him into a softly gleaming, high-domed room, rather like the antechamber of a temple. "Martian peace to you, Willard Farquhar," an invisible voice intoned. "You have entered the Thinker's Foundation. Please remain on the slideway." "I want to see George Helmuth," Willard growled loudly. The slideway carried him into the mouth of a corridor and paused. A dark opening dilated on the wall. "May we take your hat and coat?" a voice asked politely. After a moment the request was repeated, with the addition of, "Just pass them through." Willard scowled, then fought his way out of his shapeless coat and passed it and his hat through in a lump. Instantly the opening contracted, imprisoning his wrists, and he felt his hands being washed on the other side of the wall. He gave a great jerk, which failed to free his hands from the snugly padded gyves. "Do not be alarmed," the voice advised him. "It is only an aesthetic measure. As your hands are laved, invisible radiations are slaughtering all the germs in your body, while more delicate emanations are producing a benign rearrangement of your emotions." The rather amateurish curses Willard was gritting between his teeth became more sulphurous. His sensations told him that a towel of some sort was being applied to his hands. He wondered if he would be subjected to a face-washing and even greater indignities. Then, just before his wrists were released, he felt, for a moment only, but unmistakably, the soft touch of a girl's hand. That touch, like the mysterious sweet chink of a bell in darkness, brought him a sudden feeling of excitement, wonder. Yet the feeling was as fleeting as that caused by a lurid advertisement, for as the slideway began to move again, carrying him past a series of depth pictures and inscriptions celebrating the thinker's achievements, his mood of bitter exasperation returned doubled. This place, he told himself, was a plague spot of the disease of magic in an enfeebled and easily infected world. He reminded himself that he was not without resources. The thinkers must fear or need him, whether because of the Maelzel question or the necessity of producing a nuclear-power spaceship. He felt his determination to smash them reaffirmed. The slideway, having twice turned into an escalator, veered toward an opalescent door, which opened as silently as the one below. The slideway stopped at the threshold. Momentum carried him a couple of steps into the room. He stopped and looked around. The place was a sybarite's modernistic dream. Sponge carpeting thick as a mattress and topped with down. Hassocks and couches that looked butter soft. A domed ceiling of deep, glossy blue, mimicking the night sky, with the constellations tooled in silver. A wall of niches crammed with statuettes of languorous men, women, beasts. A self-service bar with a score of golden spigots. A depth TV screen simulating a great crystal ball. Here and there barbaric studs of hammered gold that might have been push-buttons. A low table set for three with exquisite ware of crystal and gold. An ever-changing scent of resins and flowers. A smiling fat man, clad in pearl-gray sports clothes, came through one of the curtained archways. Willard recognized Jan Tregarren from his pictures, but did not at once offer to speak to him. Instead, he let his gaze wander with an ostentatious contempt around the crammed walls, take in the bar and the set table with its many wine glasses, and finally return to his host. "And where," he asked with harsh irony, "are the dancing girls?" The fat man's eyebrows rose. "In there," he said innocently, indicating the second archway. The curtains parted. "Oh, I am sorry," the fat man apologized. "There seems to be only one on duty. I hope that isn't too much at variance with your tastes." She stood in the archway, demure and lovely, in an off-the-bosom frock of pale skylon, edged in mutated mink. She was smiling the first smile that Willard had ever had from her lips. "Mr. Willard Farquhar," the fat man murmured. "Miss Arcady Sims." George Helmuth turned from the conference table with its dozen empty chairs to the two mousily pretty secretaries. "No word from the door yet, master," one of them ventured to say. George twisted in his chair, though hardly uncomfortably, since it was a beautiful pneumatic job. His nervousness at having to face the 12 rocket physicists, a feeling which he had to admit had been unexpectedly great, was giving way to impatience. "What's Willard Farquhar's phone?" he asked sharply. One of the secretaries ran through a clutch of desk tapes, then spent some seconds whispering into her throat mic and listening to answers from the soft speaker. "He lives with Morton Opperly, who doesn't have one," she finally told George in scandalized tones. "Let me see the list," George said. Then after a bit, "Try Dr. Welcome's place." This time there were results. Within a quarter of a minute he was handed a phone, which he hung expertly on his shoulder. "This is Dr. Asa Welcome," a reedy voice told him. "This is Helmuth of the Thinkers Foundation," George said icily. "Did you get my communication?" The reedy voice became anxious and placating. "Why, yes, Mr. Helmuth, I did. Very glad to get it, too. Sounded most interesting. Very eager to come, but—" "Yes?" "Well, I was just about to hop in my copter, my son's copter, when the other note came." "What other note?" "Why, the note calling the meeting off." "I sent no other note." The other voice became acutely embarrassed. "But I considered it to be from you, or just about the same thing. I really think I had the right to assume that." "How was it signed?" George rapped. "Mr. Jan Tregarren." George broke the connection. He didn't move until a low sound shattered his abstraction, and he realized that one of the girls was whispering a call to the door. He handed back the phone and dismissed them. They went in a rustle of jackets and skirtlets, hesitating at the doorway but not quite daring to look back. He sat motionless a minute longer. Then his hand crept fretfully onto the table and pushed a button. The room darkened, and a long section of wall became transparent, revealing a dozen silvery models of spaceships, beautifully executed. He quickly touched another. The models faded, and the opposite wall bloomed with an animated cartoon that portrayed with charming humor and detail the designing and construction of a neutron drive spaceship. A third button, and a depth picture of deep star-speckled space opened behind the cartoon, showing a section of Earth's surface, and in the far distance, the tiny ruddy globe of Mars. Slowly, a tiny rocket rose from the section of Earth and spread its silvery sails. He switched off the pictures, keeping the room dark. By a faint table light, he dejectedly examined his organizational charts for the neutron drive project, the long list of books he had boned up on by somno-learning, the concealed table of physical constants, and all sorts of other crucial details about rocket physics, a cleverly condensed encyclopedic pony to help out his memory on technical points that might have arisen in his discussion with the experts. He switched out all the lights and slumped forward, blinking his eyes and trying to swallow the lump in his throat. In the dark, his memory went seeping back to the day when his math teacher had told him, very superciliously, that the marvelous fantasies he loved to read and hoarded by his bed weren't real science at all, but just a kind of lurid pretense. He had so wanted to be a scientist, and the teacher's contempt had cast a damper on his ambition. And now that the conference was canceled, would he ever know that it wouldn't have turned out the same way today? That his somno-learning hadn't taken? That his pony wasn't good enough? That his ability to handle people extended only to credulous farmer presidents and mousy girls in skirtlets? Only the test of meeting the experts would have answered those questions. Tregarren was the one to blame. Tregarren with his sly, tyrannical ways. Tregarren with his fear of losing the future to men who really understood theoretics and could handle experts. Tregarren, so used to working by deception that he couldn't see when it became a fault and a crime. Tregarren, who must now be shown the light, or, failing that, against whom certain steps must be taken. For perhaps half an hour, George sat very still, thinking. Then he turned to the phone, and after some delay got his party. "What is it now, George?" Caddy asked impatiently. "Please don't bother me with any of your moods, because I'm tired and my nerves are on edge." He took a breath. When steps may have to be taken, he thought, one must hold an agent in readiness. "Cadams," he intoned hypnotically, vibrantly. "Cadams." The voice at the other end had instantly changed, become submissive, sleepy, suppliant. "Yes, master." Morton Opperly looked up from the sheet of neatly penned equations at Willard Farquhar, who had somehow acquired a measure of poise. He neither lumbered restlessly nor grimaced. He removed his coat with a certain dignity and stood solidly before his mentor. He smiled. Granting that he was a bear, one might guess he had just been fed. "You see," he said, "they didn't hurt me." "They didn't hurt you?" Opperly asked softly. Willard slowly shook his head. His smile broadened. Opperly put down his pen, folded his hands. "And you're as determined as ever to expose and smash the thinkers?" "Of course." The menacing growl came back into the bear's voice, except that it was touched with a certain pleased luxuriousness. "Only from now on I won't be teasing the zoo animals, and I won't embarrass you by asking any more Maelzel questions. I've reached the objective at which those tactics were aimed. After this I shall bore from within." "Bore from within," Opperly repeated, frowning. "Now where have I heard that phrase before?" His brow cleared. "Oh, yes," he said listlessly. "Do I understand that you are becoming a thinker, Willard?" The other gave him a faintly pitying smile, stretched himself on the couch and gazed at the ceiling. All his movements were deliberate, easy. "Certainly. That's the only realistic way to smash them. Rise high in their councils. Out-trick all their trickeries. Organize a fifth column. Then strike. The end justifying the means, of course, Opperly said. Of course. As surely as the desire to stand up justifies your disturbing the air over your head. All action in this world is nothing but means. Opperly nodded abstractedly. I wonder if anyone else ever became a thinker for those same reasons. I wonder if being a thinker doesn't simply mean that you've decided you have to use lies and tricks as your chief method. Willard shrugged. Could be. There was no longer any doubt about the pitying quality of his smile. Opperly stood up, squaring together his papers. So you'll be working with Helmuth. Not Helmuth, Tregarren. The bear's smile became cruel. I'm afraid that Helmuth's career as a thinker is going to have quite a setback. Helmuth, Opperly mused. Morgenschein once told me a bit about him. A man of some idealism, despite his affiliations. Best of a bad lot. Incidentally, is he the one with whom Miss Arcady Sims ran off? Willard finished without any embarrassment. Yes, that was Helmuth, but that's all going to be changed now. Opperly nodded. Goodbye, Willard, he said. Willard quickly heaved himself up on an elbow. Opperly looked at him for about 5 seconds, then without a word, walked out of the room. The only obvious furnishings in Jan Tregarren's office were a flat-topped desk and a few chairs. Tregarren sat behind the desk, the top of which was completely bare. He looked almost bored, except that his little eyes were smiling. George Helmuth sat across the desk from him, a few feet back, erect and grim-faced, while Caddy, shadowy in the muted light, stood against the wall behind Tregarren. She still wore the fur-trimmed skylon frock she'd put on that afternoon. She took no part in the conversation, seemed almost unaware of it. So you just went ahead and canceled the conference without consulting me? George was saying. You called it without consulting me. Tregarren playfully wagged a finger. Shouldn't do that sort of thing, George. But I tell you I was completely prepared. I was absolutely sure of my ground. I know, Tregarren said lightly, but it's not the right time for it. I'm the best judge of that. When will be the right time? Tregarren shrugged. Look here, George, he said. Every man should stick to his trade, to his fort. Technology isn't ours. George's lips thinned. But you know as well as I do that we are going to have a nuclear spaceship and actually go to Mars someday. Tregarren lifted his eyebrows. Are we? Yes, just as we're going to have to build a real Maisie. All the things we've done until now have been emergency measures. Really? George stared at him. Look here, Jan, he said, gripping his knees with his hands. You and I are going to have to talk things through. Are you quite sure of that? Jan's voice was very cool. I have a feeling that it might be best if you said nothing and accepted things as they are. No. Very well. Tregarren settled himself in his chair. I helped you organize the thinkers, George said, and waited. At least I was your first partner. Tregarren barely nodded. Our basic idea was that the time had come to apply science to the life of man on a large scale, to live rationally and realistically. The only things holding the world back from this all-important step were the ignorance, superstition, and inertia of the average man, and the stuffiness and lack of enterprise of the academic scientists. Yet we knew that in their deepest hearts, the average man and the professionals were both on our side. They wanted the new world visualized by science. They wanted the simplifications and conveniences, the glorious adventures of the human mind and body. They wanted the trips to Mars and into the depths of the human psyche. They wanted the robots and the thinking machines. All they lacked was the nerve to take the first big step, and that was what we supplied. It was no time for half measures, for slow and sober plodding. The world was racked by wars and neuroses, in danger of falling into the foulest hands. What was needed was a tremendous and thrilling appeal to the human imagination, an earth-shaking affirmation of the power of science for good. But the men who provided that appeal and affirmation couldn't afford to be cautious. They wouldn't check and double-check. They couldn't wait for the grudging and jealous approval of the professionals. They had to use stunts, tricks, fakes, anything to get over the big point. Once that had been done, once mankind was headed down the new road, it would be easy enough to give the average man the necessary degree of insight to heal the breach with the professionals, to make good in actuality what had been made good only in pretense. Have I stated our position fairly? Tregarran's eyes were hooded. You're the one who's telling it. On those general assumptions, we established our hold on susceptible leaders and the mob, George went on. We built Maisie and the Mars rocket and the mind bomb. We discovered the wisdom of the Martians. We sold the people on the science the professionals had been too high-toned to advertise or bring into the marketplace. But now that we've succeeded, now that we've made the big point, now that Maisie and Mars and science do rule the average human imagination, the time has come to take the second big step, to let accomplishment catch up with imagination, to implement fantasy with fact. Do you suppose I'd ever have gone into this with you if it hadn't been for the thought of that second big step? Why, I'd have felt dirty and cheap, a mere charlatan, except for the sure conviction that someday everything would be set right. I've devoted my whole life to that conviction, Jan. I've studied and disciplined myself, using every scientific means at my disposal, so that I wouldn't be found lacking when the day came to heal the breach between the thinkers and the professionals. I've trained myself to be the perfect man for the job. Jan, the day's come, and I'm the man. I know you've been concentrating on other aspects of our work. You haven't had time to keep up with my side of it. But I'm sure that as soon as you see how carefully I've prepared myself, how completely practical the neutron drive rocket project is, you'll beg me to go ahead. Tregarran smiled at the ceiling for a moment. Your general idea isn't so bad, George, but your time scale is out of whack, and your judgment is a joke. Oh, yes. Every revolutionary wants to see the big change take place in his lifetime, Titch. It's as if he were watching evolutionary vaudeville and wanted the ape-to-man act over in 20 minutes. Time for the second big step. George, the average man's exactly what he was 10 years ago, except that he's got a new god. More than ever, he thinks of Mars as a Hollywood paradise, with wise men and yummy princesses. Maisie is Mama, magnified 1,000,000 times. As for professional scientists, they're more jealous and stuffy than ever. All they'd like to do is turn the clock back to a genteel dream world of quiet quadrangles and caps and gowns, where every commoner bows to the passing scholar. Maybe in 10,000 years we'll be ready for the second big step. Maybe. Meanwhile, as should be, the clever will rule the stupid for their own good. The realists will rule the dreamers. Those with free hands will rule those who have deliberately handcuffed themselves with taboos. Secondly, your judgment. Did you actually think you could have bossed those professionals, kept your mental footing in the intellectual melee? You, a nuclear physicist? A rocket scientist? Why, take it easy now, boy, and listen to me. They'd have torn you to pieces in 20 minutes and glad of the chance. You baffle me, George. You know that Maisie and the Mars rocket and all that are fakes, yet you believe in your somno-learning and consciousness expansion and optimism pumping like the veriest yokel. I wouldn't be surprised to hear you taking up ESP and hypnotism. I think you should take stock of yourself and get a new slant. It's overdue. He leaned back. George's face had become a mask. His eyes did not flicker from Tregarran's, yet there was a subtle change in his expression. Behind Tregarran, Caddy swayed as if in a sudden gust of intangible wind, and took a silent step forward from the wall. That's your honest opinion? George asked very quietly. It's more than that, Tregarran told him just as unmelodramatically. It's orders. George stood up purposefully. Very well, he said. In that case, I have to tell you that... Casually, but with no waste motion, Tregarren slipped an ultrasonic pistol from under the desk and laid it on the empty top. No, he said. Let me tell you something. I was afraid this would happen, and I made preparations. If you've studied Nazi, fascist, and Soviet history, you know what happens to old revolutionaries who don't move with the times. But I'm not going to be too harsh. I have a couple of boys waiting outside. They'll take you by copter to the field, then by jet to New Mex. Bright and early tomorrow morning, George, you're leaving on a trip to Mars. George hardly reacted to the words. Caddy was 2 steps nearer Tregarren. I decided Mars would be the best place for you, the fat man continued. The robot controls will be arranged so that your visit to Mars lasts 2 years. Perhaps in that time you will have learned wisdom, such as realizing that the big liar must never fall for his own big lie. Meanwhile, there will have to be a replacement for you. I have in mind a person who may prove peculiarly worthy to occupy your position, with all its perquisites. A person who seems to understand that force and desire are the motive powers of life, and that anyone who believes the big lie proves himself strictly a jerk. Caddy was standing behind Tregarren now, her half-closed, sleepy eyes fixed on George's. His name is Willard Farquhar. You see, I too believe in cooperating with the scientists, George, but by subversion rather than conference. My idea is to offer the hand of friendship to a selected few of them, the hand of friendship with a nice big bribe in it. He smiled. You were a good man, George, for the early days, when we needed a publicist with catchy ideas about mind bombs, ray guns, plastic helmets, fancy sweaters, space brassiers, and all that other corn. Now we can afford a solider sort of person. George moistened his lips. We'll have a neat explanation of what's happened to you. Callers will be informed that you've gone on an extended visit to imbibe the wisdom of the Martians. George whispered, Cadams. Caddy leaned forward. Her arms snaked down Tregarren's as if to imprison his wrists. But instead she reached out and took the ultrasonic pistol and put it in Tregarren's right hand. Then she looked up at George with eyes that were very bright. She said very sweetly and sympathetically, Poor Superman.